Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another exciting day here at Thruxton Race Circuit, where we've got a fantastic racing package lined up for you today. We've got pickup trucks, we've got MG Owners Club, we've got the minis again, but of course, the heavy hauliers of the racing world. We've got the British Truck Racing Championship, and today, a special treat for the spectators down here at Thruxton, near Andover. We've got a grid walk. Now, the grid walk started about 15-20 minutes ago, which of course means that a few people now are starting to make their way back to safety, but lots of people have come down and loads of people on the banks already for a fantastic day of racing. We've had some heavy rain already this morning, but as you can see, we've got some lovely sunshine this morning as well. So let's have a little look, see if we can't find some drivers to have a chat to. Over here then with Dave Smith. We've not had much chance to speak to you. Come around here, buddy. We've seen plenty of people taking pictures with you today. We've not had a chance to catch up with you this weekend. How are things?
Yeah, good. Third time out, isn't it? So, yeah, just finding my feet really. Been a long time since I've been Thruxton. But yeah, no, it's good.
And what do you think's great about these grid walks? Is it good getting among the fans and getting to see some faces?
Yeah, I think it just draws the crowds in, just gets them, in with the drive, the racing, and it's just the experience of it. So yeah, I think it's good for the drivers to sort of meet, a few people and everyone else. Yeah, it's good. It's good interaction.
I think it's a great thing for the sport in general. I mean, it's been so many years since we've actually had grid walks with the British Truck Racing, and I just think people enjoy them so much, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I say, it's the interaction with the crowds. They come here to see the racing and actually get up close with the trucks. Yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah.
So reverse grid today, then where does that see you starting this race?
Yeah, we're second row, third. So yesterday started on the back. Lap times were coming on yesterday, so hopefully we should be there or thereabouts.
Fingers crossed, all to play for. I know. I mean, we've got that kind of semi-dry now, haven't we? Because it rained heavy. Now it's warming up a little bit. Are there going to be any last-minute changes, or are we going to stick with the setup you've got?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. We left the garage with a wet setup. We come out on the grid. Yeah, exactly. It's sort of drying out. We're looking at the track, so we've actually changed our setup.
Right, here we go. All eyes on Dave Smith then for the first race of Sunday. Dave, thanks for talking to us, buddy. Good luck with your first race. Let's have a look, see who else we can find along here as well. We spoke to John Bowler, of course, yesterday. I love as well how much effort they put into these trucks last night. Of course, no major damage yesterday apart from poor old Stuart Oliver, who we did actually get a chance to chat to earlier, and you'll be able to have a look at that interview on the lunch break, hopefully. Dave Jenkins, phenomenal effort yesterday, taking 2 trophies home already. Good morning. Hi there. Hi, let's get you on camera. How are we? Come on in for meal. Whereabouts are you based today? Where are you watching?
Newton.
But where are you watching?
We'll probably end up over the bank.
Over on the bank. Were you here yesterday?
No, I was here last year though.
You were here last year though, obviously. I mean, everybody remembers people from last year. I've not met any other new people since last year.
I'm still walking around with my chair.
You're still walking around with your chair. You know, I'll take that home eventually, mate. The whole year.
Might get to use it.
You never know. And who's this?
I'm Kira.
Hi, Kira. Nice to meet. And you are?
Claire.
Hi Claire. So yes, and you've just come down for today then, I take it, to see the truck racing. I mean, we've got a BTRA hoodie here, we've got a Slip the Clutch, might have been a Marty Moan on the go there as well. Why aren't you wearing anything truck racing? Oh, it's all about trucks.
Yeah.
Do you drive yourself?
Yeah.
What have you got?
Drive a Renault. T-Range.
T-Range.
Steel.
A what?
On the steel.
Right.
Delivery.
What does that mean? On the steel? Oh, as in you're delivering steel?
Yeah.
Right, sorry, I thought that was like a trucker term. But like, cool, man, yeah. On the steel, yeah. Right, got you, cool.
Yeah, local companies.
From to here, I take it?
Yeah, we're based in Henstridge.
Right, do you know where that is? Good. You want to shut up, you do. Since I've come over, just constant.
Somerset Dorset border.
Yeah,
Somerset Dorset border.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. There we go.
too far
So it's weird where we are. Thruxton's one of those circuits in your head. I've been coming here for many years now, and I never quite figure out where it is. It's like I can see it on a map, but it's like I'm close to that, but then I'm also close to that, but then I'm actually not far off the M5. Like, where am I? It's like, right. Well, thanks for coming down today, guys. Great to see you all. Enjoy the first race. Excited for the first race?
I'm very excited.
Very excited. See, you're starting to loosen up a bit now. There we go. I'll come back in 20 minutes. We'll do this again. Right. Definitely not. I'll get told off. Won't even mention who's there. Who have we got over here? Pardon? They're clearing the grid. Oh, crikey, right. You should have just said that. I thought you wanted to, yeah. Well, there we go. Well, it looks like that's all we've got time for. As you can see, everyone's making their way back to the viewing areas, slightly modified viewing areas this year. We've got 3 fantastic races coming up for you, the first of which will be starting in a matter of minutes. So I'm going to throw over to Ewan, and you'll be hearing my voice again, unfortunately for you, very soon. Over to Ewan in the commentary box.
Thank you, Pointy. Yes, we are ready for day number 2 of the track action. Look, we're here. We've got commentator cam for the very, very first time. And you can see next to me, I've got Charlotte Birch. So today, we have got Wayne Rocket commentating with me on the coupes. Pointy is currently sprinting. He doesn't look like one, but he is a sprinter, Pointy. He'll be here in a second. But for the junior saloons, I've got Charlotte Birch. Now, Charlotte, I put a call out yesterday on commentary for anybody to join me in co-coms if they're an expert and they want to get into broadcasting. I mean, you are the expert on junior saloons. Charlotte is an instructor for the junior saloons. She's also an instructor here at Thruxton. Looking to get into, you've already done a bit of broadcasting. I've seen the interviews you've done on your Instagram. Looking forward to commentate for the first time today, though.
Yeah, I think starting commentating on the JSCC is going to be great. Obviously, I know the championship. I know this track probably better than any of the other tracks sort of in the UK. So yeah, really looking forward to it. And I think having the rain this morning, the weather's a bit on and off, so I think it'll be an interesting race.
I mean, I think on and off is being polite. It's been an absolute downpour, but we have got some blue skies out of our commentary box, and we are looking forward to racing. There's 12 races coming up today across, as Pointy said, the trucks, the junior saloons, the MG Owners Club. We got the pickups back as well. Loads going on, so please do stick with us. Pointy will be here any second, and we are going truck racing for our first race of the day. This is the fastest circuit in the UK. Mentioned it yesterday. 1993, Damon Hill in his Williams Formula 1 car averaged 147 miles per hour. Now, Charlotte, you raced yesterday. We'll not talk about the first race because of the last corner. However, you did second place and won the second. This track, you know it better than anybody. It feels like it's foot down the entire way. On track, what are you looking forward to?
You know, when I'm commentating on the Saxos, it is pretty much just flat everywhere. I was sitting with Carl Wells on Thursday actually, and yeah, these kids they're not afraid, and they're all pretty brave to be going around here. So yeah, I think it'll be a good race, and hopefully there's some action.
They are. We've seen them for the last few years. They are no fear kids. Charlotte, you raced in junior saloons not too many years ago, racing in the Civic Cup this year, raced track action yesterday. Do you want to get into a racing driver? Do you want to be a broadcaster? Are you getting the vibe for broadcasting and commentating here already?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I mean, motorsport's my passion, and I could talk for hours about it. So why not talk to hundreds of people on YouTube about it.
Fantastic. Well, we have got our first race coming up very shortly. It is scheduled for 10:45, and on my watch we're about 5 minutes away. The sea of trucks are on the grid. It's great to have the walk-through as we had this morning. We don't get a chance to do that too often, but you can get, of course, at places like Thruxton, anywhere on the Bark package, you can get into the paddock, speak to the drivers, and you'll know this better than anybody, Charlotte. It is incredibly friendly paddock. The place to be at Bark events. It's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've pretty much all of my racing has been BARC racing, so yeah, it's such a friendly paddock, and I know from before when I've had sort of moments in the car and I've had crashes or whatever, everyone wants to help, and it is just like a big family. So yeah, I love the BARC weekends.
Fantastic. Charlotte, we can't wait for you to commentate with us on the junior saloons, but behind me, just arrived, here he is. Look at that, is that a bead of sweat down there?
No, it wasn't that far away, you, and I'm okay. I've had a gentle stroll over, it's all absolutely fine.
Charlotte, if we can swap microphones, get Pointy in, we'll see you for the junior saloons very, very shortly. Thank you so much for being with us as well. Pointy, come on in. Just been part of the grid walk, of course. We're going to see the grids in just a moment. For race 3. Now, race 3 is our first reverse grid of the weekend, which means there should be plenty of overtaking today, which there wasn't too much of yesterday. Again, the track lends itself to just foot down, all out.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, it is a very high-speed track. Any of the British truck racing drivers will tell you that as well. But yeah, today the reverse grid. So, of course, because of the little hoo-ha we had yesterday morning, we went on championship positions for the start procedures of the first 2 races. But today we're going to get a reverse grid of race 1 yesterday. So, yeah, we were just talking to Dave Smith, actually. He's on the second row there in 3rd position. We can see there down on the grid. Fantastic shot there, actually. It looks brilliant. We've had some brilliant weather today, and we've had some terrible weather today already. So, chatting to the drivers before we went live, no one really knew what setup to have, but we are going to see some action. We are going to see some overtaking, especially from the likes of further back. We've got Michael Oliver there, Ryan Smith very far down the line there. They're going to be looking to make some early moves.
I mean, that's where he loves to be. Let's have a look through the grid, though. On the front row, again, the reverse grid. Neil Yates alongside Tom O'Rourke. On row number 2, David Smith and John Bowler. On row number 3, Stephen Powell alongside Dave Jenkins, currently second in the championship. Then Michael Oliver had a pretty good day yesterday, but not as good as our championship leader, Ryan Smith. 2 wins out of 2. And won them both by 10 seconds plus. Row 5, we start Division 2. John Powell alongside Simon Cole. Simon Cole, great stat, leading the championship, not won a race yet.
No, we were talking to him on the grid just before the grid walk, actually, and he was saying how he's been having loads of technical issues. However, he's kind of playing the strategy game this year. As long as he can finish all those races, he might actually build enough points up in Division 2 to take a position overall.
It is working. Leading the championship, not won a race yet in Division 2, but consistency is key, as we know. We should have one more row. Should see a row number 6, I think, unless we've had a Div 2 drop out. Let's have a little look. We do. Paul Rivette and Archie Handy. Didn't race yesterday, Archie Handy, but he's on the grid now.
He's on the grid on the picture, but not in real life. He's still having issues, so he won't be racing this morning. Whether or not we see him later on in the day is to be decided. But yeah, some issues with the gearbox, apparently, Simon was saying, and it's not worth the risk of trying to drive the truck without those gears, because, of course, even Simon himself said, experienced driver, I'd struggle, so it's not worth putting that pressure on him.
And just a word on Stuart Oliver. We know he was, in inverted brackets, okay. After yesterday. Have you spoken to him today?
I have, yeah. We've done a nice little interview with him, a catch-up. He was on his feet in high spirits, so we will, of course, be having a see of that interview at the lunch break, luckily. So you'll be able to catch up with him then. And, but he's fine.
you can't put plaster cast on ribs, can you? You just got to grin and bear it.
You have to just crack on.
Pump yourself full of paracetamol.
Yeah, pardon the phrase, but you have to just crack on. Yeah.
Right, so Ryan Smith, dominant yesterday, the 2 10-second plus wins. Starting in 8th place, I mean, do you anticipate, Pointy, him coming through the grid by several places, even on the first few corners, first lap? What do you think
going off experience and what we've seen from Ryan Smith's driving skill before, I think it shan't take him too long to start making up those places. Although, we've got drivers at the front like John Bowler, very good, a driver at the moment. Tom O'Rourke in an extremely fast truck, and Neil Yates as well. So, I mean, he's got a lot of people to get past, which don't want to let him past, for that matter, as well. So it will be an interesting journey to pole position, but I'm going to touch wood and say he's probably going to be okay getting there.
And Mr. Powell got 2 third place. We got a 2nd and a 4th. It was Dave Jenkins got 2 third place finishes. Yes. He really, to keep this competitive, we need him to sort of be ahead of Ryan Smith to keep the championship sort of like exciting.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, this is it. He does need to keep on with these third places. I mean, Dave Jenkins coming second overall in the championship last year. Always feels like Dave is always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and he's just looking for that first place, and he works so hard, his team works so hard, and I think if anybody deserves it, it's Dave Jenkins' team, so fingers crossed he can really make those points pile up this year. And again, as we said yesterday, it's unfortunate really that someone has to do badly for someone else to do well, but that's just the case of racing. Well, any sport, isn't it, really?
Pointy, your glasses are steaming up. Are you okay?
I know, it's warm in here. I mean, it's quite breezy outside, but if I take my glasses off, then I'll probably not. Look, there's condensation on my glasses. Can you see? Look at that. Absolutely shocking.
As long as you can see the screen, we're going to be absolutely fine.
Oh, look, and it looks like we're actually being joined by an interloper.
Excellent.
Again,
Stuart, round
come
here.
on in the middle.
You have to share a mic with Pointy.
And here you go.
I won't touch you. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, but don't hug us. Don't make us laugh. None of pointless jokes, or I'm going.
They don't work anyway, don't worry. Can you talk us through, Stuart, the incident yesterday? We didn't see it because it was in practice. What actually happened? I understand that the truck's in a pretty bad way.
Yeah, it'll take more than T-cut to fix it. But yeah, it basically, I had a few laps. Truck was really good. Truck was really good in the first few laps. Came into pit lane, did a few changes, went out to do another flying lap. Came around turn one of the pistons decided it didn't want to be in the engine anymore and decided it wanted to be out. But on its way out, it knocked the power steering pump off. So unfortunately, you do need that to be able to steer, and it just locked the steering straight. Went over the Armco. I thought I was going to be into the hangars with the aeroplanes, but managed to avoid them and ended in a pile.
And next round is at Donington next month. Likelihood of being there?
100%.
Okay, brilliant.
100%. Whether with that truck, I think is maybe 50-50,
Okay.
but it will be there with something.
Fantastic. And Michael did your parade in the first race, though, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Yeah, you know, when I was lying on the A&E bed in the tram in Salisbury Hospital, I was watching it, and yeah, it looked good from where I was. So yeah, he did really well. He's race by race, event by event. He's racecraft. Yeah, I'm not saying anybody can go fast, but it's relatively easy to go fast. But it's the racecraft that's the secret, especially in truck racing. You know, you've got to be able to get your way around and get between and take opportunities when they arise, but not force opportunities, and he's picking that up really well, so I'm proud of him.
Now, do you still mentor him, or is he good enough in his own right?
He's got the basics, he's got the knowledge, he's been around a long time, obviously, you know, sort of coming with me and watching how we do it, and we talk a lot, and you just naturally just talk about truck racing, so it's not that you're mentoring him, it's just you have sort of debriefs without knowing you're having debriefs, and he picks it up and gets to know what's what, and you get to know other fellow competitors' weaknesses, which you can capitalise on if you're in the right place at the right time.
Which is now ribs, of course, as weaknesses goes.
Pointy, I said, don't make me laugh.
Pointy doesn't make many people laugh, don't worry.
I don't ever make people laugh. I am a joke. I don't tell jokes. That's how we work.
So first race of the day coming up, 15-minute race, Pointy. They are under the pace truck right now.
Yes.
And we're anticipating the pace truck coming in this lap.
Yes, I believe we're going to stick with the same routine as we did yesterday, so it's just an out lap with the pace truck straight into a rolling start, which of course will be confirmed very shortly as they are making their way around the back now. In the distance there you can see the air ambulance that Stuart never got a lift in yesterday. Very disappointed. He did try his best, but you know, next time, better luck next time. Right then, so yeah, I mean it's looking a little bit damp out there still. As I said, we had torrential rain just before the grid walk, but then some lovely sunshine. Now this can cause some traction issues, especially if guys have gone out there with a full wet setup. Bear in mind, very little can actually be done to these trucks with regards to setup. The suspension isn't changed or anything like that. We don't have different tyres. It's literally just tyre pressures and anti-roll bar strength, which most will either have fully on or fully off. But those tyre pressures will make a difference, especially if this track starts to dry out early on in the race. We start to get a bit of heat in those tyres. If they're on wet, this could start to create some issues later in the race.
Now, Stuart, Pointy sounds like he knows what he's talking about there. Was all that correct?
I was impressed. I might see if he wants to be a mechanic in his spare time. But yeah, basically yes. But I think what I was just out on the grid there, and it's drying up fast. So I think the first 1 or 2 laps it will be greasy, and the problem will be when the boys come round through the chicane on the start finish, rear traction, because they'll be set up for either wet or dry. There isn't really an in between. But certainly, like Pointy just also said, 2 laps in, I think we're looking at a dry circuit. So then. It'll be anybody's guess.
It is remarkable. It's remarkable how quickly this track dries, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's as we experience in most of the circuits that the trucks race on during the year, not the widest of places in the world. So of course, when you're covering, you know, twice the width of an average racing car, you know, there's a lot more tarmac getting driven on, a lot more tarmac drying out, and yeah, it doesn't take more than a few laps for a few different racing lines to dry out all the important parts, shall we say?
I mean, it doesn't look like it, but the heavens opened less than half an hour ago.
It's really strange here, actually. I don't know whether they've got some special ground around here in Andover, but it absolutely poured down, loads of sitting water in the paddock. But yeah, looking down on the tarmac now, and it looks pretty dry. So the pace truck is in. It looks like we are on the starters' orders. The red lights go out, and it's go, go, go for the British Truck Racing Championship. Bit of a tail wiggle there from Neil Yates early on as John Bowler makes his way through very quickly. Dave Jenkins looking good. It's side by side for the Powell brothers further back, but Ryan Smith looks like he's stuck back in 5th for the first few bends there. Michael Oliver looking around the outside of John Powell early on. What an interesting start to the race, but we are well underway, Ewan.
Yeah, Ryan Smith moving from 8th into 6th already in the first couple of corners, but that's what we anticipated as they go through the complex. And it's a little bit further back as well. Simon Cole looking to get his first win in the championship, but still, again, as we've mentioned already, leading division number 2. Dave Jenkins sitting in 3rd place. Ryan Smith already from 8th through to 4th. This is quick.
This is very quick. Obviously, everyone's enjoying the moisture on the circuit. Lots of steam coming there off Tom O'Rourke, though. John Bowler all over the back of him, but Dave Jenkins showing that experience as he is literally climbing all over John Bowler. This is going to be an exciting first lap as he looks for the inside line. Again, bit of traction loss there from Dave Jenkins. Bit of a wiggle. Could still be some moisture on the circuit there as it's side by side. I tell you what, I wouldn't like to be in Tom O'Rourke's position here, looking in my rearview mirrors.
Stuart, first couple of laps is a little bit greasy. What are you just testing the surface? What are you sort of going through your mind in these days? You want to pick up places, but you want to sort of keep the truck on the track as well.
Absolutely, it's all about stopping on the track, as we know. But the faster laps will start coming now once they've had a feel for the circuit, and they're coming up to probably the worst point now, which I'll let you talk through. But
and Dave Jenkins, a bit of a touch on the inside, gets a wiggle again, but maintains second position, going through as they come through the club chicane for the end of the first lap. Well, nearly a little bit of drama here, and Dave Jenkins is going to look to the inside as they go round Allard Corner over the start finish. This is foot down here, and Dave Jenkins from 6th straight into first position after 1 lap point. That's exactly where he wants to be as Ryan Smith moves into 3rd.
This is looking great. We kind of suspected what Ryan Smith was going to achieve this race, but fantastic news for Dave Jenkins getting into that first position. Ryan's still got to make his way past Tom O'Rourke, and then it will be the battle for first. Will Dave be able to hold off Ryan Smith for long enough? A battle further back, though, we can see with Steve Powell and Dave Smith both behind teammate Neil Yates, of course. Whoa, massive sideways action there from Michael Oliver as he comes around the bend. Perfectly keeps it on the tarmac, though. We have definitely got some wet patches out there still, haven't we?
Drifting trucks. Now, Michael started in 7th place after the 2nd place finish in race number 1 yesterday. He's already through to 5th as well. Here's Ryan Smith. That's a long way round on the outside. The two bullnoses going head-to-head, switches to the inside. That is a great move. Lined that one up absolutely beautifully, and he will now race after Dave Jenkins.
That was a beautiful move. This is the kind of racing skill we love to see from Ryan Smith. It really is. Let's be honest, he's got a fast truck, but it's moves like that. It was clean, it was precise, and he knew exactly where he was going to do it. Tom O'Rourke just hadn't got a chance.
Now, we mentioned, Stuart, plenty of times when you joined us at Pembrokeshire as well, watching Michael here. Obviously pride in your son as well, but are you thinking keep that truck on the track, or are you telling to, in your mind, just go for it, give it everything? Because that's your money out there.
It is my money out there, yeah. That's right. But no, keep it on the track is important. But he's taking it nice. There's still a lot of racing left to go. Sort of 12 minutes or just under 12 minutes left. So, he was in front of John Bowler yesterday, in front of Tom O'Rourke yesterday. The two up front, Ryan and Dave. Well, yeah, they're getting the legs on him now. But it's to finish first you've got to finish, and that's how it works. And as he's coming around there, he's now getting the feel for the truck. He's now steadier, as you can see there. It's dead easy to lose the back end, so he's doing a good job.
Still sliding out, pick up a little bit of dirt at the back there. There's Tom O'Rourke defending 3rd position right now to Bowler, and this will give Michael Oliver just the chance to pick up a few tenths of a second as they battle and go on the defensive line.
Bunching up very quickly there. Tom O'Rourke, of course, now in defensive mode, but John Bowler looking for that gap through on the inside. Will he be able to make it stick before the next corner? Showing the power there, though, the 86 Freightliner from Tom O'Rourke, just managing to shut the door. But John and Michael looking for a 2-for-1 looking at these angles. I tell you what, it's going to be an interesting next lap for these guys with just over 10 minutes left of the race. We've still got a good 8 laps left, haven't we?
Indeed. Now, Stuart, when you're setting up for these, Thruxton's quite unique because it's not foot down the entire way. There's not that many overtaking opportunities, and when you're like 3 metres wide and weighing a few tonne, when you're looking at the lap, are there particular points on the lap that you're thinking, these are my chances?
Ryan Smith just demonstrated perfectly. That's your chance, and I was hoping Michael was going to do it on that lap because you could have got John and Tom. And that is probably your best. This point they're coming to now with the complex. as I thought John was going to do, but he didn't. But yeah, Tom's protected very, very well. Michael's going to get the faster exit here, so maybe he can do something on the start-finish straight. But there's not many places where you can do it.
We saw it yesterday during plenty. Oh, that's a great picture of the crowd there. Despite the rain, great numbers here at Thruxton enjoying the action. Again, 12 races today to enjoy, 3 for the British trucks and plenty more aside as well. That is a great view for those boys and girls out on the hill there, isn't it? So Jenkins still leading by, oh, is he though? I was going to say by 600th of a second, but Ryan Smith is going to get the inside line through the complex and drop Dave Jenkins down to third. That's taken him just 5 minutes to move from 8th into the lead. And if he does what we saw him do yesterday, he tends to just drive away now.
He will power away now, Ryan Smith. I mean, that was a tight corner there, but they both made it through unscathed, which is good news. But look at the distance already. Ryan Smith power down now. Honestly, he's got those magic invisible wings that send him flying ahead. You can see the power, though, he's putting in now. But it is still a race. I mean, Dave Jenkins sticking with him a bit here, catching him on the corners, so still could go either way. But let's be honest, it's Ryan Smith we're talking about, 8-time champ.
So there's a race for the win up the front, and behind them the race for 3rd, 4th, a bit the final spot on the Division 1 podium. Currently still with O'Rourke on our timing screens. Let's just have a little look as this comes through though. Here's one of the very long straights for our leaders. There's Smith ahead of Jenkins, and behind them it is still John O'Rourke, but here comes John Bowler on the outside. Michael Oliver watching and waiting in the wings. Now this is a really wide track, Thruxton, so it's one of the rare occasions you can get 3 trucks wide in a racing
still
scenario.
tight though, Ewan.
Can John Bowler get the inside, or is Tom Rourke going to defend? Yes, he does, through the club chicane. And they'll have to give it one more go next time round. They'll go foot to the floor over the start finish. Just under 8 minutes remaining of track action number 1 on day 2 here at Thruxton.
It really is a racing game of momentum though with these heavy machines. 5 tons of course racing around. It's something you have got to plan. The manoeuvres are still quite quick, but they're not as darty as a lot of the smaller machines of course. So if you can't get that in, you've got no chance. But John Bowler looking for a space past as Michael Oliver's going to make it too. Is it going to happen? Is it going to stick? Tom O'Rourke looking for the defensive line, but I think Mike might have it. Oh, we've got contact. Tom O'Rourke not too chuffed about that inside move there. We've still got contact between Michael and Tom O'Rourke as Tom forces Michael wide over onto the grass. Michael Oliver loses a bit of panel damage, which allows Steve Powell to make his way through. The pair of them, 2 positions gained in one go for Steve Powell there. John Bowler comfortably into 3rd, but what's going on with Tom and Michael? Saying no thank you, I'm not having both of you come past me. But of course he did miss Steve Powell. What's some action there? Michael Oliver looking for another space pass though. He's having another go, coming round with plenty of room. What will we see as the result when we come round onto this next camera feed? It could be anyone's guess as long as we see both trucks make their way around. Yes, Michael has indeed done it. Into 5th place I believe now, just behind Steve Powell. But of course I think he's going to be a little bit upset there, having that opportunity for 4th taken away from him with that little coming together.
What an opportunity for Powell though. He was in 6th position, he's up to 4th place now. Watching that one, Stuart, what's going through your mind? Was that fair? Was that a little bit too much rubbing?
No, that was fair. It is what it is. Tom, he left room, but maybe not just enough. But it was what it was. But that just what was said to me earlier. Right place, right time. Steve Powell capitalised there massively. He wasn't in the. Looking at it from our side, he wasn't in the shout for to be moving up, and all of a sudden he's passed 2 guys in front of him. So it's fantastic.
And as you said, Pointy, these trucks being so heavy, you dab the brakes and getting that momentum back, and they take advantage of that, don't they?
You can't just shoot it across the circuit, and at the same time, once you slow it down, you got no chance. Division 2 now, though, on the tail of John Powell and Paul Rivett, on the tail of Tom O'Rourke. Maybe Tom O'Rourke has lost a bit of speed there, a bit of a problem, bit of smoke coming out there, as Michael Oliver looking for the overtake on Steve Powell now. But Paul Rivett, the battle for Division 2 is on this weekend. Paul Rivett, of course, missing a race yesterday. John Powell taking 2 races home. What's going on further up the field, Ewan?
3rd place, John Bowler just holding off Michael Oliver right now. And then he's got the taste for it now on these corners. Going to move to the inside once again in the battle for 4th place. Great move down the inside. Can he make it stick? Both men foot to the floor. We're going to wait for the next camera. Looks like he's got through to me. And that
Quick
is a
drop.
fantastic
That is quick.
move. That is no holds barred, right foot against the floor, and he has got ahead. Michael Oliver into 4th place now, ahead of Powell. Next up the road, John Bowler.
That's my boy. That's right. Yeah, the phrase I just splatted. I just tapped Stuart on the back there. That won't be comfortable at all. Sorry about that, Stuart. But yeah, Paul Rivette's taken the first position from John Palno back in Division 2. As I say, he's got something to prove this weekend with turbo issues yesterday, popping on an old turbo that they had with the truck yesterday, but then having boost hose issues, which is why he was so slow in the second race of Saturday. But I tell you what, this is brilliant racing. This is some of the best racing I've seen for quite some time here at Thruxton. So many overtakes, so many manoeuvres. It's brilliant to watch.
And that is why we love the reverse grid. We had the 2 races yesterday, which pretty much went to the grid formation, and of course Ryan Smith moved away. But we want the overtaking. The reverse grid, Stuart, is that something you as a driver appreciate and enjoy? Because we do as fans.
Fantastic. I think if the truth was known a few years back, it was my idea that we'd introduce it into truck racing, and it certainly spiced it up. But one thing to notice there, Ewan, on the bottom it just flagged up across Ryan Smith fastest lap 83 miles an hour. Them's things that go around the motorway, around the M25 at 56 miles an hour. That's what they're designed for. So, to do an average lap of 83 miles an hour in the dries even more, that's where you realise just what these guys are doing.
So my cornflakes could be
I was
delivered a
going to
bit
say,
quicker.
is there a situation where we could get the M25 to move at 83 miles an hour?
I think certain authorities might have something to say about that, but there's some do try it, but it's not recommended.
No, these things do max out at 100 miles an hour, as we spoke about yesterday, Pointy. And if you're trackside at any of these events at a British Truck Racing Championship, the noise, the thunderous
there's
vibrations.
no limit on the noise. They
you
limit
can't
the
beat
speed,
it.
but not the noise. This is it. And I mean, they can go even faster. I mean, I've been to years ago in some European circuits where it was a bit of a free-for-all back in the day, and they used to go very quick. It was crazy.
A question, Stuart, if they weren't capped, how fast could these go? No holds barred.
No, I think you'd have to change the gear ratios in them because of the way the gear is to get the maximum power, maximum torque down to the wheels on that gear ratio. But the biggest problem we have, we were playing around a few years ago, the windscreen starts coming onto your lap if you go over 100. The sort of, the force against the windscreen sort of, but you 120, 140 mile an hour dead easy, it wouldn't be an issue.
I'd love to see that.
I'd love to do that.
Not
in my
round
car,
not
to
round
be
Brands
honest.
Hatch, but
not
love to
round-
see that.
no. Yeah, they might make it here. Maybe get a straight run on an airfield somewhere. So where are we then back with the racing? Division 2, Paul Rivette making moves now on the back of Tom O'Rourke. I think he's definitely got some kind of issues there as he slips out slightly wide there, as Paul Rivette's looking for the inside line now to join the pack of Division 1. What's going on there?
I mean, we are getting big gaps now, so we're focusing on the race. Dave Jenkins 2 seconds back of your leader Ryan Smith, then 12 seconds back to John Bowler, 5 to Michael Oliver. So the top 4 look pretty set in stone, so we will stay with the racing action. Remember, this is Div 1 defending Div 2 here, and there's a significant difference between Div 1 and Div 2. This is impressive to see Div 1 all over the back of Tom O'Rourke here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. I do think Tom maybe has a rear tyre issue because he.
You did point at the screen. What were you pointing at?
He's struggling on his rear. I think is it Michael Oliver? Maybe had a bit of a touch with him. So, but I think looking at his right turns, he's back end stepping out, so possibly he has an issue. But it is really impressive that on a circuit like this where you get up to 100 mile an hour, 100 mile an hour is 100 mile an hour, whether you Div 1 or Div 2. It's just how quick you come out the corners on the complexes. But it is impressive.
We are into a final minute of racing. Next time Ryan Smith crosses the line, that will be race 1 done here at Thruxton. Again, a dozen races to enjoy. And there is your leader. He has just got to coast this one home. It's a wonderful looking truck and
very striking. I was just about to say, always a striking paint job from Ryan Smith, and matches his very exciting hairstyle this weekend as well.
So it looks like a 1-2-3 go the way. Ryan Smith, third win of the weekend coming up. Dave Jenkins will move up to the second step of the podium for the first time after 2 third place finishes yesterday, and John Bowler will get his first podium of the weekend after 2 fifth place finishes yesterday. So improvement for John Bowler, and taking advantage of that scrap we had around about the halfway stage.
What a result. Yeah, I mean, it's great to see John Bowler on the podium there. Great team, very good family environment. What's this? I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. You're pointing at the viewing screen here as Paul Rivette has another go at Tom O'Rourke, but I just don't think I think he's in the wrong. Oh, he's off. There we go. Overcooked it slightly as John Powell takes advantage of the grass action there from Paul Rivett and makes his way back into first place for the Division 2. Unbelievable. I mean, you've got to try it. He shot his shot, but unfortunately Tom O'Rourke was wearing a vest.
These things don't work too well on grass. There's Ryan Smith then, third win of the weekend, first win of the day for the reigning 7-time British champion. That'll be maximum points with a fastest lap as well. Dave Jenkins, second step of the podium for the first time this weekend, and John Bowler, if he crosses the line, should be about 14 seconds back on the previous lap. It'll be his first podium of the weekend. Yes, it is. A 1, 2, 3 in the British Truck Racing Championship. Michael Oliver third. Stuart, happy with that? So I mean, there's a fair gap between them as we get to the end of these races. Are you happy? Will Michael be happy?
Yeah, I'm sure he is. You know, he's finished. He's got a little bit of bodywork missing, but he's finished. There's no major issues. He obviously just didn't have the traction on the start, but he made it back up and got up there. And unfortunately, he sort of tangled with Tom on that, over the back. Let Steve come through, which then delayed Michael a little bit, but yeah, he'd be more than happy with that.
Now, unfortunately, of course, you were with us at Pembrey for a few of the races after an incident there. Are you getting the taste of commentary? Would you rather be in here or would you rather be out there?
Oh, 100% out there. not have nothing. I like you as a guy. And certainly I enjoy being in here because it's starting to rain again, so that's fantastic. I'm in here and it's dry. And but no, it's that's what's in my DNA. It's racing, and. Truck racing, not just racing, it's, in particular. So I love it.
Perfect. Next race at 2 o'clock. You coming back to join me in Pointy?
If it's raining outside, I'll come in here. Yeah. No, I'm more than happy to come in, and it's great to see it from another side and hear the great work that you guys do to make the people around the world see what's going on.
Well, your insight, Stuart, is absolutely brilliant. What we're trying to do this weekend is get as many experts in the commentary box as we possibly can during the races, and you are a great addition to that. So thank you for joining us again.
Thank you very much.
So let's have a little look in a moment through the finishing grid. It'll be on the screen in just a second. There we go. So confirmed Ryan Smith, fastest lap and a win. Fastest lap set on lap number 8, 1 minute 40.73. Dave Jenkins, 3 seconds back, third consecutive podium this weekend. John Bowler, first podium of the week, and he'll be on step number 3 ahead of Michael Oliver and Stephen Powell. And then we have the Div 2s in 6th and 7th overall. John Powell ahead of Paul Rivett, just touching the grass at the end of the last lap as he tried to get past Tom O'Rourke, who finishes 6th in Div 1 ahead of Neil Yates and David Smith. Third place, championship leader at the moment, Simon Cole in Division 2. 8 laps down, so didn't finish the race. So we'll see how many points he gets for that, and we'll try and get an updated schedule for you, or updated table of the championship ahead of race number 4, which is going to be at 2 o'clock. I'll be joined again by Pointy and Stuart Oliver. Next race coming up on the schedule, it is going to be the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsport. But before that, Pointy is once again got his running shoes on. He's making his way over to Park Fermate. You can see the minis there getting ready for our next race as Ryan Smith pulls in behind, and I believe we can go down to Pointy, who is trackside.
Well, here I am in the flesh now, from voice to face, and of course the winner you were all expecting, Ryan Smith, taking another first place, the third first place trophy this weekend. I'm just going to come in, I don't really want to stay in this bit here. They'll tell me off, but it's one of those. Waiting for Ryan Smith to get out of the trot now. Obviously we had an early retirement from Simon Cole today from that first race because of issues with his ECU. They're hopefully going to get that shifted, but of course that's if it's drivable, so that's why Simon Cole had to come off. Waiting now for Ryan Smith to get out, if he will. Otherwise we're going to have a walkover. Come on in here, John, because I want to have a word with another John in the blue over here, the blue MAN of John Bowler. Anytime today. Right, I think we're are we waiting for the trucks? Is he going to come through here? Right, if you just come round here out of the way. Watch your fingers, Dad. There you go. Right then, come out of the way. What a result! What an absolute result! It is a nice helmet. Yes, it's like just getting some people appreciating the colour of your skid lid. That was some great driving. You were on it the entire time. You made that move past Tom O'Rourke about halfway through the race. What was going through your mind when you made the manoeuvre?
Get out of the way.
Get out of the way, and you listened.
Yeah, I think he listened. He felt telepathic thoughts, but yeah, no, it was a good race.
Congratulations, big boy! Of course, someone that was hoping to use that gap with you, Michael Oliver, was right with you at the time. But then Tom must have said, "Oh, I've missed John, but there's Michael," and he shut the door completely. I mean, it was literally last orders at the bar there for Michael Oliver.
Certainly was, yeah. I mean, me and Michael were battling and we were getting a little bit held up, a bit of a backlog. Managed to get a little bit of space to make the move, and we got through. So yeah, great.
And then, of course, later on in the race, you probably didn't see them because you were miles ahead of everybody else. But Tom O'Rourke battling with Michael Oliver, they came together, and Steve Powell made his way round instead as well. So literally, I mean, 2 spaces missed there for the guys behind you. But it just goes to show it's that keeping with it, that consistency of your lap time and your positioning that can put you in a position to make that kind of move.
That's it, yeah. And we're just, I mean, we're 2 years in now with the truck. It's good to get another podium on the shelf, and hopefully there'll be a few more coming this year.
Can't wait to hand you out some silverware, buddy. So yeah, fantastic. Right, let's have a quick chat. Oh, a umbrella. Who's this for? Oh, thanks so much. I'm okay. It's for you. You have the umbrella. Paul Rivette, what was going through your head? Honestly, I tell you, we thought it was all to play for. It was going to go perfectly, and then we found the grass and lost the position back to John Powell. But you got to do it. You got to try.
Well, we needed the point for fastest lap, and I was being held up by Tom, so I made a lovely move around the outside of him at Noble, and he just pushed me straight in the grass. So
I'm not allowed to comment anymore. I'm on strict orders to just go with the flow. But yeah, so I concur if I'm allowed to. So that's obviously put you in second place. But the truck looks a lot better than it did yesterday. We take it you fixed those boostos issues.
yeah, the team have done a fantastic job, and this Napa Racing UK truck is back on form again, and yeah, we'll be back there flying in these next 2 races.
Absolutely excellent result. Right, I'll let you give that brolly back to Ella. Thank you. Cheers. I'll give that to you. I'm going to throw back now, as I believe we've got some more racing action coming to you from the Minis. If we can find co-presenter James, here he is bringing up the rear. James, you've got some Minis for us.
It is. It's not going to be mini in terms of the fun. It's going to be maxi in terms of the fun, because it's going to be maximum action here today at Thruxton Circuit. And we're going to try and get around to the Minis before they head out from the assembly area. Careful here, John. There's a bit of debris in the way this time. We'll never tire of the obstacle courses that they put out here. Right, let's try and head down to pole position, because Ross Alexander is lining up on the top spot of the grid for the first race for the Minis today. He's down all the way at the other end. This is where John gets his exercise in, by the way, if anyone's interested. This is how he both so slim and trim and in such good shape. So here we go, all the way down to Ross Alexander. Wow, electric windows, John. Don't see that every day, do we? Ross, hello mate, how are you?
I'm good mate, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you sir. Look, how are you feeling ahead of this race? It's sunny, it's rainy, it's windy, it can't make its mind up.
Yeah, no, I'll call this wet dry. So yeah, wet dry. I mean, it's going to be tricky. It was tricky yesterday in the dry, so never mind wet dry, but no, we're confident. We've made some changes to the setup just to sort of make up for the conditions that we've got at the moment. It'll either work for us or it'll go against us, but the boys at Sussex Road and Race know what they're doing, so no, I'll put full faith in them, and yeah, we'll go out and do what we need to do.
Well look, I'll let you get to it, but just, do you feel confident about converting this into a win?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
100%. Well, best of luck, mate. Here we go. Let's head over to second place alongside him at the moment. Stephen Berry lining up. Stephen, is it all right if I pop the door open rather than going through your little hatch? I'm so sorry. Stephen, we spoke yesterday about how great this little car is. We spoke yesterday about how great the racing is. Are you looking forward to this one as well?
Yeah. It's had a few changes overnight, so we're ready to roll the dice and go again.
Talk to me about those changes that came in overnight then.
Front end. It just wasn't working yesterday, but I mean the rain, if that keeps coming, it's going to be a little bit easy to get the back end out anyway. But just when I was turning, it wasn't working.
That's fair enough. And what's going to be the key for you today to convert a second place start into a win potentially?
Go faster than him.
Just go faster. I like to hear it. I like it. Well, enjoy the racing as well. Let's see who. Let's speak to the final driver lining up at the front, Ian. Ian, can I open the door? Can I squeeze it? So sorry, Ian. I can't work with the hatches. You see the little windows. Talk to me. How are you feeling ahead of this race?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, fast track, wet conditions, but yeah, you know, we love a challenge, don't we? Otherwise we won't be here, so yeah, we'll give it a go. See how it goes, yeah. Hopefully finish.
Any changes compared to yesterday before I let you get on with it?
Well, we've got a clutch that works, so that's the main change. So hopefully that'll stick together and yeah, we'll be good to go.
I've got my fingers crossed for you, Ian. Take care. Enjoy the racing. John, we're going to just step backwards and we'll let everyone go. But it means actually, if we stand by the exhaust, we'll be able to hear and appreciate just how fantastic these cars sound. 30 seconds until we're racing. Listen into this. Oh, he's not doing it anymore. He's not doing it anymore. That is just wow. Have you ever heard anything so nice before, John? I don't think you have. Well, there they go. Ross Alexander leaving them out. Stephen Berry just behind. Ian Trunley following them out as the final car to take up the front spots on the grid. We saw close racing in action yesterday. We're sure to see more of it again today, and here to take you through it once more here at Thruxton is Ewan Dunlop.
Thank you, James and Pointy, for speaking to the drivers after the truck race and prior to our second mini challenge club sport with AirTech Motorsport race of the week, and a 15-minute race. And there are 3, if not 4, championships in this one. We've got the open class, the Cooper class, and the 53-56s. The 53s and the 56s do have their own separate races, but also combine to make an overall championship team. We'll work our way through it. This is the open class at the top then. Ross Alexander alongside Stephen Berry and then Ian Trunley. That's the order that they finished in class yesterday. Ross Alexander and Stephen Berry were the top 2 throughout the entire race there. Further down the grid, there's a gap between them and the 53-56s. Freddie Hewitt ahead of Zach Blackwell, so a 53 versus a 56 on the front row. Row number 8, Charles Heatley against Charlie Newton-Darby. Taking up row number 9, Gary Papworth alongside Ben Trundley. And on row 10, Sophie Wright alongside Paul Sawyer. There'll be a few more in this class, and then the Coopers at the back. Lee Campbell alongside Jamie Ringer, and then finishing off the 53-56s, Lauren Taylor. And then you got the Cooper class. Andy Langley is on row number 15, and you should also have Neil Clark and Dan Truman. There they are on row number 16. So they do row up with a few rows in between the different classes. However, Ian Trundley yesterday in the open class. Now the open class is sort of not quite no holds barred, but not restricted in any way like the Coopers or the 53-56s, and they are the most powerful 3 minis on the course. However, Ian Trundley did fall back from 3rd on the grid yesterday, ahead of those behind, but did eventually fall back into the pack of the 53-56s. And there is, oh hang on a second, we're coming to me in the commentary. I'm all on my own. I will have Wayne Rocket with me for the coupes. I've got Charlotte Birch today, can't wait for that. She'll be with us for the junior saloons. And Stuart Oliver and Pointy will be back for the 2 more truck races we've got today. So just a few races I'm on my own. But saying that, if you are part of the Mini Challenge Club Sport Brigade, or the MG Owners Club, and you want to get a little bit of a hand at broadcasting and come and join me here in the commentary box, please do so. We called out yesterday for anybody in the junior saloons to come and join us, and hey ho, we got Charlotte Birch, so came up trumps there. Just a few more gaps to fill today. So if you are looking to get into a little bit of broadcasting and you might want to co-commentate, don't worry, you're just going to be here as a pundit, give us your insight on the track and the cars and the racing. Please do give us a shout out and come and join me. And hopefully it will be a positive experience for you. Stuart seemed to enjoy himself, and I know Wayne was quite nervous yesterday, but Wayne absolutely loved it. He couldn't wait to be back here today. So they are lining up on the grid. See the 3 front in the open class. On the left-hand side, that's Ross Alexander in the light blue and white bonnet. On the right-hand side, the luminous yellow. That's the car 666 of Stephen Berry. And tucked in just behind them, Ian Trunley, looking to do a bit better than yesterday. I think he said he lost his clutch in yesterday's race. So hopefully all mechanical issues are sorted. in the pack behind, the peloton behind our leading trio. There's Freddie Hewitt, won class yesterday, and ahead of Zach Blackwell in the car number 1. Oh no, Ian Trundley stopped again. This is not a good weekend for Ian Trundley, as Stephen Berry has a brilliant start, getting ahead of Ross Alexander right from the off. So Ian Trundley static on the grid right now, and if we can't get that car moved very quickly, you will definitely see some flags coming out. But Stephen Berry, that is exactly the start he was after in the yellow Mini Open class. Oh, he is away, Ian Trundley, fantastic, so we can continue racing. So Freddie Hewitt and Zach Blackwell were the top 2 yesterday in the 53 56s, and they are doing very well in the championship as well. In fact, Zach Blackwell is leader in class, Ross Alexander's leaders in class. Andy Langley, who won the Cooper class yesterday, also leader in the Cooper Championship. So we'll keep you up to date with as much as we can and the point systems, etc. with the Minis. It's only a 5-race series for the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport. This is their 3rd round of the championship. They'll go to Donington in August and to Croft in September. Our front 2 come through the long Brooklands, just ever so slight left-hander as we approach the end of lap number 1, and then we'll get a full up to. Oh, this is tight at the front here. That is in our 2nd class, the number 5. That is the car of Freddie Hewitt and Zach Blackwell, and back up to the top here. Oh, in fact, Ross Alexander's back through over the start-finish line, ahead of Stephen Berry. Stephen Berry absolutely shot away, but Alexander back in front, leads the overall field and class. Hewitt ahead of Blackwell, each leading their 53 and 56 classes respectively, and Andy Langley leading the Cooper class right now too. So plenty to keep our eyes on. We will try and cover as much of the entire track as we possibly can, especially those leading in class. Plenty of points distributed in the Mini Challenge. 50 points for a win, 44 for second, and 40 points for 3rd place. Down to even, well, even if you're finishing in 10th place, you're getting 25 points. So a bit like the trucks we saw this morning, you just want to make sure you're finishing races, because there are 0 points when somebody finishing 10th, 15th is getting sort of 25, 20 points. Can make a massive difference in the overall championship. Alexander just about holding off Berry as they go round the long left and then into the right-hander. Well, right alongside each other, well, into the chicane, and Stephen Berry will retake the lead. We didn't have too much overtaking yesterday, but here comes Ross Alexander with the power down on the inside as they go over the start-finish line and up to Allard Corner. Well, they are rubbing just about, and once again Alexander gets through. This is fantastic. We need it to rain every single night before a race at Thruxton, because this is really throwing the order out of position. We want to get some action behind as well, but let's stick on the leaders right now. Alexander and Berry, they've swapped lead about 3 or 4 times already in the opening 2 laps here. You can see behind Hewitt ahead of Blackwell as well. Langley still leading the Cooper class down in 11th overall. And Ross Alexander has stuck his right foot to the floor. And Stephen Berry will have to do it all over again. Got away from the start in 2nd place yesterday, but led through the opening few corners. Alexander got it back. Oh, big slide! Big slide for your leader, Ross Alexander. How has he held on to that one? That is the greasy track conditions, and he goes drifting. Stephen Berry can't take the advantage, but he must, you would have thought, have the extra speed as they come round Church Corner and through Brooklands. Is this the opportunity as they head towards the club chicane? Getting into the slipstream. Will he go left? Will he go right? Outside or inside? All over the back of Ross Alexander. Maybe not this time, but this is going to be a superb 15-minute race for these 2 cars right at the top. How did Ross Alexander hang on to that lead with drifting around about 50 yards, touches the grass too. Oh, a big switch to the inside, just in front of the nose of Stephen Berry. Well, you can't take your eyes off this one. They're going to go round towards the complex, Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. Hewitt has set the fastest lap in the car number 5. That's in the 53-56 category. Well, what action we've had already in the truck racing and now the minis this morning at Thruxton. If you are considering whether to come down and sit in, well, the drizzle at trackside, you are being treated. Oh, onto 2 wheels. And it's Hewitt, your class leader. Also fastest lap, reminder, just been set by Freddie Hewitt, had the win in the 53-56s yesterday. Hewitt himself in the 56s. Any number in yellow on the left hand side is a 56 and a pink is a 53. Well, here we go again. Oh, big move up the inside for Stephen Berry. Gets it done this time. Has he got the advantage? Yes, he has. Into the club chicane. He tried that last time, wasn't successful. Second attempt gets it through. Back comes Ross Alexander on the inside. Up towards Allard Corner. He'll have the advantage. It's a big, long right-hander on the inside. Goes sliding again in exactly the same position. Stephen Berry all over the back. What fascinating racing from our open class in the mini challenge. They must be having so much fun in there. We heard the interview yesterday after race number 1. Stephen Berry was, to be fair, pretty gutted not to get the win. We knew he was going to drive hard, and James spoke to him before the race. He said, just needs to be faster. Well, at the moment, it's as you were from race number 1. Alexander just about holding on. Oh, just off, slightly off the dry line there. It is still a little bit greasy out here at Thruxton, and there is still grey clouds in the air. This could rain at any moment, honestly. Looked at the BBC weather app this morning, and it was a 70% chance of rain all day long and potential thunderstorms too. Right on the tail of Ross Alexander. Stephen Berry inside around Brooklands towards Woodham and the club chicane. Who's going to get first nose, first dibs into that all-important 2 corners? It is going to be Stephen Berry that takes the inside. Is he going to try and get the switch back, Ross Alexander? No, he can't. So once again they change positions, but once again Ross Alexander comes back on the home straight. It's a carbon copy of the previous lap. What does he have to do, Stephen Berry, to maintain the lead? Hewitt goes even faster, a new fastest lap time in the 56 class. Currently in third, 5 seconds ahead of Zach Blackwell. Currently order, as it stands right now, exactly the same top 4 as we had yesterday. Newton Darby potentially up to 5th place, though he finished in 6th yesterday. Let's have a little bit further down the pack. This is Heatley overtaking Newton in the 53 class, but they are 17 seconds behind Zach Blackwell, who currently occupies 4th. Back to the top, we can't take our eyes off this. Oh, a couple of wheels on the inside, but again, just doesn't seem to slow him down. Now, the last 2 laps, Stephen Berry has got the advantage around Brooklands and Woodham, and Berry, Alexander just gets it back in the chicane. Let's look a little bit further down the field. Oh, just for a split. We'll come back, because look, once again, well, we know the story here. Berry seems to have the quicker car down the straight, but Ross Alexander is the more agile around the chicane. So will Ross Alexander move to the inside again? Nose goes outside this time, plays a different game, but gets the same result over the start finish. Around Allard towards green corner, but this time Stephen Berry is just about holding on. No, Alexander switches back again, and he'll go now the long way round green corner towards the complex. as ever, side by side, switching back, switching forth. Alexander and Berry. Well, this is a race. James, if you're listening, jump in with these guys straight away in Parc Ferme. Let's look a little bit further back here. That's Heatley, Newton, Patworth and Trundle. Heatley, Newton and Trundle in the 53. Patworth lying second right now in the 56 class. Back to the top. Now, of course, as these two fight every single lap, it is just letting Freddie Hewitt, who set 2 fastest lap times, back into that battle for the front, just 2.86 seconds down now. Now with the rain on the lens, trying to pick the numbers off these cars with the rain on the lens. Back to the top. Look, there's Freddie Hewitt. He will be loving watching this, because he is just going to nibble away. In the background, just saw Zach Blackwell in a very comfortable 4th position, 20 seconds ahead of Charles Heatley. Stephen Berry back towards the front, but watch this, Ross Alexander. Oh, he puts the foot to the floor, and he just seems to have an extra horsepower or two and pushes along. It is remarkable to watch his speed out of the chicane. But then Stephen Berry, over the course of Allard, Green, pulls him back into the complex of Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. Alexander retains the advantage, and now we'll go into the long right and left-hander of Noble and Goodwood, and once we get round Goodwood, it is foot down for about a mile of racing, and that is where Stephen Berry claws him back in. It's getting wetter. The rain is starting to fall, the drizzle's coming down at Thruxton. Look at Freddie Hewitt from 2.8 seconds down to 2 seconds back now. Is he going to play a part in this race? This is the race in the Cooper class. That is Truman and Clark, who are 3 seconds or so behind Andy Langley, who is championship leader and leader in class here in the first mini race. There are battles. Well, I know we're concentrating on the front. There are battles all the way through this grid. The top 2 are just changing so often. That is Patworth, number 55. He is second in class at the moment to Freddie Hewitt, but a long way back on time. So here we go again. Stephen Berry into the lead through the club chicane. And watch this, Ross Alexander puts his foot down. He'll come down the inside. So what it might come down to in 2 laps' time is literally a race to the line. Stephen Berry knows he has to lead through club chicane. Ross Alexander knows if he puts his foot down, he can get there a few metres in front. It's going to be a brilliant, brilliant finish. Freddie Hewitt getting closer and closer, 1.3 seconds back now off your front 2 as they continue to lose hundredths of a second here or there on the defensive. And of course, if they're attacking, moving on to the wet line on occasion too. This is going to be a 3-car race. Into the last couple of laps. We'll go over the start finish line one more time. There will be one more full lap in this race. Can Stephen Berry once again lead into the club chicane? This is where he tends to make his move. This is round Church Corner. Oh, a big slide again. Is it too much this time? Oh my goodness, Stephen Berry can't capitalise, or will he? Moves to the inside as they go towards Woodham and into the club chicane. How does Ross Alexander maintain his speed with this drifting around Thruxton? And here they go, around Church, now Brooklands. Freddie Hewitt is in this battle. It's a 3-man race. They'll have one more full racing lap. And Freddie Hewitt, although we've been discussing Alexander and Berry the entire 15 minutes, he could come and steal this one as they fight between themselves. Alexander goes deep, Berry tries to go to the inside, switches back. For the first time in about 6 laps, Alexander will lead out of the club chicane. Keep your eye on Freddie Hewitt in the 56 class. Could get an overall, will get an overall podium. Can he get higher even than the 3rd step that he had yesterday? Don't go anywhere. Alexander leads over Berry, then Hewitt. This was the order yesterday, 1, 2, 3, no changes. And again you see the raindrops on our camera lenses. The rain is coming down, it's very, very light, but it just adds to the lack of grip on the track. You've got to keep on that dry line as best you can, but Stephen Berry needs to overtake. At some point he will have to go onto the wet, and he's just losing time. This is the biggest lead we've seen from Ross Alexander in this entire race. There's only half a track remaining before they cross the start-finish line for the final time. Freddie Hewitt, can he spring a surprise and jump into second? Ross Alexander starting to look a little bit comfortable into the last couple of corners. This is the biggest gap he's had. What has Stephen Berry got? Oh, he's onto the grass, he'll lose time. This will let Freddie Hewitt in. He's going to lose a tenth of a second there. Foot down. Langley still leading the Cooper class. Blackwell leading the 53s. No change there. But let's get back to the top. And it is going to be a win, and comfortable in the end. Oh, Freddie Hewitt is going to take potentially second place. Who gets it? No, Berry by 14 hundredths of a second. Ross Alexander, though, well, in the end, he made that look quite comfortable. It couldn't be further from the truth. Stephen Berry, a valiant second place and just about holding off Freddie Hewitt. In the Cooper class, a bit further back, that's your leader, Andy Langley, going for his second win of the weekend. Papworth will finish ahead of Trundle. Well, haven't they been entertained here at trackside at Thruxton? We'll wait for Andy Langley to cross the line in the British flag emblazoned car. There he is in the 42. Second win of the weekend through Club Chicane for the final time. And that will be a dominant second victory of the weekend for Andy Langley. Battle to the end in the Coopers. Clark over Truman. Was that a couple of tenths of a second? Entertainment throughout the entire field. And let's have a look at the results then. Brilliant entertainment. Ross Alexander in the end by 2.28 seconds. That was the biggest lead he had in the entire race over Stephen Berry. Winning in class, Freddie Hewitt, as is Zach Blackwell. That's exactly the same top four as we had yesterday. In fact, Heatley and Newton Darbury, it's exactly the same top 7 as we had yesterday. Blackwell, Heatley, Newton Darby, Gary Papworth second in class, 7th overall. Then Ben Trundley, Sophie Wright and Paul Sawyer. Andy Langley wins the Cooper class in 1:14.02, back from our leader. But a good, 6 seconds ahead of Neil Clark and Dan Truman. Ian Trundley, third in class in the open competition. Hewitt, fastest lap set on lap number 5, 1:32.51. So I'll get my breath back, and James Roberts, our roving reporter on the ground, will speak to a few of our mini drivers.
Well, there you go. You can see Ross Alexander pulling up into Parc Fermé, having taken the victory in that race. A very close fight right the way to the end between Stephen Berry and Freddie Hewitt as well, but Ross Alexander is the one who scanted away with the maiden victory here on Sunday. His wipers are still going as well, which is giving him his hat a little bit of a harder task. I'm going to swoop in now with the hat. I'll give it to him. I don't think he realises it's there. Ross, there's your hat.
Cheers, mate.
And there's a win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, mate, I feel good. Yeah, it was so slippy. I can't wait to review the footage. There were so many sideways moments. It was good fun. I thought yesterday was the hardest race I'd ever fought, but no, it was definitely today.
You've got a massive smile on your face. I know you said that it's fun and it was good, but really, this circuit is incredibly enjoyable, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%, yeah. If you've never been to Thruxton before, or even on a track day, definitely get yourself booked in. It's by far probably one of the best. Yeah, I'm going to say, yeah, it's the best track I've ever been to. It's the most fun, thrilling, fastest circuit in the UK. So yeah, proper good fun.
And before I let you enjoy the celebrations, quick word on the car. It's not let you down yet this weekend, has
Not
it?
let me down, and hopefully it's not going to. Like I said, Sussex Road and Race, they've prepared such a good car. Yeah, I can't thank them enough. It wouldn't be possible without them. So yeah.
Well, look, go enjoy the celebrations. They're all there waiting for you. I'm going to go to second place, Stephen Berry. He's kind of buried in his car at the moment. Stephen, that was a fantastic race. How are you feeling right now?
That was brilliant. That was some fantastic racing. I mean, it doesn't matter what side of the camp you're on. That was some great racing.
It was literally neck and neck right the way to the line between you and Freddie. I mean, that's just fantastic.
I hope I just got him. I mean, I just could not get the chicanes to grip and turn. So my lap time was compromised through the chicane. I'd got lots of speed and I was catching up Ross most of the time through the rest of the circuit, but through that chicane I just could not find the grip.
But look, same emphasis from Ross. You've got a massive smile on your face. You look like you've had a lot of fun. Anything to say about this track?
This is why we do it, isn't it? It's a fantastic track, easy to learn, very difficult to master.
Well, look, congratulations, another podium finish. Let's go grab Freddie as well.
Thank all my sponsors again.
Oh no, let's do it. Let's plug them all. Let's go around the car.
CCF fiberglass on the back there.
Come on, John, chop, here we go.
Doors and fiberglass tailgates and everything, easy man. SDL Minofern, BC Racing UK, D&D Transport, EBC Brakes. I couldn't do it without them. They really are fantastic.
Very well. You should be a spokesman on telly shopping, you should.
Let's not forget Mini Mafia then.
Thank you, mate. Well, let's grab...
So we've just lost some images there for James, so we'll try and get reconnected as soon as possible. Of course, electronics and rain outside don't always mix. So coming up, we might go back into them, but coming up in a moment is going to be the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. So if you like cars of all ages, this is going to be the race for you. Everything from the MG Midgets to the Roadsters to the MG Bs and a lot of MG ZRs. That is the most competitive field, the MG ZRs in this championship. So you'll see them all travelling around the Thruxton track very shortly. Also in their schedule, Junior Saloons following the MG Owners Club. Then we got the OT Publishing Coupe Cup where Wayne Rocket will be joining me. I should say Charlotte Birch joining me for the Junior Saloon car races too. Then we got Pickup Truck Racing and British Truck Racing for the fourth time this weekend before our lunch break, scheduled for roughly 2:15 p.m. And then after lunch, 5 more races to complete that day. 12 in total today. We are 2 down, 10 to go. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. I would usually say it's much better being at trackside, but as you can see, it's windy, it's drizzly. There's some hardy folk here at Thruxton today. Lots of umbrellas, spending as much time undercover as they possibly can. I'm very lucky in my commentary box, it's warm and dry. Not got my shorts on today, but could easily do so. But the run to the car later might be a little bit wet. So we're just seeing if we can reconnect to James and John's camera. If not, we will shortly look at the grid for our next race, but let's just wait a moment. If you are on circuit, I hope you've got one of our programmes today. I mean, it's not just racing here at Thruxton, it's the Convoy on the Plain, is where we get all of the show trucks, plus plenty of extra entertainment. There is music, drinks, noise, games. The entire family have got things to enjoy, and a lot of it is undercover as well, so you're actually going to be okay. And of course, we've got the fantastic Thruxton Centre, where if you need to be inside and get a hot drink and some food. And as you can see, we've got cars coming out, so we will go into our grid. Row number 1, you're going to see lots of MG ZRs, but look at that little pink number there, Mark Baker. Let's get on to that. First of all, front row leading with a 1:32.47 in qualifying by almost half a second, the fastest Fergus Campbell, alongside the ever present in the MG Steve McDermott. We'll get on to that in a moment. Rob Addison alongside Jonathan Candler in row number 2. On row 3, Andy Priest amongst Maminda Golar. I remember him winning at, was it Snetterton last year? Joshua Addison alongside Mark Baker, our first of the non-MG ZRs. Luke Boniface on row 5 alongside Jimmy Work, both of those in the ZRs. On row number 6, Jake McDermott, that is the son of Senior McDermott and Phil Walker, again both ZRs. Simon Kendrick in the MGF and Riley Price MGZR. On row number 8, Darren Leonard and Stuart Plotnick in the MGF, and then come the MGBs and the midgets and the roadsters. Will Sharp, reigning overall MG Owners Club champion alongside Chris Millard. On row 10, David Amphlett and Jim Bainham, and we might have a row 11 and 12 too. Let's just wait and see. They've got 23 entrants officially on the MG Owners Club Championship, sponsored by Adrian Flux Insurance this year. Have they made it onto the grid for the start of the race? We'll wait in anticipation. We'll have a look on the grid in a minute. Oh, hang on a second. We do have a row 11 as well. We do, excellent. In the MGB GT, we have Mark Riorski alongside John Diffie in the midget, and an MGB Roadster rounding things off, handled by Rob Fisher. Now, if you're an MG fan, such as myself, I turned 40 this year. I don't look it, but I've always said I'd buy myself an MGB GT. I don't look 40, do I? I know, barely a day over 30. But I've always said on my 40th I'd buy myself an MGB GT, and I'm about 4 months away. And I know I should, but you know, I've got a 4-year-old and a mortgage and a wife. I need to prioritise. I'm being very sensible. Maybe one day. I'm being encouraged by my director to not be sensible, have a midlife crisis, and just get it. If you want to pay my bills, I'll do it. Right, let's go MG Racing in just a couple of minutes' time. On the front row, let's have a look on my paper grid here. Full thing, yeah. Fergus Campbell on pole alongside Steve McDermott. If you're an MG fan, you'll know the name of the likes of Steve McDermott. His son is also racing. Jake is on row number 6. They're both racing in ZRs. There's plenty of names to recognise. One of my favourite actually is the likes of in the F class. You've got Mark Baker, Stuart Plotnick, Simon Kendrick, Martin Willis. Year after year they go head to head, and I know every paddock on Bark is friendly. I've never known those guys have so much fun when they come to a racetrack. It is not by any means about the racing. It is about just a bunch of guys enjoying themselves, racing MGs around some of the best tracks in the UK. They are ready to go. We've got a green flag at the back. We've got a 5-second board. This is a great view. This is wonderful. All the MGZRs at the front then. Let's see who gets away. On the left-hand side, Fergus Campbell. On the right-hand side of the 77, Steve McDermott. And it is McDermott who shoots off to the front. My goodness. At the back there, you see the MGBTs, the Roadsters, the Midgets. We will get back to this fight because, again, Mr. Sharp, reigning overall champion, because you get points in class, which then obviously round up to the end of season. So you do not have to win these races on the track. You just need to, of course, win your class to be the overall champion. And Will Sharp did that for the first time last year after around 20 years of trying. Remember interviewing at Pembrey in the last round last year. Quite emotional, in fact. But great to see people getting their just rewards after years of service and racing to a particular series. And he's raced in pretty much every type of MG as well. He's definitely raced in ZRs, definitely got a midget, an MGB GT. MG Fanatic is Will Sharp. And that is why he has the number 1 on the front of his car this year for the first time. Congratulations again, Will, for your success last year. At the front, let's have a look as they come round Goodwood towards Village and Church Corner. And the slight left-hander. That's the long left-hander, like foot down round Brooklands and Woodham Hill. And this is the club chicane for the first time. I mean, if you've been watching throughout the weekend, this is where it all happens, the club chicane, the amount of races. So Rob Addison, after starting 3rd position, 2nd row of the grid, is going to lead through lap number 1, ahead of Steve McDermott. We'll get some, yeah, it was Campbell, just making sure it was Fergus Campbell. I mean, it's the bright pink car, you can't miss it from probably if you're watching at Silverstone, you can see that bright pink car of Fergus Campbell. Fastest in qualifying, but drops down to 3rd after lap number 1. So the top 6 are all in the MGZRs, and it is just Mark Baker, who is one of our F-class competitors. That is the pink numbers. And then everything in blue, that's your roadsters, your midgets, and your MGB GTs. So they do tend to group together. No surprise to see Will Sharp at the head of that by 5 seconds already after 1 lap. He's not far off the back of Boniface in the ZR. Now, we only have Baker, Kendrick and Plotnick, so Martin Willis, who I thought I saw him on the entry list earlier, but he's not going to be racing today. Maybe I got that wrong. As we saw in the minis only 15 minutes ago, we will have races throughout the entire field. That is Mr. Baker, always up there in the F-class. He and Simon Kendrick and Stuart Plotnick, as I've already mentioned, every single year, head to head, always competitive, never the same winner. They've all won it between them. Nice to move around the outside in the ZR competition. Now with the rain on the lens here. Here we are, let's stick to the back, my favourites, excellent. That's Mr. Bainham in the number 2. And then in the car number 6, that's John Diffie, currently fighting for 3rd step of the podium in class. That is a fantastic looking car, isn't it? Bainham in the MGB Roadster. 1.8 litre engine on that MGB Roadster. In fact, 1.84 to be specific. So 1.3 second lead for Addison. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah. I don't like to see rubbing in these races. They're too precious for me. But in the 2, that's Jim Bainham in the MGB Roadster. And John Diffie in the midget. It's the Roadster v the midget at the top in Class A. But they are 11 seconds behind Will Sharp. Will Sharp, the Wayside Adhesives to be its full name, MG midget. Again, reigning overall champion. McDermott holding off Campbell, but well in view of Rob Addison. Jim Bainham is a former title winner in class, as is Gary Puxty, Malcolm Best and Mark Riorski, who's currently 5th in Class A. So there is Will Sharp. That is his championship overall winning car from last year. That's the 1.275 litre MG midget. It is absolutely beautiful. And as you can understand, soft top on today in the rain. It's wonderful to watch, a pleasure at trackside. Now we're inside here, but we get to walk through the paddock on our very, very short breaks between commentary stints. Back to the top, Rob Addison ahead of Steve McDermott and Fergus Campbell. They were row number 1 on the grid, McDermott and Campbell, but they've been jumped by Rob Addison. Now, in Class F, you've got Mark Baker, of course, leading in the 53. However, on the timing screen, just a second overall. They are split in the middle by Addison, but Simon Kendrick will be looking to close that gap as soon as possible. Through the club, there's chicane then for our leaders. There's going to be no change from lap number 2 or 3. This is one of our very few, in fact, the MG Owners Club is the only 20-minute race that we have today. They're going to have 2 races, every other race 15 minutes. We are approaching the halfway. Oh, yellow flags. Yellow flags are out. Cars are slowing down and bunching up. Ah, okay. We've not seen anything, but that doesn't bode too well. So we'll make sure the driver's okay before we, of course, show any images. Didn't see a car come off in vision. So Addison leads from the second row, jumping McDermott and Campbell. Marinda Golhar, who started on the third row, up into 4th place as things stand, ahead of Jonathan Candler, and he started on the front row. It's a real mix, isn't it? After the front 3 rows, they've really thrown the dice, and that's how things have landed. Mark Baker is leading in Class F ahead of Simon Kendrick, who are 7th and 9th respectively, and Will Sharp had built up a huge lead, and that will be dwindled potentially down to nothing. I've not seen a safety car deployed yet. However, it feels like there's a not quite a safety car or a recovery truck, one in the middle. So we'll update you as soon as we can on, looks like, well, it must be Fisher who was dropped out. Now, Rob Fisher was last on the grid. There's Will Sharp being flanked by the pace car, or the safety car. So a little bit not in the know right now. Driver's okay, that's good. However, on the left-hand side there, if you saw just in the barrier, can't quite tell the condition, but great to see. I believe that must be Rob Fisher, who started at the back and is the only one that's not come round for the last lap. That looks like a... no, is it actually... that is going to need to be repaired. We might be in for a bit of a delay here. So I think it's actually Luke Boniface, the car number 13. Yeah, it looked like the nose of a ZR. And Luke Boniface out of the race, but up and walking, which is what the first thing we ever want to see after an incident, is the driver up and walking away. So that's great to see. The car is apparently in the bushes. I'm not sure how we recover a car in the bushes at Thruxton. You can see where he's hit the wall. So that is Is that Church Corner where he's gone off? It might be Goodwood. We'll find out. It must have been at some sort of pace. In my mind, it can only be Goodwood or Church in my mind. Yeah, it's Goodwood he's gone off. Yeah, into the bushes at Goodwood. Here's Boniface. So we might be here for a little while. We've got 8 minutes left of race allocated time, but it is a red flag. That's no surprise at all, just waiting for the official red flag. So the cars will come back round to the grid or potentially into the pit lane. I feel like we could be here for a little while, but that's just speculation entirely from me. So the car, if you're just joining us, has left the circuit at Goodwood Corner, hit the barrier and ended up in the woodland area. So that will need to be recovered. The barrier will need to be rebuilt. I wonder if James down on the ground has got an interesting interview with somebody somewhere here at Thruxton. Oh, hang on a second. That might be the quickest barrier repair this year. They'll need to pin it. So all of these barriers, of course, you can see the plastic lining, then the ties, then the wall. They all need to be pinned back in. The pushing up is like stage number 1. Go on, lads, give it some. So it's a good chance to say a massive thank you to everybody at the side of the track. That's the marshals, the circuit managers, those on the recovery trucks. It is a massive, massive effort. All of them, the majority of volunteers, giving up their time to make sure we can just enjoy the racing from trackside and at home if you're joining us, of course, on the YouTube channel, Park TV. In all weathers, as we know, they make sure we are safe to go racing. That is the car of Mark Baker, leader in class, as we came to a pause. That's the MGF 1.8 litre. Sandwiched by the ZRs of Jonathan Candler, Andy Priest in the 87, and that's Joshua Addison in the 99. So you can see here what the difference was between the ZRs and the Fs and then the Class A, because they're only just making their way round to the back of the pack. That was the lead that Will Sharp has built. They were of course behind the safety, but it was a mammoth, it was about 25 seconds gap he had built on the rest of his class. Safety car making a move up the inside of the club chicane. Ah, excellent. That doesn't look too bad at first sight. I thought that might be a real front end. So maybe it was caught up in the rough and maybe didn't make its way all the way towards any tree trunks. But from this angle, I thought it might look worse. And in fact, the recovery truck is leaving the scene, which means it might even... Oh no, look under there. Under the front grille, there is definitely a few bits hanging down. So we'll wait and see. And I tell you what, the rain at Thruxton is coming down now. from our commentary position, we're just sort of looking onto the paddock car park and a few of the hospitality and event tents. And I tell you, it is wet. The camera you're looking at now is not doing this justice at all. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring in Charlotte Birch here to give us some insight on when you've got a red flag in this situation and you're a driver just sort of sat on the grid waiting. You don't even know if this race is going to restart. You've just been in sort of racing adrenaline mode for 10-15 minutes. Where's your head now?
Yeah, well, we had a similar kind of situation yesterday. I was leading the race. I think I had about a 4-second lead. I saw safety car comes out, and I'm already thinking of my plan to restart. And then it's just, red flag comes out, and you kind of have to just go from square one again. But I guess if you've had sort of not a great start to the race, then it's ideal. That's what you're after. But yeah, it's. I just think the leader is probably not too happy.
As we can see out the window here, it is pelting it down. So you're sat in your car, you've set your car up for what was a dryish track. It was getting better, and now it's incredibly wet. Do you want to carry on racing, or do you want to get back into the pits and just sort of take where I am right now?
I mean, again, it's situational. It depends where you are in the race.
Yeah.
I think if you're leading, you'd be pretty happy just to end
Call
the
it a
race
day.
there. Yeah. But if you've still got a few spaces that you can make up, then you want to get back out there. But with the rain getting worse, I guess everyone's in the same boat. I think if the race started dry, everyone's on a dry setup, so we're all in the same boat, and just see who's got the best car control and who can adapt to it the best.
Perfect. And right, I believe we can go down to James, who is somewhere around Thruxton Park, Paddock Park Ferme. Where is he? James, over to you. Let's have a chat with a couple of our drivers.
Thank you very much, Ewan. I'm down here in a very, miserable looking pit lane. It's almost as if someone's turned the showers on here at Thruxton, well and proper, because it's pouring down. But we can confirm from the chatter amongst the marshals that they are looking to restart this race. They are looking to get it going again, despite the red flag and the worsening conditions. We can also confirm that the driver of the crash car has left their vehicle. They have made their way into the hands of the medical team, and they are being assessed currently. So at the moment, we can be safe and cautious about that we give them our best, and we hope that they're okay. And we can confirm, as I say, they've made their way out the vehicle on their own as well, but they are with the medical team here at the track. We're listening at the moment for any more grumblings to see what's going to happen on the track, whether the race will indeed resume. If not, the Junior Saloon Car Championship, as you can see behind me, is already lined up in the assembly area, ready and raring to go. I'm just going to make my way over to the marshals. You want to keep on the saloon cars, John? Show everyone how lovely those cars are. I'm just going to come in here. I'm going to lean into the marshals. They're not on TV, so they shouldn't be scared. I know that's what they're normally scared of. But what are the grumblings? Are we going to get a race restart, do you think? They're still not sure. Okay, no worries. So we're still not sure whether we're going to get a race restart. And that is the latest. The safety car has just pulled back into pit lane though as well. The safety car has just come back into the pit lane as well. It's just at the bottom of the assembly area down there. You can see the green Fords poking out from behind our media centre there. So there is a potential, there is a possibility that we could get going again here. But obviously, as I say, nothing has been confirmed. So until I have more for you, Ewan, I think what I should do is hand back to you, because you can probably see what's going on the grid better than I can. So back to you, mate.
Thank you, James, as we watch the car number 13 pulled away towards the paddock once again, and the damage, it looked as though then, because that paddock, Goodwood is a right-hander and the damage is on the left, so it must have spun going into the wall and then sort of flicked off into the wooded area. But as I say, great to see the driver up and walking, and the car looks to me as though not quite fixable today, but not terminal damage. Now, We have gridded up again, and that looks to me as though it is the order they finished, well, the order they paused in. And we are going to be restarting, I believe. 8-minute restart. Charlotte, what do you know about MGs?
Not an awful lot, to be honest. I was just going to touch on normally after a red flag they'll go a lap previous and start from that position. So yeah, you see these cars, I guess, if on the lap that the red flag came out, if the driver made up a position, then he'll probably be a little bit fuming that he's had to go back a lap.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, we're on our green flag lap now.
Green flag lap, so we'll go around one time. Oh no, who's that? Oh, I thought a car stopped at the back there, one of the A classes, but they are getting underway again. So Will Sharp, just going out a picture on the left-hand side there, had built up a 20-second lead over his competitors in the A class, reigning overall champion. Now, these guys, of course, racing, adrenaline is high. Does it take long to get that buzz back up? Is it immediate, or do you have to sort of work your way into it?
To be honest, personally, as soon as that red flag comes out and you're gridded back up, it's nerves they build for me more so than a normal start. Because I think if I've had a really good initial start of the race, I just want to live up to that expectation, you know. So I put the pressure on myself a little bit. But yeah, I guess these guys, they just want to get back on with it now. So yeah, we'll see how they go on the restart.
We will wait and see. Round one time, I'm sure they will grid up and go from the gun again. Shouldn't be a rolling start, but we'll just wait and see. Now, weaving there, I mean, trying to get some heat into the tyres. Is it even possible to get heat into the tyres when we've literally it's been pouring down the last 10 minutes?
Yeah, I should think their tyres are pretty much stone cold now. I'd probably be working the brakes quite a lot, trying to get a little bit of temperature through them. The better way to warm the tyres up is through the brakes anyway. So the weaving helps, but yeah, I would really just be nailing those brakes, trying to generate as much heat as I can, and actually make sure the car stops going into the complex for the first time on the restart.
So a 20-minute race. We did have the first 12 before the incident. If you're just joining us, we're going to restart with 8 minutes to run. Leading the way, Rob Addison, when the red flag came out. He has jumped from the second row of the grid to be ahead of Fergus Campbell and Steve McDermott. In the A-class, the likes of Mark Baker is leading Stuart Plotnick and Simon Kendrick. 3 very good friends doing battle. Just the 3 in that class today. The likes of the midgets, the rotors, the MGBs. Very little over the course of the season. David Amphlett and reigning champion Will Sharp at the top of the leaderboard. Also got plenty of former class winners here, the likes of Jim Bainham, Malcolm Best and Mark Riolski. And the likes of those going for their first victories, potentially, although looking unlikely right now the way things are standing. The likes of Jake McDermott, the son of Steve McDermott, of course. Luke Boniface, Phil Walker, Riley Price, all gunning to be first step of the podium for the first time. Now Steve McDermott, of course, one of the most successful drivers in the series history. Already won a number of races this year as well. And he, going by the event programme, probably the hardest man to beat on track. However, Rob Addison is going to lead the way at the restart. They'll pull up to the grid. 23 entrants in this championship this weekend. It is always the most fun to watch. And going by the paddock, fun to be a part of as well. You're an instructor around here, Charlotte. What are you instructing your clients when there is standing water around the entire circuit?
You just got to avoid that standing water as best you can, particularly in the braking zones, because that will really catch you out. Around here, it is quite a grippy track, so even when the rain does come down, it is fairly grippy compared to somewhere like Donington. And I should think as well, Goodwood, where we saw Boniface come off earlier, there's 2 new strips of tarmac there, which you get on them, and it is really slippy, so it's easily done. And you'll feel in the car, when it's wet, you'll feel the car go really loose, really sliding on those new bits of tarmac. And as you get onto that older surface, more abrasive surface, the car will just come back to you. So you put the lights on now.
I'm going to come back to that. I didn't know new tarmac was slippier than old. Let's get back to that. Oh, look at this, a jump from Steve McDermott off the gun, and also going through Fergus Campbell. So Rob Addison, who started second row of the grid with the start of the 20-minute race, is going to drop right back to third, potentially fourth place. Not the restart he wanted. Look at the spray. These guys are not going to be able to see a thing other than Steve McDermott. That's going to be a massive, massive advantage. So what a great restart for, just mentioning his name, won so many races and championships over the course of his MG career. Now, spray, Charlotte, how much can these guys see?
Not an awful lot. I mean, the first position is where you want to be, especially in the wet. I should hope these guys will sort of rain-X their windscreen to try and help as best they can. And another thing as well with race cars is they steam up a lot as well. We always tell our drivers to stay out of the rain as best you can to try and minimise the amount that the screen will steam up. The blowers in these aren't great most of the time. So yeah, visibility isn't great. I'll be trying to, where I can, move out of the toe, just try and get a little bit of clear vision, try and stay out of the spray a little bit.
But of course, then if you get off the racing line, it's a slightly wetter line. You can't win, really, can you?
Yeah, it is a tricky situation, but again, everyone apart from the pole sitter is in the same boat. We've all just got to kind of take that extra caution that the guy behind you might not see you too well.
Steve McDermott leading the way in the 77 ahead of Fergus Campbell, and Rob Addison has maintained third place after a poor restart round through the club chicane. Now you mentioned there the 2 new strips of tarmac being a bit wetter. For those that aren't aware, like the different parts of the track have been here, some might have been laid decades ago, some is brand new. How conscious do you have to be of that?
Yeah, you see any of the drivers will know what I'm on about with these new strips of tarmac. It's a slightly different compound. I'm no tarmac specialist, but it is slightly different to the normal.
Oh, he's gone off 1 second. That's the 99. That is Joshua Addison in the MGZR. Oh, do you know what? He's on the pit lane exit. This might be okay. We might have yellow flags. We'll wait and see. But the windscreen wipers are still going. I hope the engine's still going too, and he can get away with that. You'll have to wait, of course, for all the A-class to come round. But as we were talking about slippy conditions, Addison straight into the wall. So just back to the tarmac there. Of course, you're more of a tarmac expert than I am.
And I think, funnily enough, around Allard, where Addison's just gone off there, I think there is a new strip of that same slippy tarmac there. So yeah, it seems to be catching people out. I'll be trying my best to.
And this is the insight we want, Charlotte, from our experts. This, we wouldn't have known that without you here. That is absolutely perfect. Bang on what we're looking for. So great to have you with us. And you weren't meant to be here for the MGs, but I hope you're enjoying MG racing anyway. As they go around then, the long right-hander. Now, to be fair, it's been semi-wet all day, but this is the first time we've seen cars sliding off 2 or 3 in succession. You've mentioned that Thruxton is a grippy track, and that's sort of coming to fruition.
Yeah, it is, and especially the other cars we've had out this morning, the trucks, they seem to leave quite a nasty track after, especially if the rain comes down. It always tends to be quite slippy following the trucks, so yeah, they'll be feeling that. But yeah, overall it is a grippier track compared to Silverstone or Donington.
Fergus Campbell nipping at the heels of Steve McDermott. Just about half a second separating those 2 guys, and here come the rest of the field around Allard. At the moment, managing to keep off the new bits of tarmac, the slippy bits, as we now know. There's Mark Baker, leader in class, and actually 5th overall, Mark Baker. In the MGF, that's remarkable against he's got almost half a dozen or more MGZRs behind him. Simon Kendrick, likewise, in the car number 42, one of the MGF drivers, 2nd in class and 8th overall right now. Will Sharp, as we anticipated, still maintaining that lead in Class A. However, He is only 1 second ahead of Jim Bainham, whereas previously there was a 20-second lead. Back to the front, McDermott. Campbell all over his rear view mirrors. Just over 3 minutes to remain. We get maybe 3.5, maybe not quite 4, maybe 2 or 3 more laps in after they cross the finish line on 0. So there is, well, just about make out the A-class here. Oh, number 87's gone off. That is Andy Preece in one of our MGZRs from my hometown, Cheltenham, in fact. Andy Preece gets back on track and back to our leader. As you say, Charlotte, we've got the windscreen going and the Rain-X. So, I mean, in wet conditions, sounds stupid, you only want to be in one position, don't you? You don't want any spray. There's some conditions when we see like the Caterhams racing with a lap to go, you kind of want to be 3rd or 4th or get the slipstream. Simon Kendrick, he just wants to get away from Campbell here.
Yeah, of course, you can see in his windscreen there, you can see the right side, looking on right side, is all steamed up, so he's probably just looking through that little hole where he's got a bit of clear screen there. But yeah, the second position, Campbell, he seems to be managing well with the spray.
And if we see his head out the window, we know the whole windscreen's steamed up then. So this is a race between 2 guys right now. In 3rd place, let's mention number 84. That's Jonathan Candler of the FTX Logistics Asgood Engineering sponsored MGZR. Its full name. Oh, there's Will Sharp, leader in class, but not having as comfortable time as he did have at the start of the full race. Oh, a big slide from McDermott! A swing back! Oh no! A big collision between our front 2, Steve McDermott and Fergus Campbell. They were almost side by side racing, and Steve McDermott just lost the back end and then pulled straight into the side of Fergus Campbell. That will be 2 retirements, that will be another safety car, and that might bring this race to its conclusion.
That'll be a red flag after that, so it'll be quite a big clean-up job there.
Well, that was a slide and a half. There's Fergus Campbell on the right-hand side, and he's probably going to be furious. He was doing the chasing, he was putting the pressure on. McDermott made the mistake, lost the back end, and then pure unlucky just as he swung around the corner to find the side of Fergus Campbell's ZR. Charlotte, I'm going to use your insight here. In your mind, let's put yourself in Fergus Campbell. He's been on the back end of that, chasing the leader. Not your fault. Almost serious damage. Are you angry? Is it racing incident? Do you understand?
From McDermott's perspective, I'd be pretty annoyed. Probably 1 lap towards the end, but you know, it's racing. The conditions are really hard at the moment, and yeah, it is hard to overtake around here. And I think Campbell's probably just saw his chance and gone for it, really.
So there is officially just over 1 minute remaining. But, I'm fairly confident that will be the conclusion of our first MG owners. They are always entertaining these races, but that is not the way we want to see them end. Steve McDermott, a multiple winner and championship winner, but sadly that is looking like pretty serious damage. He's out the car, he's walking okay. That's exactly what we want to see. We've already seen Fergus Campbell out of his car number 31, and here come our fantastic marshals. They'll be first on the scene. There's a lot of smoke coming out of that engine. Steve McDermott, I mean, if you can read into somebody's posture, just looks out. So the recovery trucks make their way out to the circuit for the second time in this race. Our next race on track, which you're actually here for, Charlotte, is the Junior Saloons. They will already be in assembly. So now you put yourself in their position. Like during your mentoring, Of course, you give them track advice. Are you giving them advice on racing situations like this? They could be sat there for 15, 20 minutes now.
Yeah, I think it's about sort of managing your emotions at this point. I know for me personally, sitting in the assembly area is probably my worst point of going racing. It's nerves. You don't know what's going to happen next. So, yeah, I'd just be trying to keep a cool head, giving them any last minute advice, and obviously if any of these cars, if you've seen a big crash there, if any of them have dropped any fluid, want to be reporting to them, whether there's anything to look out for on the track. You can see a little bit of debris there just to the left side of the track, which hopefully that'll be cleared up before the juniors go out, but there could be stuff left behind, so you'd just be saying on that green flag lap, just keep an eye out for anything that could...
That's a really good point. That looks like it might be the bonnet of Fergus Campbell's ZR that's just on the apex. But we're going to go down, I think, to James Roberts, who is going to find somebody to speak to in either Parc Fermé or the paddock or the pit lane. And he's just trying to make sure he got somebody to have a chat with, get their insight down on the ground as well. But, we're going to get an official result in too. So as you can imagine, this will not be a restart, that will be race done. Now it's a matter of, if the race is of course ended there, does Steve McDermott still get the win?
This is a bit of a grey area, I guess.
I'm not asking you to make it official.
Yeah, this is obviously normal rules. You go back a lap, but if it's the pole sitter and the second place that has caused the red flag, then I don't know. Maybe it's down to the stewards, I guess.
In that case, does Rob Addison get the win? Maybe from third place. Who knows? We will find out. Thankfully, it's not for us to decide. That's to our fantastic race control team. We'll let you know as soon as we know. Now, there is one more race in this championship. It was due to start at 3 o'clock. It's our first race after lunch. We had 23 entrants. I'm fairly confident it's going to be down to 20 after losing McDermott and Campbell. We also lost earlier on. Who did we lose earlier on into the woods?
Boniface.
I'm so glad you're here. It was Boniface that we lost earlier into the woods. But that car didn't look too bad. A big side shunt.
Yeah, I mean, just from what we saw on the stream, I just think maybe beat the panels back. As long as it's done no damage to the cage or the floor, I guess they can kind of just beat that back. I think it had a couple of windows missing as well, so if they've got spares, then I guess it could head back out, but we don't know the full extent of the damage there.
We will wait and see. So I think James has got somebody on the ground, so let's jump to James Roberts to speak to, and we'll get some insight from potentially a couple of the drivers.
Well, an eventful end to the first race in the MG Owners Club category. People are celebrating and smiling here in Parc Fermé, but there's still no official race result confirmation. Obviously, we're deliberating that at the moment because it was first and second who were currently running overall that caused the red flag, so it means that they can't be classified as first and second potentially, so we're still waiting for confirmation on who's actually won. But I can tell you that a class leader at the time was Mark Baker, so I'm looking for Mark Baker in the 53 car because he will have won his class. Do you know where Mark Baker is?
No, but if you want to do Class A, we know I'm here.
Are you Will Sharp then?
I am, yeah.
Will Sharp, you come forward because you were leading your class as well.
Yeah.
So you pretty much won in class. How do you feel?
I feel great. It's really nice. Stop-start races are always a bit funny when you're leading with a big lead before the safety car came in, that you're comfortable, and then you see that come back out. You're always mindful who's going to be on your tail, and when you've got the likes of Jim and stuff with the experience he's got around this track, you've got to keep your sights forward and keep going. So just made the most of it, and yeah, kept strokes over the line. It's always nice to see the checkered flag. It's never nice on a red, but you know, win's a win.
It's not the way we want any race to end, really. But reigning champion, getting this weekend off to a good start. How are you feeling for the rest of the day?
I'm feeling really confident. I'm feeling good. You know, there's a few little mods to my car, and it felt great around here. And even though I've had it for so long, you can still make little changes that kind of help. So I just want to say hello to my granddaughter and my grandson, if that's all right.
Let's say hello. Hi. What are their names?
Hi, Josephine and Nesta. Hello, I hope you're all alright, and I'll see you all later. Toy Story power.
I love it. Thank you so much, Will. Right, we're still trying to find Mark Baker, wherever Mark Baker's gone. I'm looking at Jim because Jim might be able to help me. He's over there. Mark. You where? Where, Jim? But whoa! Don't say that about your friend. He's got a little bit of hair. Mark. Hello, sir. So no official race result confirmations yet to come through still, but we can confirm you were leading your class, so the likelihood is that you've probably claimed yourself a win. So how does that make you feel?
I'm just glad I survived, to be fair, because the second, the restart, it was interesting to say the least. You couldn't see a thing.
Well, I mean, the rain is obviously causing havoc with all the racing today, and that is eventually what got the best of the two drivers right at the end of the race there. Look, you must be feeling quite confident going into the next race of the day and the final race of the weekend with a little bit of a win to your name.
Yeah, it's I'm not a particular fan of the wet, but that was okay. So
I'm yet to find someone who is, so don't worry.
Well, I know people that are, and they love it, but fingers crossed we can convert it to another win in the afternoon.
Well, best of luck. Hope you enjoy it. Now, junior saloons are lining up. They haven't had a warning board just yet. I think we're going to potentially try and find the man who might have won overall. And that'll be Jonathan Candler. Where's Jonathan? Jonathan! Right, so still no official race result confirmation. First and second obviously caused the red flag. So, form dictates that they shouldn't be counted in the final race result, but nothing's official. But if it were to be official that way, you would have won the race. You were biding your time, I guess, in third place, and you mastered the wet.
Yeah, it was really tricky after the second red flag, and the visibility was so poor. And I've kind of got into third place. I looked in the mirrors, I knew it was clear. I thought, I'm quite happy just to sit here, and I know the other two were away, so I thought I've got to finish here because it was really difficult conditions. And then I come around the corner, they're both sideways in the grass. So I'm thinking, I might take this, and I just kind of like just survive for 4 or 5 corners. The red flag come out, and then for the next 10 minutes I'm going, have I won this or not? I don't know. But yeah, if I've won, I'm absolutely chuffed. I said, since I've started racing, if I can win at Thruxton, I'm happy, and I could have possibly done that in front of a load of friends and families and sponsors, so really excited if it has come off.
Well, look, I'm really sorry I can't be Father Christmas and bring your Christmas wishes early to you, but we will obviously keep things crossed for you. But how does that make you feel going into the final race of the weekend? Obviously, the two main competitors ahead of you might not be taking part, depending on the state of their cars and how much repair work they can get done over the next couple of hours. So, do you think you could take maybe another win, a bit more officially maybe?
Yeah, hopefully a bit more officially. If I could take the checkered flag, that'd be amazing, but it certainly gives me a bit of a confidence, because I was a bit worried, like, it's the first time I've ever driven this car in these conditions, and like I say, I've only ever driven it once at a track day, so this is the first proper test of it, and I can't believe I've potentially won a race, so I'm absolutely chuffed.
Now look, before I let you go, tell me about the big massive Army Motorsport logo on your overalls.
Yeah, so I was racing yesterday at Anglesey in the Armed Forces Race Challenge on my Peugeot 306, so we drove back last night, got here about 3 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, do the Armed Forces Race Challenge in a different championship and try and do my hand at some single make racing here. But yeah, I'm a reservist soldier, and like I say, the Army really support that, and anyone doing sport in the Army, it's a really good push for people and a really good incentive to join the services.
Well look, a massive thank you for your service to this country and indeed to the racing this weekend. It's been a lot of fun to watch. You're getting told off, so you need to get back in your car and move on. I actually need to move on as well to the next championship series, so I'm going to squeeze past your door. I'm so sorry. So sorry. John, carefully move with me, because it's junior saloons that are next. Junior saloons. I'm ignoring all traffic rules, violating everything. Please don't run me over. That's all right. John, you're just going to have to play catch up with me, I'm afraid, because the junior saloons are soon to go out. Sorry, John, this is just chaos. I know, I do apologise. Well, I don't really. We've got to cover the racing at the end of the day, haven't we? Oh my goodness. Goodness me. Ted Kravitz doesn't have it this hard, does he? Honestly. Goodness me. Right, so junior saloons will be the next ones to go out. And, oh goodness, I can't get my notes in order. Jonathan Paul will be starting on pole, if I can squeeze through to their car. Jonathan Moore. Look, my notes are everywhere. But thank you for correcting me.
You're very welcome.
Will it start soon?
Anybody's guess when this is going to start.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. See, we're all loosey-goosey here at Thruxton now. Right, let's squeeze in here with the pole sitter. Jonathan, can we up at the... I don't know how the... Oh, thank you very much. I won't dink his car too much. How are you feeling? Pole position? That's pretty good.
Pole round here. Pole anywhere is great. Better at sim circuits, and those you really can't break away here. Looking forward to seeing what the track's like. It was just raining quite hard 10-15 minutes ago. Now it's stopped, so don't think it'll be wet necessarily, just very greasy, very slippy. Quite awkward because as drivers you always either want it full wet or full dry. It's when it's in that kind of mid-section where it gets difficult. But yeah, we've gone wet setup on the car. I think everyone probably has, although we'll see what we can do.
Well, look, best of luck. Enjoy it. That's the main thing at the end of the day. Self-closing door there. That was helpful, John. Let's see who else we can squeeze in with before track action begins. Oh my goodness, I'm going to drop my notebook. I'm going to knock someone over on crutches. I'm so sorry. Let's have a chat with Luca Maserati and squeeze in here. I don't know how your door opens either, Luca. Hang on a second. Oh, there you go. Look at me, John. I should work for the RAC. Right, Luca, talk to me. How are you feeling out of this one?
Probably not as good as the first race, you know, obviously raining, massive downpour, but we'll see what happens. It's all to play for. It's anyone's guess who could win this one, so we're really close on pace.
It really is anyone's guess this weekend. Best of luck. Anyone's guess with the weather as well. John's shown me a very depressing weather radar, and I'm trying not to bring it up that my cameraman's upset me that much. Oh, thank you so much, sir. Goodness me, can you hold everything else for me, or I'm trying to just squeeze through. I'm trying to get a word in with Harry Smith, the final one towards the front. Harry, oh goodness me, this has been rough. The rain continues to pour here at Thruxton, but you're looking forward to getting to go racing again, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. After penalties were applied yesterday, I ended up finishing first, so I took the win yesterday. But every wet race we've had so far this season, I've been really successful in. I've been really quick in, so hopefully we can repeat that here and take the win again.
Well, look, best of luck. I'm going to leave it there because you've got 1 minute until you go live. So we're going to step back to the back of these cars, John, because otherwise we're just going to get run over and it's going to be messy. And no one wants to see that happen to a cameraman at the end of the day. Oh, listen to this. Well, see, look, that was really nice while it lasted, but then it stopped. But look, just look at the fantastic livery as well of the number 110 car, John. Just to the right. I mean, that's fantastic from Josh Salvadore. The Lightning McQueen-esque racing livery. And we've got the green flag here in the assembly area. The cars are beginning to make their way out onto this Thruxton circuit once again, with Jonathan Moore leading the way, Maserati just behind him, Smith as well, and the rest of the field will join him. And there's nothing left to do but hand over to Ewan Dunlop, who once more takes you through some exhilarating racing action here at Thruxton circuit.
Ewan Dunlop alongside Charlotte Birch, who is a racing driver in your own right, Charlotte, and also instructor at Thruxton and instructor mentor for the junior saloons too.
I have, yeah. I've been working with Carl Wells majority of this year. Yeah, we're working with all the drivers of Inner Sports. It's Josh, Francisco, and Kyle. So yeah, look forward to see how they all get on. It's going to be tricky conditions. So.
And although we are neutral, you are a Vinner Motorsport at heart, yeah?
I am, but for the next 15 minutes, I am neutral.
I don't mind at all, don't worry. We'll go through the grid in just a moment. Just bring up to speed though. The result yesterday was changed. Harry Smith was given the win, although Jonathan Moore crossed the finish line first after his cutting the corner at the Club Chicane. We'll get on to that. So row number 1 for race number 2 this weekend, Jonathan Moore alongside Luca Maserati. On row number 2, Harry Smith and Alexander Bergbaum. Row number 3, Josh Salvadori and Kieran Roberts. Behind them, Ollie Kerr and Ollie Law. On row number 5, Jake Renshaw and Jude Cooper. Smith so far 5 wins this season. Moore's got 2, Salvadori's got 2. Row number 6, James Sherrington alongside Wilf Butler. On row number 7, Ben Smiles and Harvey Kersley. Then Will Crewsden alongside Bertie Bream. Behind them, Francisco Howitz and Will Oatley. And on row 10, Kyle Wells alongside Caitlin Scharfegger. Row number 11, Lewis Stannard is with Sherry Ann Powell, and at the back looking to make up places as soon as possible, Tom Algar and Lexi Powell. And that is your grid. So just to remind you, yesterday's exhilarating race. What an ending. Never seen anything like it in the junior saloons. But Jonathan Moore judged to have just cut too much of the corner at the last chicane. And although crossing the line first by 1/10 of a second, the win has officially gone to Harry Smith. Luca Maserati retained third place ahead of Josh Salvadori, Ollie Kerr and Kyle Wells were your top 6. Now, all these drivers, Charlotte, youngsters, 17, is it 17 and under, 16 and under?
So it's 14 to 17.
14 to 17. There's absolutely no fear in these boys and girls. When you're advising them, of course, on the sort of racecraft, you must be discussing wet circuit tactics as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as we were saying around here earlier in the MG race, it's quite a grippy track, and obviously we've seen those new parts of tarmac catch some people out. So yeah, I've told these guys to sort of just take it easy sort of around Goodwood and just get through those slippy parts of tarmac. As soon as you get to the old tarmac, the grip's back. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these guys get on.
Now, last year's championship winner Dara Flock got on to greater things, as the winners tend to do. There's been some great stories about previous championship winners going on to do some fantastic racing series. And also Cameron Pratt-Taylor, who was a Finna Motorsport driver, your second place guy last year. What are those guys doing now?
So they're both in Brit Car at the moment. We was actually speaking to Cam just over text messages. They had a really successful weekend when they were last here last year. I think we had two or three wins with Cam last year. So we know Vinna can build a good car around here. So interesting.
So they are on a second green flag lap. So we are just waiting now for things to get underway. So due to the wet conditions, 2 times around the circuit, and this is another of our 15-minute races. You've been, of course, in a Junior Saloon Car Championship. It's a great place to be, very well supported. Obviously enjoyed your time there.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. The paddock is so friendly, and the championship has just improved in all aspects since so I think I did it in 2017. Since then, the grid sizes have grown massively, driving standards is a lot better, everything about the championship is just improving, so it's looking really good.
The driver skills sort of improving, that's down to the team behind the teams, isn't it? There's loads of people that get the junior saloons running.
Yeah, I mean, Vicky and Dave, they do a great job with this championship, and Craig, the clerk of the course, everyone just nailing down on driving standards, and you know, this is some of the best junior racing, and a lot of the time you see these juniors putting on a better performance than even some of the seniors. So yeah, they're doing really well with the championship.
And after your junior saloon career, you went to Brit Car and you've done GTs, you're now in the Civics, doing loads of things, aren't you?
Yeah, trying to. Went to rear wheel drive. My heart's with GT racing, but my bank account isn't, unfortunately. So yeah, we've gone to Civic racing, back to front wheel drive. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
Cool, perfect. Looking forward to seeing the next 15 minutes through with you, getting your ideas on. If you had to, I mean, from last year, we know Dara and Cameron moved on, but you got the likes of Jonathan Moore and Harry Smith, who did very well last year. They're looking to potentially become a champion. How much does at least 1 or 2 seasons in the class give you an advantage over your opponents?
Yeah, you usually see drivers come in for their first or second year, and then they move on, and their third year really is their championship year. You take the first couple as learning years, because it's a lot to take on board, moving from karts to cars or just straight into cars. But yeah, we've seen Luca Maserati, who's its first year this year, and he's doing really well. You see him on the front row there. So you can just come in and be competitive straight away.
Well, you didn't kart, did you?
No kart, straight to cars. Yeah, it's brave.
Right, on the front row, on the left-hand side in the yellow, that is Jonathan Moore. 2 wins so far this season. Second place yesterday after crossing the finish line in first. Luca Maserati yesterday, a 3rd place finish. He starts alongside him up the top, and also another man to watch just behind Jonathan Moore there on the left hand side. 5 wins so far this season for Harry Smith, and on the right hand side in the black and red, Alexander Bergbaum. They are under starters orders and they'll move away. We are racing. Good getaway from Jonathan Moore. He's going to maintain that advantage. Luca Maserati is going to slip in behind. Harry Smith is going to retain third place. We're going to see battles throughout the entire field here. As Charlotte has said, we've got new drivers, second-year drivers, third-year drivers, all in different experiences. For several of them, it will be their first ever racing experience around Thruxton as well. Jonathan Moore maintains through the complex, or a little bit just over the grass there on the left-hand side. Let's wait and see how this plays out as they exit and make their way. Oh, hang on a second, we've got a spin up. Hopefully no contact, that is just a spin. Well, there is spray in the air. He's going to get away safely, just waited for a chance to re-exit the track. That is the Lightning McQueen liveried junior saloon car, who James had a chat with. Oh no, we had a chat with a few of the drivers, but just looked at the car. It's a fantastic livery. But look at this, this gives a chance for one to get away at the front. 3 side by side around Church and towards Brooklands. Oh, another spin! Another one's off, and that's going to be a bumpy ride over the grass. Hopefully avoid all of the cars. Does so. Well, that is a sign of the track conditions, and that is also great handling, it must be said, to keep that car not just on track but avoiding any other collisions too. That is going to be the story of this race, keeping control. Of course, you want to overtake, you want to get sort of down the track, but keeping 4 wheels on the track.
Yeah, well, hats off to all the drivers for avoiding both of those incidents. See, Harry Smith's dropped quite a while back there, in quite a big pack there, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets through this
Round
pack.
Club corner, we see there, we've lost a wing mirror on the car, number 70, but the leaders, that's a great advantage. Let those behind just battle amongst themselves. You keep gaining some meters, and all of a sudden you're going to be very, very hard to catch. But yeah, Harry Smith, that looks like 5th position to me from starting 2nd row on the grid. So lost a couple of positions, but he's a good enough driver to be able to make his way through that pack. They come through the complex. Harry Smith looking for a gap on the inside. I know you're going to be looking at the Vinner liveried cars here, Charlotte. What do you think so far?
Yeah, obviously not a great start for Josh. It's really hard conditions out there. But Kyle, he started. Where's he starting? Further back, sort of out of position where he should have been. But he'll be carving through the field there.
And Harry Smith trying to carve through two competitors here as they go round the track on only their 2nd lap, but it feels like we've had a few worth of incidents already. That is a great move up the inside from the car number 78. It's Kieran Roberts in the 78. Well, again, youngsters with absolutely no fear whatsoever. Harry Smith though, power down, and gets to kick on and pick up 2 places. Back to the front though.
Johnny Moore's really got the best seat in the house there. He's looking in his mirrors and he's seeing Luca now getting picked up by Roberts, and then he's looking in his mirror thinking, you guys carry on fighting, I'm just going to check out.
How much time on a lap time, if you're like off the racing line looking forward, looking back, how much physical time per lap are you potentially losing?
Johnny now, he's in the ideal situation. You see Luca there just losing a position. You're going to lose so much time fighting, defending, going into corners offline. So yeah, Johnny's really lapping it up now.
Jonathan Moore, of course, that battle yesterday came down to a 1/10 of a second. They were like that the entire race. Harry Smith nearly sneaked in to get a win there as well. Well, he did get a win in the end, but just pipped at the post officially. But full results gave him the win over Moore. Maserati 3rd, Josh Salvadori in 4th now. Salvadori, where's he dropped to? Salvadori on the time, I can't even see. Oh, he's down to 17th after starting, 5th on the grid. So maybe an incident there that we didn't catch up with for Josh Salvadori. But concentrate on the front there, the wing mirror. If you've got a wing mirror hanging off, it's banging around in the wind. Is it just sort of like completely blank out of your mind, or is it really, really frustrating?
I'd probably be a little bit frustrated with it. Obviously, the visibility isn't great as it is, so losing a mirror, yeah, that's really going to sort of affect his driving. But yeah, he'll just be using that rear view as much as he can and just really focusing on sort of spatial awareness and trying to figure out where the other cars are behind him.
Obviously, you can only see his right-hand side now as well, so he can't even look at his mirror to see left-hand side. But Moore, a 4-second lead over Kieran Roberts in the 78, the green car. And then, I mean, he has got a real challenge now to keep his eyes behind him. He's got 3 cars chasing him down. Smith, Butler, Maserati all in the fight. Harry Smith will be probably a frustrated figure. Now he's got his right indicator on. That's very polite of him to say I'm coming in now to move in between you two. And this is classic junior saloon. It's nose to tail the entire way, isn't it? The bravery always amazes me of these guys. Top speed of these cars, Charlotte?
They usually talk, well, around here, I'd say maybe 108, around that.
And with a car a metre in front of you with the spray as well, I'm not sure I could do it.
Yeah, and the cornering speeds of these around here through Church are doing, well, I don't know because I don't look at the speedo, to be honest. But I should think that they're doing well into 100 mile an hour through Church, flat out corner. So yeah, it's brave stuff from these guys, and them all sort of keeping it on track in these kind of conditions. Hats off to them, doing really well.
I know you, for those that missed our conversation earlier, you did race yesterday, got a second place and a win. You were involved in 2 brilliant fights. You know what's going through the minds. When you were leading in both races yesterday, you've got to look backwards, of course. Are you spending more time looking forwards or backwards?
You have to kind of manage it. I know when I was in these guys' position when I was a junior, I used to look at my mirrors more than I was looking ahead of me, and it just slows you down so much. You just have to try your best to just really focus on what's going on ahead of you, and you'll pull away from the pack. As we see what Johnny's doing there, I doubt he's rarely checking in his mirrors. He's just trying to get his head down and get away from these guys.
Now Smith has made a big move down the right-hand side there on the outside of Brooklands, and he's got past as well. So Smith is into second place. He will start hunting down Jonathan Moore to go for a second win of the weekend. Has he got a bit deep in there into the club chicane? No, picks up the curbs absolutely perfectly. So the number 78, Kieran Roberts, down to third place after a brilliant opening half to this race. But as you say, Jonathan Moore kind of like move away now. Let's look at the race for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. That's Maserati, Butler, Law and Wells. I mean, that's your Vinner at the back there, isn't it? Your 3 cars, the Vinner Motorsport, you've got 2 in that, or 1 in that pack, haven't you?
Yes, we've got Kyle Wells just there in that pack, just at the back there. He didn't have the best qualifying, but he's a good racer. We've got a red flag there.
Oh, we do? Wow. Okay, we'll wait and see what that is for and bring you news as soon as we can. That will bring the entire pack back together. So that is the vehicle. The 95, Smiles, Ben Smiles, who qualified 7th row of the grid. So we'll just making sure he is okay. And the red flag's waving now. Jonathan Moore, he's going to be absolutely gutted, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the same thing that happened to me yesterday. You pull such a big gap, and now he's going to have Smith right behind him for the restart. So he's just going to try and replicate. That's great to see Ben out the car.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. Ben Smiles out the car, looking disappointed, but in one piece and healthy. That is absolutely fantastic. He'll be gutted. The Chandler Motorsport sponsored vehicles. So 2nd consecutive red flag. So this one hopefully shouldn't be too long. The barrier clearly needing a bit of repair, and the drivers, they'll come back to the grid. And in the junior saloons, there's no communication from the car to your team, is there? Or is there?
No, so it's all just done on the pit wall. You'll just have your guys with the pit wall, the pit board out the pit wall. So yeah, not too much communication from race control to the cars.
And if you could nip to the grid now to speak to your drivers, what are you saying?
I'd be saying to Kyle to kind of get his head down. I know he's a good racer, and he'll hopefully get through that pack. I know Josh, he's quite cool-headed anyway, and I know he didn't have the best start, so I think he'll just be recouping and just trying to get on it for the restart.
So we will wait and see what happens. There's over half of this race remaining, so plenty of racing time. Now, as a result of yesterday's final result, Harry Smith taking the win. Prior to the race yesterday, Smith and Moore were tied on 188 points. Over the last couple of years, I feel like you've tended to get somebody at the start of the season like really rush away with things, then try to drag them back in. To have a tie at the top, that's great for the series, isn't it?
Yeah, it is great, and we've got Josh not far behind them there. So yeah, I think when it comes down to that double points round at Brands at the end of the year, that's going to be really interesting. The championship is so tight. This sort of saying earlier, the championship's just getting better and better. It's so competitive. All the cars are so close. So yeah, it's hotting up a little bit.
Now, these cars are, of course, all the Saxos. They're very, very finely matched. Does it just come down to race driver, racecraft and skill, or is there anything the teams can do to get a slight, whether it's tyre pressure or tyre compound, or what can they do to make the little difference?
Yeah, there's I won't give you too much, but there are a few things that the teams and the drivers can do with the cars. But yeah, it is like any single make series, any tiny little improvement or advantage means so much. Even down to on the dyno, you need to get everything you can out of the cars because it is so competitive and they're so evenly matched.
Not giving any Vinner secrets away there.
Can't give any away.
Now, another question I was thinking about yesterday when I knew you were coming for this one. How much can you teach a driver how to drive? We know we have, like, you see the drivers who have got the natural talent, and you get the ones that have, like yourself, never done karting but come straight into cars. How much can you teach, and how much is it pure, natural, sort of inbred racecraft?
I think it comes down to the driver and how much the driver wants it. I mean, like take Cam from last year as an example. He was so focused, just put everything into it, and you see that with our drivers this year. It just comes down to the driver and how much they want it and how much they want to put into it. You can have a driver who's talented but doesn't listen to anyone, and they're not going to be no good.
Kids are not listening. What are you talking about?
So yeah, you kind of want the full package. You want someone little flair, like natural talent, but you also want them to want it just as much as you do.
Yeah. Have you got the eye where if you're watching a junior race for the first time and you watch a few laps, can you like pick out they look fantastic? Like if I was watching a football match of youngsters, I could, after 10 minutes I can go, they're the best three players. Can you do that with drivers?
Yeah, of course. The car, it comes alive when you've got a really fast driver in the car. The car just, it comes to life, and you can tell a difference between a fast car and a slow car when it comes around that pit wall. You tell the engine note and just the mannerisms of the car. You can tell if a driver's really on it. So yeah, that's kind of the main indicator. Just the attitude of the car.
Brilliant. Now, you've raced in junior saloons, it's a brilliant championship. For any drivers, young drivers watching at home wanting to get into the sport, what's your advice? What's their first step on the ladder?
I think the Junior Saloon Car Championship is a great place to start. I mean, when I started, I was 13 and I didn't know if I'd go into karts late or just jump straight into cars. And we looked at some of the prices of the karting, and it's crazy money. So yeah, we just found the Junior Saloon Car Championship, which is amazing, like value for money. Don't lie, secret that racing is expensive. So yeah, it is great value for money, and it's really good stepping stone into cars.
Fantastic. So the car is being cleared now. That is going to be a weekend over. For Ben Smiles, unfortunately, in 95. Qualified on the 7th row of the grid. Currently 18th in the championship, been scoring fairly sort of consistent points. Wasn't had too great weekend at Cadwell Park, but got half decent points at Pembrey in each round at the 2 rounds ago. And in fact, had his best race of the season in race number 1 at Castle Combe in the last round. So unfortunately, won't be able to move up on that. He will make a few overtakes on the inside, coming around Club Corner though. Now let's get some. I mean, that looks more than superficial to me, Charlotte. What's your expert opinion there?
It looks like they could bring it back. I mean, Dave and Vicky, they're doing great things to make the cars a little bit more stable. They've got a new front clip, and if that car's got the front clip fitted, then it could just be maybe cosmetic there. So yeah, we could see him back out for the next race. Just depends how quick Charler Motorsport want to get on that car and get it turned around.
I mean, the next race is in our schedule for the Junior Saloons. 4:05 official start time, but with the delays, we tend to push things back a little bit. However, we've got a lunch break of 45 minutes, which is often, unfortunately, the first thing to get eaten into if we are running behind. But plenty more races to come prior to that, against a 12 race schedule today. This is only our fourth, so a third of the way in. Now, that is another car you pointed out there, Charlotte. Well done, coming into the pits. Who did that look like to you?
It was a darker car. I couldn't tell if the front end had damage or not.
So possibly a second car out of our race, but it was a little bit too far away. Might get a camera on that. I know there was a camera that watched that one come into the pits. So another car has just pulled into the pits, but we can't quite make out who that was. We're going to get a 7-minute restart on this race. And we'll try and find out who that was coming in. Didn't see anybody with any sort of technical issues or mechanical issues when we were out during the race.
Got blue sky coming out
Yeah,
as well now,
it
so
actually
this
looks
could
quite
shake
nice.
things up a little bit. This track does dry out very
It's
fast.
remarkably fast. Like the rain we had this morning, and then by race number 2, it looked like dry conditions.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast this track dries out, and it's very windy as well, so that will all help. So this could shake things up for the race. We could see a drier end
Now,
to the race.
You are our on-site tarmac expert. How does that work? I mean, like, this is a slightly a jokey question, but what makes a tarmac? I mean, I thought like asphalt is asphalt, right? Clearly not the case. There's clearly some that dry quicker than others. It's bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah, if you see the actual circuit, you'll see there's this is kind of more of a reddy kind of colour
Yeah.
to the tarmac, and you'll see around Goodwood and around Allard, it's a lot darker. Someone going the wrong way up the pit lane just there. But yeah, you can see a difference in the circuit, and it just has different grip levels, which are generally okay in the dry, but as soon as that gets wet, you'll know about it. You see the darker patch
there
just
we
there
go.
in the middle.
So the middle bottom of your screen there, that new strip of tarmac where we've already lost one car.
And then a little bit further over to the left, that tarmac moves further onto the racing line, so you have no option but
so
to
let's
drive
have a look.
on
I think
it.
we might even have contact with the cameraman here. So this strip of tarmac down the centre of this turn, it does get closer to the inside line the further you go around, doesn't it? Yeah. There we go.
See it just panning
Well,
around.
who knew? We are learning here today, Charlotte. Even my director's mind is blown.
You might be able to see just on the inside by the apex. You see the change just here.
Oh yes, right. Stop there, cameraman. We just saw there. So the new bid ended, and then on the apex, that's where the new tarmac stopped, and the old one restarted again. This is brilliant. I mean, generally, when we look at a bit of tarmac, it's like, oh, what should we talk about now? We're talking about the road. This is great. So Harry Smith looking for his 6th win of the campaign. Jonathan Moore and Josh Salvadori looking for their 3rd apiece. Now, the guys on top coming into this weekend, it was 188 points they were tied on. So yesterday would have split them. However, there's bonus points in there's one bonus point for the fastest lap in the race, and I mean this is a high point scoring championship. 25 for the win, 22 for second, 20 for third. So the guys that are not finishing races, it's a massive disadvantage in terms of the championship at the end of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. It's always going to be quite a big hit. So Smiles there, he's lost a fair load of points there. But yeah, this circuit here, Thruxton, it is probably one of the grippiest tracks, I'd say. But yeah, it's just when it gets wet, those couple of little patches, they're a little bit slippy. But yeah, it's really abrasive circuit.
Now, well, let's go back to tarmac just for 1 minute, okay? What circuit has the best tarmac? I never thought I'd ever ask this question, right? But we're here now. We're on this journey. What circuit in the UK has the best tarmac?
Oh, the pressure's on now. Round here, apart from those odd patches, it is really grippy.
Okay.
But I'd say somewhere like Donington is probably one of the worst because you've got the airport.
The worst?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have the airport just off to the side, and you have all the fuel, and it just dumps out
See,
onto the track.
I've heard some people say, "Oh, that's just a myth," but there must be something in that.
It might be a myth. I might just be
No,
absolutely
I think enough people say it for it to be a thing. You can see here, if you look in our commentary position, we've got a map of the circuit here, which we're constantly referring to as well. So if you ever hear me go, what corner's that? Because I'm looking at the circuit map here, which is absolutely brilliant. Very rarely we get these in our commentary booths. So usually it's just scribbled on a bit of paper somewhere. So to have a real life one, not quite life size, but it's absolutely huge. It's great to have. Charlotte, enjoying your experience of a commentator stuff. It's been brilliant, by the way. I never thought we'd get so deep into such sort of nuances of British motorsport.
Yeah, no, I'm really enjoying it, to be fair. Like I say earlier, my passion's motorsport, and I talk, so...
As we said very early this morning, it's not your first time on the mic, is it? You've done interviews in the Porsche series, is that right?
Yeah, I've been doing a bit of interviewing the Porsche Junior drivers in Carrera Cup. Been doing a bit of interviewing there. Yeah, I'm just sort of trying to try a different side of motorsport. I mean, obviously my heart lies with the driving, but yeah, just dip my toes.
You see so many drivers now, though, once they finish driving at any age, broadcasting is generally like the career second choice, isn't it? And I must say, from my point of view, I just love what I do. It's an incredible, you get to go to some amazing places like you do as a driver anyway, but it's great that you're enjoying it.
Yeah.
I think we'll have you back, if that's all right. Right, we're going to have a 7-minute restart. Will we have one green lap or two? We had two the last time round, but the track is drying up, and I mean, it's up to race control, of course. They'll make the decision. We will find out hopefully very shortly. Not mentioned yet, the car 33. That's Lexi Powell. There's only 3 girls on the grid. We need more, don't we?
Yeah, we do. I think there's quite a lot of movement towards women in motorsport, and I've never really touched on it too much because I don't want to be known because I'm a girl. I want to be known because I'm a good driver, you know. But yeah, it is nice to see more girls coming into it. And there's more initiatives coming around now, and yeah, it is great. And we've got 3 girls on the grid this time. Lexi Powell, who I believe is something to do as well with the trucks. I've met her at the shootout.
Trucks, yeah.
Met her at the JCC scholarship earlier this year. So it's great to see her on the grid. And yeah, we've got Sherry and Caitlin as well. So yeah, it's great to see them girls on there.
I think you're absolutely bang on when you say we want to mention them, but not just because they're girls. It's because they're good racing drivers. But we do need more of them. We've got the likes of you've raced as well. Chloe Grant, who's gone on to do some amazing things. We know Keol, who we thought might be here this week, and she's missing this week. Another girl sort of on the panel of junior saloon cars. But yeah, if you're a young girl watching at home between the ages of 14 and 17, and you're interested, and you've got access to your mum or dad's bank account, come and get on the grid.
Well, they have the scholarship at the beginning of every year.
Of course, tell us about that. Yeah.
So yeah, of course, they've got JCC put on a scholarship beginning of every year, and it goes through fitness, media training, driving, and I think there's one manoeuvring around the paddocks and parking and stuff. So yeah, that's always great. I think Will Crewston won it this year.
And what do you win?
You win a season fully paid in the JCC.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, big prize.
So good. That's so good. Right, round club corner, or club chicane. They're going to make their way onto the grid. Just one green flag lap, and then we will go racing. So at the restart, well, it's all changed, isn't it? Harry Smith seems to be in third wherever we look at him. He's always second row at the minute.
Keep an eye on Kieran Roberts there as well, starting on that front row. He's done really well this year. He's really made his way up the grid, so it'll be interesting to see how he sort of gets off the line here.
Right, we are under starters' orders. Great to see still see the stands in the background. As a young driver going around tracks, particularly like Thruxton or Silverstone or Brands Hatch, seeing packed stands, that must be such a thrill.
I never really noticed it, to be honest. But yeah, I'm sure it's great.
We are underway. We're racing once again. They all slip into the slipstream. So we will wait and see how things pan out after the first few corners. Of course, we're looking. They go round Allard, round green corner, the slight left-hander, and as they come into the complex, which is Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave, this is where we might see our first action. Can everybody stay on track? No, they can't. Oh, they connect again. Right, let's wait and see. It seems to be the complex where they just can't manage to get through without a little bit of touching. However, they are away and driving. That is what we want to see. We want to see no more stoppages, fingers crossed, in this race. Everybody getting home safely and cars in one piece. Harry Smith has moved up to second position. And look at this, tactical moving up the field as well. Is that Vinner, third and fourth?
I was just about to say, about being biased, that's Carl Wells from 19th up to 4th now. So he's really going to be one to watch. He likes to get his elbows out. And that's Josh Salvadori not far behind him as well. That's an amazing recovery from Josh there.
Yeah, from 19th up to 4th place for Wells. That is absolutely incredible. So he's one of the guys that is going to take advantage of the restart, because for some people it's a bonus, for like the likes of Moore earlier. Yes, lost places unfortunately, but for others you're going to, there's some slipstreaming there
really
as well.
In the toe there.
And that is what you want to do, isn't it? You want to take advantage of every single split second that you can sort of gain on your competitors. Will teammates work together to do that? Is that like a reason, yeah?
Yeah, I'm really hoping now, with my Vinner hat on, I'm really hoping that Josh and Kyle can get together. Running the chicane there, really hoping Josh and Kyle can get together and try and get up to those podium positions. It'd be nice to see them both up there. I think they're both together on the track now.
Harry Smith looking around the long outside of Kieran Roberts, looking to just position himself prior to making a move. See Renshaw making his way into the bits. That was James Sherrington previously on the club chicane, just cutting the corner across the grass. I hope his car seems to be okay though. So Roberts holding off Smith for the time being. That is going to be a great job as well. Kieran Roberts ran a 4th in the championship. Yet to pick up a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 third place finishes this season for Kieran Roberts. He will be absolutely desperate for his first win.
Yeah, that'll be a long time coming for Roberts.
Yeah.
He's been up there all season.
5 podiums and no win. That must be like proud, but also mightily frustrating as well, being so close. And he leads by 1/4 of a second as things stand. And mentally for these guys, they've been on track now by the end for about half an hour or so with all these stops and starts. That's not something they'll be used to. The cars, do they get like hot inside and steamy, and what happens in there?
Yeah, I think these guys will probably be working quite hard in the car now, so they'll be getting quite hot. You see them too really going at it into the chicane there.
Nose to tail, Smith looking left, looking right, going for the outside option. Will he break too deep? Kieran Roberts holding on right now into the club chicane. He will get the advantage on the first turn and over the start finish line, but Smith is going to be searching pedal to the metal, pulls up alongside. This is his chance now across the start finish line, does go into the lead and switches out to the outside corner as well. Well, where did that power come from for Smith? Takes the lead though. Roberts down into second, and he's got Salvadori all over his back as well. And they come to the complex, and up the inside, Josh on the inside over the grass, just about maintaining enough grip to potentially get ahead of Roberts, and he will do just about. So Kieran Roberts down to third place, a position he knows so well, and now Vinner right behind.
Yeah, we know Kyle and Josh are really strong in the wet, so this is obviously showing now. The circuit's dry, but they'll still be on you still see the spray actually from the cars, so it's not as dry as it looks.
So a cracking battle now for, let's call it the top 5, with Smith, Roberts, Salvadori, Wells and Maserati. Well, you can never take your eyes off Junior. Sorry, carry on, Charlotte.
Saw a yellow flag, a car stops just on the...
Good spotting. That's your young eyes, Charlotte. I don't spot these things. Just over 2 minutes remaining of our second Junior Saloon race of the weekend. And look at this. Absolutely nose to tail, the front 4 racing. Smith, Roberts, Salvadori and Wells, and they're going to go into the very tight club chicane. Salvadori down the inside, surely can't get it around that way, going to give it a go, touches the back of Smith, and he will take the lead. The Lightning McQueen liveried Saxo will cross the start finish line. They'll get 2 more laps in here just about. Kieran Roberts holding on to third place and watching this from behind. I mean, right now, of those 4 cars, silly question maybe, where would you rather be?
It's hard. At this point in the race, I'd probably want to be where Josh is as the time. There's probably 1 or 2 laps left of the race. Obviously, Josh going wide there. ideally, over a lap, you'd probably want to be where Smith is because you want to be in that tow. But given how close the end of the race is, I'd like to be Josh in this situation.
And Roberts just holding off. Oh, they took side by side and just sharing wing mirrors damage. My goodness, they'll be able to reach over and give each other a fist bump if they wanted to.
I don't see any of these guys backing out of this.
Salvadori holding off Smith, still Roberts and Wells. Oh my word! I mean, he doesn't have to worry about damaging his wing mirror. He did that in the first couple of laps of the race. And is that a push from behind? Oh, takes on the inside. Wells gets through for Vinner. You're allowed to be unbiased here, Charlotte. Gets onto the podium places, but there's still one more lap to come and some very important chicanes as well. Well, Salvadori has built the smallest of gaps on Harry Smith, yesterday's winner. And then Vinner, Roberts, Maserati and Wells all in there. Let's not forget about the fight behind that as well. Sherrin Law, Stannard and Kersley. But let's jump back up to the front here. So now, defensive work to be done for Wells. And they'll do this one more time. Oh, a big slide there in towards the club chicane. Now, one more lap. They'll cross the start-finish line with 6 seconds remaining. That could have been it, but no, they go again. The Salvadori with the smallest of leads over Harry Smith, Kyle Wells and Kieran Roberts. That might be the race to watch for third place over the next minute and a half. They're going to come towards the complex. Let's have a spin round and have a look at this one. Salvadori leads, Smith still behind. And is Wells there catching Smith for second place as well, as he attempts to fend off Kieran Roberts. Roberts yesterday finishing in 6th position, so looking to improve on his finish from yesterday. But Salvadori, a 4th place finish off the podium in race 1 yesterday, and he is looking to jump from 4th right to the very, very top step. Harry Smith, as we know, race winner. And Jonathan Moore, by the way, 2nd place yesterday, joint championship leader coming into this one, only down in 11th position, barely mentions his name, not having the best race for our joint championship leader. So we'll have points to make up. Let's have a look. Salvadori ahead of Smith, fighting off Wells. Roberts has fallen back. This is going to be the last chance for saloons for these drivers. It's all about the fight for 3rd and 2nd. Smith holding off Wells for the time being into the club chicane for the last time. Can anybody make a dive in? Oh, looks out. Oh, Smith slides. Can Wells get up the inside? Will it be 1, 2, 3 as they cross the line? Roberts charging towards the line, and he gets it. Roberts takes 3rd away from Wells. Well, I'll come to you in a second, Charlotte, but Salvadori, that is a win, a 3rd win of the season for Josh Salvadori. What a finish. Harry Smith, his 2nd podium of the weekend, a win yesterday, 2nd today. And Roberts, that will be, on my maths, his 6th 3rd place finish of the season, just pipping Wells.
Yeah, my heart was in my mouth. That last couple of laps there, I called it at the beginning. I said Vinner can make a good car around here, and Josh has just proved that. He drops right back, we saw at the start, and just carved his way through, kept it clean. It's a shame about Kyle at the end there, just picked, but you know, Roberts has been up there all season, so well done to him.
It's all good points for the championship, isn't it? Look at that time there, 1300ths of a second between 3rd and 4th. They are the slimmest margins that mean either you're on the podium or possibly not. But Salvadori, another win for him. He closes the gap. He came into the round of the championship 3rd. It was 23 points behind Moore and Smith. Haven't seen who got fastest lap yet. Bonus point there can be absolutely pivotal in these races. You might have it on TSL there, Charlotte. Let's have a little look. And
Kieran Roberts.
Kieran Roberts gets a bonus point for fastest lap. Don't you just love Junior Saloons, hey? And again, we're just 4 races into this 12 race schedule today. It feels like we've been here hours and hours with the delays, but when the racing is getting going, we are not disappointed. Josh Salvadori then, officially your winner. Half a second clear of Harry Smith, his 2nd podium of the weekend. Kieran Roberts just nabs 3rd from Kyle Wells. Then Luca Maserati, Ollie Law. This was a great battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, by the way. James Sherrington 7th, Harvey Kersley in 8th, then Lewis Stannard and Oliver Kerr rounding out the top 10. Yesterday's or the championship leader coming into this weekend, and their second yesterday, Jonathan Moore, only 11th place today, so losing some points on Harry Smith. Then Jude Cooper, Will Crewston and Will Oatley. Roberts getting fastest lap, 1:38.82. Good lap time in wet conditions on Thruxton.
What was the lap time?
The lap 1:38.82.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's great. I think qualifying pole time was a 1:36, so not too far off. Yeah, that's really impressive. These guys. That's really hard conditions, and they've done themselves proud.
And now we will hopefully go down to James in a second. Charlotte, you'll be joining me later at officially 4:05. It might be a little bit later than that, so come a little bit earlier, and we'll have a chat. So back down to James, who is trackside then with a few of our drivers.
Well, you can see that Josh Salvadore being congratulated for coming from 5th on the grid to take the victory here. Oh, and almost destroy his bottle of very expensive looking Prosecco. We'll let you get your helmet off first, mate. Don't worry. We'll come to you once you've got that all ready, because it was a fantastic photo finish as well for Harry Smith to come in second and Kieran Roberts to snatch 3rd place away. And Roberts, of course, currently chatting with the track commentators. Come on, Josh, have a all day. I've got things to do. I've got people to see. God, this will be the fastest you've ever changed. Your parents will be impressed. There we go. There's the hat. It says first on it, you know.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, first corner, first lap. We first chicane. Went from I think 4th or 3rd to last. So yeah, to come back and win it was really good.
I mean, talk about ka-chow with the livery. That race was just ka-wow. It had everything. You know, how was it for you overall, the entire experience? Because there was a lot of drama.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I was saying to myself, you know, I've got to be Lightning McQueen in my head. So, you know, and I think we did that. Yeah.
Well, you absolutely did. Look, go enjoy the celebrations. Family and friends are literally just there. It's going to be a fantastic moment for you. We're moments away from the coupe starting as well. I'm going to try and grab Harry Smith. Harry, sorry everyone, I keep doing this, I keep interrupting family hugs. Harry, we spoke once you were on the grid, starting from 3rd, you've improved yourself up 1 place, but I'm pretty sure you would have fancied yourself for the win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first start was really not ideal. We dropped a few places, but I think that's kind of where our pace showed. We managed to make places up really quickly before the red flag. And then it was kind of just Johnny had a off going into the complex. I think he locked up, so I took the lead then. And it was kind of just trying to get my head down. I saw Josh kind of reeling me in every lap. And the toe around that back straight was unbelievably, it was so much time. He managed to make a move, get through into the lead. I waited till the last lap because I thought I was gonna make the lunge on the last lap for the lead, but he'd already dropped me by the time we left the complex, so I didn't have time to get there. I would say damage limitation, but it's not really damage limitation. But for the points wise, we've got points on the people we needed to. So we should have an extended lead in the championship now. So that's the main concern, really.
Well, and look, you drove really well and you enjoyed it. That's one of the main things as well. And look, you were able to recompose yourself really well after that red flag, because it's difficult, isn't it? A red flag kind of stops everyone's momentum and also your concentration in a way.
Yeah, definitely. It never helps having a red flag halfway through the race. You have to stop, and then you start overthinking about stuff, and then you get worried about the start. But no, yeah, I managed to get my head down off the lights and just drive. So.
Awesome. Well, congratulations once again. I'll let you get back to the celebrations. The coupes are about to go, but I want to talk to Kieran Roberts because he literally snatched... Oh, I've walked into my cameraman. He snatched 3rd place right at the end on the final lap coming up to the line. How are you feeling, young man? 3rd place, a podium finish.
Yeah, a lot of adrenaline going through me right now. I was shaking, to be honest, towards the end. I didn't think I was going to quite get it, but luckily I managed to stay with him on the last end of the race, and I managed just to pip him on the line, so I was very, very lucky.
Well, look, I can hear the cooling fan still going absolutely mental inside your sack, so you really gave it everything out there, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I just kept pushing, keeping my head. I gave it everything I had. Luckily, it come off for me this time, so I'm really pleased with that.
Well, look, congratulations. It's a podium finish, and that's exactly the way that you want to continue for the rest of the year. So go enjoy celebrating that, and let's let your car cool down. John, we're going to manoeuvre ourselves into the assembly area because our coupes are getting ready to go once more. Oh, I was going to walk into people there again, John. I'm not doing very well at this. Although everyone would have heard me complaining the last time we were in here about some rain that's potentially going to fall. But it's not going to fall anymore. John has given me a much better weather radar update. He's told me that it's not going to be raining. So hopefully it should be nice and dry now as we admire all these beautiful bits of machinery here in the assembly area. Of course, the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres will be the next series to get going again. Gents, how long do we think until we start?
Probably minutes. We always keep an eye on those guys up there and checking what they do. They don't look like they're quite ready yet, do they, on the pit wall? So.
Well, no, you're relaxed.
We're still at the moment. That's our queue there, waiting for the green flag to appear on the pit wall.
Excellent. Okay, so we're minutes away from action starting here in the Coupe Cup. I'm going to come down to Dan Munro, who's right at the front of the grid once more. Dan, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. I'm excited. Looking forward to this race. Obviously, it's a bit wet out there, but we've got a very slight few minutes of it, so we'll call that prepared. But yeah, looking forward to it.
It adds an extra layer to the racing really here at Thruxton, doesn't it? It's already a very fast circuit and one that the cars, are quite hard to control, you might say. So it adds an extra layer, doesn't it?
It really does. It does. It's one more thing to think about. It's always going to be on your mind. It changes. It flips everything on its head. I've got to change how I think about where I put my car, just general lines and stuff. It's a lot going on.
Look, you've got 1 minute until you start, so best of luck. Enjoy that. Let's see if we can get a word with Mark in this beautiful orange piece of kit. Mark, how are you feeling, sir? It's a bit damp out there.
Yeah, it looks a bit greasy. Yeah, again, hoping for a good race. Feeling pretty confident.
Feeling confident, feeling good. Well, I'll let you get to it. There's a lot of signatures on this car. I'm sure we'll try and find out why there are signatures on it. We'll try and butt our way in here now. Luca, why are there so many signatures on the car and your helmet?
It's because helmet is for friends and family, and then I wanted all my supporters, fans and marshals to be able to race with me, as a lot of people can't these days, so it's a way for them to be racing with me.
That's absolutely amazing. Look, how are you feeling about being here at the front?
A little bit, but I need to go because it's a green.
You go. I'm going to step backwards. I'm going to get out of the way. Oh my goodness. And we're going to get racing here once more at Thruxton. Dan Munro led them out. Mark Rideau alongside him in second, and Lucas Dacini and Zanello is third starting in this race. And of course that means that Ewan Dunlop is now about to take you through all of the action here at Thruxton.
Cheers, James. And Charlotte Birch has left me for the time being. I'm joined by Wayne Rocket. You enjoyed so much yesterday, Wayne. You're back for more, aren't you?
Yeah, I think I have quite good feedback on from my friends and family in the Coupe page, so I thought I'd come back and give you a hand.
I love it, absolutely love it. Now, you've just told me that we were looking at the track here, and you would love to be out there in these greasy conditions.
Yeah, definitely. Me and Johnny both went really well last year in the greasy sort of wet conditions. It's just a bit more fun, going down to church and knowing if you can do it flat in the wet or not, and pretty much you can't. But
and did you say you qualified like a lot quicker than anybody else just because you enjoyed it so much? Was it 4 seconds or something ridiculous?
Yeah, I think I was a couple of seconds in front of Johnny last year, and but my main rivals, Mark Rideau and Luca, clearly had a bit of a bad qualifying last year and just couldn't get close. But hopefully they'll do better today.
Let's have a look at the grid then. On the front row, Daniel Munro and Mark Ridout. They were the top two yesterday, which was sadly, we're in for a really good finish. It ended by a red flag. Second row, Luca qualified much better today than he did for race number one. Sticini and Zanello alongside Darren Banks. Row number 3, Dan Fletcher alongside Neil Hurren. On row 4, Don Gillies and Ian Brunning. And on row 5, Jacob Sylvester alongside Mark Jones. On row 6, Matt Watson and Paul Laurie. Row 7, Mark Worsley and Spencer Hirons. On row number 8, Gary Hobbs and Simon Smith. And on row 9 is Ben Wilkinson. Now, the grid for this race is basically the result of yesterday's, is that correct?
That's right, yeah. So complete race 1 is sort of goes into the start of this one. Obviously the exceptions to that is the ones at the back that had problems. Obviously we've got Ben Wilkinson at the back there. He went into the barrier in front of us yesterday. Luckily, we all chipped in and got his car straight and going again for him.
Did you really? What happened?
So he had that little knock in front of the commentary box yesterday.
Yep.
Knocked the front end across, and we delicately straightened it out.
Is that like a few hammers, delicately thrown down?
Hammers, vehicles, straps, porter powers, yeah, anything we could find. But she's straight and the bonnet's down and he's keen to go.
Absolutely. And a famous car, number 10, isn't it?
Famous car, number 10, so fingers crossed he does well. I've given him a few little pointers today, so hopefully
and
he has a better day.
Just in case you're not aware, listening or watching, the car number 10 is Wayne's championship winning car from 2 years ago. So you always want it to come home in sort of one piece, don't you? But yesterday, really unfortunate incident. We were commentating from a different location yesterday, and our building shook when he came into the wall. So we knew it wasn't going to be the prettiest. But yeah, that's like the story of the paddock, isn't it? Everybody, your competitors, but everybody wants everybody else to be out on track.
Absolutely. I think everybody yesterday had pretty much an input into in repairing Ben's car, you know, with lending hands and lending parts and stuff. And by the evening it was straight-ish and ready to race.
Straight enough. So let's wait and see. I mean, you've been here all day, you've seen the downpours, but as we were chatting with Charlotte in the previous race, this track does dry out amazingly quickly.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Obviously the wind here as well, and it's quite abrasive, so hopefully this will dry out and give us a good race again.
Who you wants to watch in race number 2, considering the conditions as well, not just driving style?
I think absolutely Luca being closer to the front. You think yesterday he was much further back and he got to the front. Well, he got to the front-ish. Definitely from there if he gets a good start. Neil Hurren sat there on row 3. He's going to get a lightning start again, I'm sure.
Let's wait and see. Yesterday's finishing order: Munro, Ridout, Staccini, Anzanello. That is why they line up in that order. Luca starting from 9th yesterday and finishing 3rd, so he has got his bit by the teeth. And, oh, what a move down the inside there. But getting away on the right, that is Mark Ridout will lead into the first corner. We say corner, they're sliding turns here. Allard, a long right-hander. So let's have a look at the front there. Who was that coming right the side on the inside there?
I think that was Dan Fletcher up the inside of Dan Munro, I think.
That would be an incredible move, like bravery and like a...
Mark Ridout, Neil Hurren.
Oh, but
Darren
a
Banks
slide
going.
just about holding on to the back end. We know how important the complex can be in these damp conditions.
Dan Fletcher up to 4th there. Brilliant start from Dan Fletcher.
Mark Ridout leading the way though, and that is exactly what we want to see. A bit of just an air between him and all the cars behind. Let them fight it out between themselves. Luca not having the best of starts this time. Same as yesterday, but did manage to battle his way up to 3rd. In fact, he only dropped one position, in fact, actually. A couple of spaces for Luca. Again,
that inside tarmac there is very slippery in the damp conditions there.
Yeah, we've been discussing tarmac quite a bit in the previous race, actually. And with the new tarmac, the conditions change, and it can just we've seen so many back ends just flick out there.
Certainly, last year in qualifying, we were wide of the new tarmac.
Look at that fantastic lead for Ridout.
He's going to be a hard man to catch with that gap.
Yeah, I mean, he was 2nd place yesterday. Him and Dan Munro had a brilliant battle. Again, it was just ended by the red flag. Another move up the inside.
Darren Banks up the inside of Neil Hurren there.
And that is into the club chicane for the first time. And that'll be a change of position as they all come snaking.
Dan Munro's lost his front bumper.
I love these things you're spotting here. This is brilliant. He's so good having a second pair of eyes.
I think it's caught underneath the car. I'm not too sure if he's had contact in the chicane in the complex where he's lower down. Look, there you go. Look.
I mean, can you shake that out? Is there nothing you could do there? Is there?
It might drag underneath the car and get spat out if he's lucky. Other than that, he may well get a meatball flag. Let's hope not.
And the meatball flag is you've got damage. Please come in.
Bring it into the pits. Yeah. Let's hope he doesn't get it.
What you don't want to happen is for that to flick out and hit another car on the windscreen. It's safety first, as always, in these championships. So Ridout ahead of Banks, Hurren, Fletcher, and Lucas Staccini. So Staccini
putting a lot of pressure on Hurren here. Look,
moving up towards the inside. I mean, we've said this weekend this isn't the best track for overtaking, but in the damp conditions, that is completely fit. We've seen some great racing today. There's in the back end.
Fletcher,
there he goes.
the back end there, look.
And Fletcher, who was riding in 4th place.
It.
And to say that bumper is just hanging down ever so slightly on the left-hand side. He's going to lose half a dozen places there. Fletcher, from battling with Hurren for 3rd position, is going to be well back deep into the pack.
That's a shame. Dan was going really well there. That's an 80 mile an hour sideways
Is that like heart skip a beat in there?
Oh, for sure, but you just mash the throttle and wait for it to come straight again.
Gaps forming, Riddout, Banks, then Hurren. That was only 0.3 of a second prior to the starting of this lap. Here's
See the power of the S3 there coming past the Gen 1.
So we discussed this yesterday, the Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3. What is it, an engine difference or just a body difference? What is the difference?
They carry a bit more speed around the higher speed corners, and Luca just followed that through the club, excuse me, through Church, and carried the extra pace up the straight and just sailed past Neil like he was sat still.
Look at those. You're not going to let him get away though, is he? So Stacchini up to 3rd position. That's where he started, but dropped down to 5th off the starting grid. Great battles here behind as well, further down the pack. Do you tend to find that Gen 1s fight each other, Gen 2s, or is it? It seems to be a complete mix, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a complete mix. They're each as good as each other. I'd say this track does slightly favour the newer one, I believe, but today I'm getting proved that wrong.
I mean, that looks some damage on that car there.
It looks like his bumper's gone. It looks like he might have got rid of the
at least he's
now.
like he's been disregarded, and it's not going to be sort of causing any more issues. But that's it. What does that do for aero and speed?
With our cars, I don't think it'd be an awful lot of difference, if I'm honest. We're hardly F1 in these little coupes, but as long as he's got rid of it and he can finish the race, that'd be good.
Now, you've been in the commentary box second time with me. How much now more than ever do you want to be out there?
I wish I was today. But we'll be out there again soon.
Now, Thruxton's quite unique, as it's like that there's very few circuits where it's so much just sort of like foot down. So if everybody's got their foot down, what is going to be the key to winning these races at Thruxton?
Obviously a bit of slipstream, and just like I say from yesterday, just getting your setup right, especially in these greasy conditions.
We're at 2.5 seconds over Banks. Luca 3.14. Is this are these gaps, these 2 and 3s, can they be bridged? If everybody's got similar cars and foot down, how do you sort of bridge that gap?
Yeah, absolutely, because one mistake from a 2 second gap, and all of a sudden there you go. Banks is now 1.4.
On the screen that's Jacob Sylvester battling for 5th, 6th and 7th.
Ian Brunning going very well there in 8th.
I mean, some drivers here have been in the series for several years, like yourself would be. Yeah. If a driver comes into it for the very first season, is there much learning to do in the coupe, or can you just jump into these cars and sort of get away with it?
I think where they're naturally, without disregarding these drivers, they're naturally easy cars to drive fast. We could put someone in there and you could be fairly competitive straight away. Okay. But to be the top 3 is a different ball game altogether.
Okay. And as we've said before, one of the most, every bit of motor racing is expensive, but one of the most affordable if you're starting.
Absolutely, yeah. And more people should come and join the grid. There's no reason why this budget series shouldn't have a 30-car grid.
So we've got 18 starters. Now,
Ben Wilkinson in my old car there, come from last up to 10th.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
A brilliant drive from him so far.
So that is Ben Wilkinson, who started at the back of the grid, dead last, and already up to 10th place for the car number 10.
In only his second event, so he's doing really well.
Quite incredible. I mean, for the new starters, is there any mentoring, or is that sort of patronising for them if they're sort of not young drivers?
I think every day's a school day, isn't it? No matter what you do. So I'll accept advice off people, and take it on board. And could I dish it out to people? I did give Ben a few pointers earlier. Here he is looking to make a move on Mark Jones around the outside, maybe.
Look at this, he's going the long way round.
Hopefully he's not going to lose it like yesterday.
Into the club chicane, not going to get it on this occasion. But what we've seen throughout yesterday and the first half of today, the drivers, they'll just let them know they're here for 2 or 3 laps, and just sort of almost like lining themselves up for 2 laps and then give it a go on the 3rd. But he's not going to give it up here. This is the long round around Allard, and then the slight left-hander through Green Corner before the complex.
I think he's closed down quite a gap on Mark Jones. I think he will get him this lap.
Are the Gen 3s faster on the straights, or where is their advantage? Is it
higher speed corners, 80-mile-an-hour plus corners, and then the longer straights, the Gen 3s have got the advantage.
Snake around the complex, and now from Seagrave on, you got Noble, Goodwood, Church, all the way. It's like a mile and a half of almost foot down, isn't it?
That's why the entry to the complex is vital. Get the drive out the first right-hander, and the rest of it should be virtually flat out and very high speed, even for our little cheap cars.
I absolutely love them. I honestly absolutely love them, because in any single series make, it's always incredibly competitive. Even the season you won, it was tight, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it always goes down to the wire. We've got Banks now only 1.6 off of Ridout.
That is tightening. Stachini just falling back to 5.
Falling back.
So it looks like Banks is making up ground rather than sort
There's
of...
Don Gillies around the outside of Neil. Neil's going to be late on the brakes here. Neil is a very, very brave old fox. He's gonna have to let it go.
Can he get it on the switchback? There's not too much space around this club chicane.
Don's through there. Good drive, Don.
But as you said, like the entry into the complex, the entry into the chicane as well. So many times we've seen somebody take the lead over their competitor into the chicane, but then lose it on the drive out again.
On the exit, yeah, absolutely. You can mess up your exit going into the chicane massively. There we go. Look, Ben Wilkinson's made the move on Mark Jones.
He's up to 9th. And next in his sights is going to be Brunning.
And he's not even that far away. So brilliant drive from Ben Wilkinson here.
So that loss of front bumper not really causing too much of an issue. There's not really much a speed differential whatsoever.
Yeah, Dan's making his way back through the field. He'd be furious, I'm sure, at the start he had. I think this was Dan's first wet race in that car. Obviously he's new to the series this year. Clearly got a natural talent, this young kid, only 17 years old.
Does making a mistake, that's all it was, does that make you an angrier driver? Does being an angry driver make you a faster driver?
Definitely not. If you're angry, you're definitely not faster. If you're pumped, the adrenaline's going, you know, as long as you keep your nerve and just know where you need to hit your car, it's fine. But an angry driver will never be faster.
These are fairly big gaps forming, aren't they, at the top there? 2.5 to Banks, 5.5 back to Stachini, then 6 back to Dan Gillies. You don't often see these gaps in coupes.
No, but obviously a big open fast circuit, so there normally are bigger gaps at this circuit.
And if you're involved in a battle like this, you are losing hundreds of tenths at every single corner.
What a move by Dan there, look, all the way around the outside.
Brilliant damage, making no difference at all. Maybe that's an advantage, Wayne. That is absolutely incredible. So fantastic move from Monroe over Hurren to take what is 5th position on the track right now. But ahead of him there are sizable gaps as we go through the course of the circuit. Ben Wilkins only half a second down now on Brunning for 8th and 9th. So although there's gaps at the front, there's still places to be made at everywhere else on the grid.
I think Dan Munro will have his eyes purely set on Don Gillies here, but Don's having a great race in 4th.
Yeah, 2.5 seconds to make up. There's your leader, Mark Ridout. Extended the lead again beyond 3 seconds now. Banks 6 seconds ahead of Luca Stachini Anzanello. So that is going to be with 3.5 minutes, definitely running out of time. So at this stage in the race, if you are 3 seconds ahead of the lead, 5 seconds ahead of third, are you just like settling for second place? Are you thinking, right, let's just bank some points?
I think sometimes you've always got to push because the man in front may get a penalty.
Oh, blimey. That's not going to be helping, surely. That is...
so again, hopefully Darren Banks doesn't get a meatball flag for that. Hopefully he doesn't. It's still pretty secure for the rest of the bumper.
It's not flapping too badly, is it?
He'll have to do a touring car style crash into the tyre wall if he's... and get rid of it.
And sorry, we were talking about what you would do in sort of if you're in Banks' position now.
I think always push because you never know. Let's say that gap, one little slide from Ridout or one penalty, and all of a sudden there's a penalty coming out there for somebody.
So let's try and find out what that was.
It was a black and white flag for somebody. We can't see it on the screen here.
And for those not in the know, the black and white flag is
a warning. So
maybe that was for the debris. Then, do you get a warning for debris before you get the meatball?
I'm not too sure. I've never had it, if I'm honest.
Okay. Car's always been to you. You've never put your car in danger, have you? You're just always out in front. Don Gillies, a 0.36 seconds over Monroe. Then this is the battle we're going to watch. This is Gillies ahead of Monroe.
Yeah, I think Dan's going to have him at the end of the I would guess Dan's going to make the same move as he did on Neil.
Can you see him positioning here?
I can see him getting a good run out of Church. He may even do it earlier, look.
Oh wow, that is a wide old spin.
Thanks,
And then
Dan, making me look silly now, look.
Gets
round
the advantage on the
inside.
inside. But will he make it stick? No.
Don's got better grip on that old bit of tarmac there.
See, that's brilliant, that.
I think Dan's going to line him up for around the outside of the club chicane.
And that's not just like that. They're wise to where the grip is, yeah?
They should be, yeah. Yeah.
1 minute 30 remaining, so we'll get one more lap in. Mark Ridout, well, he's just been out for a Sunday drive, hasn't he?
Looks like he's backed off slightly there, he's just being careful.
Doing what he needs to do. We'll get one more lap in. The lap is around about 1 minute 35.40, so they will not, they'll cross the finish line at 0 next time round. And what's the gap? You see he pulled back there. What's the gap now between, it was 2.8 or was it 3.1? Oh, it's actually grown to about 3.93. So maybe Banks is doing the same. He's got such a good lead over Lucas Ticini. He doesn't really need to, maybe he doesn't feel like he can bridge that gap now. So the 1, 2, 3 looking pretty set as things stand. Although Banks looks closer than 3.93 seconds there.
I would think Banks quite happy in second place there, I would think. It's a great drive from Darren Banks there.
Now, for those that don't know, this is a series, not a championship, so the winner of the championship is those with the most wins at the end of the season.
And then obviously if you're drawn with another driver, it's down to seconds and thirds. Matt Watson.
This is right down the field.
Simon Smith there, two new drivers there, Simon Smith and Gary Hobbs there. I think this is Simon Smith's first race there in the S3 there.
Is it really?
That's
wow.
John Winter's old car there, the orange and white one.
And is Johnny's old car right there?
Yeah, Johnny's is the pink one there.
Oh, fantastic, cool.
Yeah, that's Johnny's old car there with Matthew Watson at the
It looks
at the
nothing
wheel.
like it did when you had it. They do enjoy their livery, don't
because
they?
Johnny and Matthew keep crashing it.
Right, we are into the last few corners. There's your leader.
Munro's gone past Gillies. We've missed out on the camera there.
Let's have a little look. They've been fighting back and forth, but Mark Ridout, he is led from the gun and never looked back. The OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres.
Just what he needed to do.
Race number 2 of the weekend. That is a win to add to yesterday's second place finish.
Brilliant drive from Darren Banks for second there, look. Yeah, he's well happy with that.
Hand out the window. He's having a great time, isn't he?
And there's the Italian, Mr. Luca.
Always a smile on his face. And that's
Dan
absolutely
back
right.
up to fourth for a brilliant drive for Dan Munro there.
And Wilkinson up to 8th as well in your old car. He pulled up another place over the last lap as well.
Brilliant drive.
If he crosses the finish, let's just wait 1 second. Yes, he does. 8th place over Jones, Brunning.
And Dan Fletcher after his 80-mile-an-hour slide.
Yeah,
which is a brilliant hold, that one.
Because that put him right to the back of the field. Yeah. And we'll just watch the rest come over. So big gaps at the front. However, marginal as we move our way
Matthew
through
Watson,
the field.
Gary Hobbs, Simon Smith, and then Paul Lawrie. Shame for Paul, normally he's up there top 10 normally.
Yeah, started on 7th row.
And Spencer Hyron's coming through at the back in his new S3 car.
And as always, afterwards there'll be smiles and handshakes.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm going to nip off now and see them all. Congratulate everybody.
Thank you, Wayne. It's been brilliant. We got one more race. No, is that the only race?
That's it for
oh
us
no!
today.
I thought we had one more coupe race.
You've got to wait till Brands.
Mate, it's been absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. The insight has been fantastic. You're hired for the next one. Okay,
Thank you, Ewan.
You got the job. Thank you so much, mate. You go and say your congratulations. Ben will do the. James will do the same in a second. We'll run through the official finishing order. Mark Grenett there, your winner in the end by 10. Not sure. 10. Actually, Luke has been given second. So Darren got a penalty, which means Luca has got second position. Darren Banks has been promoted or demoted to 3rd place. Other than that, but yeah, only about a second or so, almost 4th. Dan Munro 4th place, Neil Horan 5th, Don Gillies 6th. Then Jacob Sylvester, Ben Wilkinson, Mark Jones and Ian Brunning are your top 10. Dan Fletcher, Mark Worsley, Matthew Watson, Gary Hobbs take you to 14th. Fletcher, fastest lap for Fletcher as he came fighting back at the end. A 1:40.03 set on lap 8. That was the penultimate lap, number 8. He was a man on a mission after the frustrating slide earlier on. Look at those gaps. In fact, just 0.3 of a second separating Brunning and Fletcher for 10th and 11th. So, in a moment, we will hand down to your roving reporter on the ground, James Roberts, hopefully speak to a few of our coupe drivers in Parc Fermé.
Well, welcome down to Parc Fermé, where Mark Rideau has just driven in after winning the race. He's taken victory here at Thruxton in another dramatic showing by this coupe class. And there he is, embracing his fellow competitor, Luca Staccini. I'm going to let you take your helmet off first. I try and do that for everyone. I talked to you with your helmet on before the race. I'll let the world see your face now. There you go. Grab the hat. Let's come in. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Another victory onto the Wikipedia page, basically. So how do you feel?
Yeah, I feel really good. I'm really proud of that one, to be honest. I got a good start and didn't really put a foot wrong, so it was tricky conditions, and yeah, I'm pleased with that one.
It was slightly eventful towards the beginning of this race, but then you soon took swift control of it, and you really took a control of the conditions as well, because, like you say, it's not easy out there.
No, yeah, I just sort of seemed to find the grip really, and just got a bit of a gap, and yeah, just sort of managed the gap after that to Darren. So yeah, it was good fun.
It looked like a lot of fun, right? Well, I'm going to let you enjoy some celebrations, because behind me, Luca he's just moved. John, if you can see, he's moved the second place board in front of his car, because after a 10-second time penalty for track limits, Darren Banks has finished third, which means Luca Staccini has been promoted into second place after what he thought was probably a third place finish. I'll hand you this hat now with a great big number 2 on the side. Luca, how are you feeling right now?
Wet. It was a bit damp out there. I spent the first 3 laps with the window open, and I was like, why am I so wet on the right shoulder? And
because your window is open.
Yes, exactly. But apart from that, absolutely jubilant. I had a beautiful race. Mayhem started at the start of the race. I don't know what happened. I just saw pieces flying everywhere, and I said, I'm gonna try not to end up in this mess. And yeah, I tried to push it all the way, but then when I realized that Banksy and Mark had slipstream with each other, I decided that rather than taking risks to catch up to them, I minded my business, and it seemed to pay off. A bit unfair, the penalty. I think it was given to Darren, I'm not gonna lie. I was next to him at the start, and yes, he was a bit early, but it's a lot. You know, 10 seconds is a lot.
We're hearing it was track limits.
Oh, okay, then I don't know, I just came off the car. So yeah, in any case, it was a good race. I think we've all done a show. I'm sorry for Dan Monroe, that I should have been a protagonist today, but yeah, I'm absolutely fucking happy. Oh, flipping happy.
Apologies for the language there, everyone at home. Luca, go enjoy celebrating, and let's just take another look at these amazing signatures that line his car, all these supporters that are with him constantly throughout his competition with the BARC. Let's try and see if we can grab Darren Banks. The trucks are heading out without wanting to talk to us, really, so we'll grab Darren now. Darren, it's a podium finish. I mean, I know it's not second after the penalties, but you still finished towards the top. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, well, that's good. On a slippery track, it was good fun.
Very slippery track. We're hearing that there shouldn't be any rain for the rest of this weekend, which is good news for everyone else. But for you guys, just added an extra element of competition, really.
That's exciting. The first race was more exciting than this one, but at least I kept out of trouble this time.
You did keep out of trouble. And can we talk about this beautiful machine as well, this beautiful purple machine that's got some very intimidating, scary eyes as well. How much fun has it been to drive so far this season?
It's a great car to drive, especially in the wet.
Especially in the wet?
Yeah, I love it in the wet, this car. It's really good.
I thought you'd want a dry track so you can really pin your foot down.
No, I like this car in the rain. It's really good. It gives me lots of confidence.
Excellent. Well, look, I'll let you enjoy chatting to everyone. I'm so sorry I interrupted. So sorry. I love your purple coat, though. Great race once again from Darren Banks. I'm not being told to be quiet just yet, which is why I really want to try and find Dan Monroe. Dan the man. Dan. Oh my goodness. Whoa, that's sharp.
Yeah,
Look, it wasn't the race that you were expecting or wanted. but you still survived. What can we expect from you for the rest of the year?
Well, I mean, obviously I've made a bit of a mess of this one, but you know, just got to come back, keep fighting. There's plenty more rounds to go, so can make it back.
Look, it was a courageous fight going from the position you ended up in right back to the front. Will we see you at future rounds?
Yeah, of course. I'll be here for the whole season. Hopefully fighting for the win of the series. But yeah, just got to collect myself after this one and go again.
Good stuff, Dan. Well, we'll let you get back to it. And for now, we're going to get back to some racing action because the trucks are out on the circuit, and that means that Ewan Dunlop is going to take us through it.
Thank you very much, James. So we're pickup truck racing next after a great race yesterday, won by Dale Gent out of Dean Tompkins and Mark Willis. There were your top three. So let's have a look at our grid for race number 2. Alan Cooper up there with Eric Bolton. Remember, these are reverse grids based on qualifying positions. So the fastest is not at the top, but it makes for brilliant overtaking entertainment. Chris Brockhurst and Mark Willis on row 2. Ryan Hadfield and Dale Gent on row 3. Row 4, Paul Tompkins alongside Dan Fisher. On row 5, Dean Tompkins alongside Jonathan Hadfield. And also, I've done some maths overnight. I think I know the championship leaders too. Row 6, James Goldstraw and Michael Smith. And on row 7, Russell Smith. So, unfortunately, quite a low number of turnout for the pickups this weekend. 14 entering, 13 in this race. The most notable absentee was the championship leader leading into this weekend, Matt Simpson, who we believe, by my inside sources, is somewhere in Ipswich. So I believe we are going to have 2 green flag laps by the looks of things. The trucks do have a rolling start as well, the pickups. Now, yesterday we had, again, Gent, Tompkins and Willis, your top 3. And I tried to do some maths. Okay, I say tried because it's always an effort. Now, by my reckoning, Mark Willis leads the championship by 5 points over Dale Gent, who is tied second with Dean Tompkins. And due to his absence, Matt Simpson drops to 4th right now. I think, and I say I think, because there are so many points distributed in pickup truck racing, it is quite literally hard, or very difficult to keep track of things. And I will get an updated schedule for you. Hopefully, I'll try my best for race number 3 later on today. It's actually the last race of the weekend. It's going to be the pickups, scheduled at the moment for 5:25. Now, the first 2 races, yesterday's and this morning or this afternoon's, are 10 laps, and their third race of the weekend is 14. Now, this race should take roughly around about 15 minutes with a 90 to 100 second lap time, 10 laps in total. We are running about 20 minutes behind schedule right now. This race was due to start at just after 1:30. So just keep your eyes on the schedule if you can. We'll keep you up to date with any changes, official changes that are being made. There's meant to be a lunch break at 2:15, which will be delayed, and I imagine that lunch break of 45 minutes will become a little bit less. So as we go through the day, we try and get back on track, but with the conditions, they have been so incredibly wet, greasy, drizzly. Now it's been the natural delays and red flags and incidents. So we will hope for a clean race. Now, what's the pace car going to do? So 1 green flag, we're going to go racing. So let's do it. Away we go. 13 pickup trucks going for it. And now the all-important first couple of corners when we get to the complex of Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. That is where we will see the real significant first moves of this race. Here we go then. The right followed by the left-hander, and already making his way through the field is the 65 of Mark Willis, up to third place off the grid. And it's great to see, first of all, everybody through the complex cleanly. The last couple of races, even on the restarts, there's been touches here and there. Alan Cooper in the 72, the K Cooper Motor sponsored pickup. He's going to lead the way around our first lap. Now, there are so many points on board available for the pickups. 200 points for a win, 190 per second, going down in 10-point increments. So Matt Simpson not being here this weekend, Will has already seen his championship lead evaporated, and he'll actually have a bit of a mountain to climb in the rest of the championship. This is rank number 4 of 9, so he's got plenty of time to do so. Now again, I'm a big fan of reverse grids. So the top 8 reversed, which means we do tend to see plenty of overtaking. At the moment, Alan Cooper ahead of Dale Gent. Dale Gent got 1 win in the last round at the Brands Hatch Speedfest event. Won the first race yesterday, so he will looking for double trouble as he chases down Alan Cooper. Eric Bolton in the Keverix Custom Fabrication pickup, currently occupying third place. The ones to watch, most definitely Dean Tompkins down in 6th right now, and Mark Willis, who is in 4th. They are the major championship contenders. Well, Mark Willis leading the championship right now based on my calculator. But there's not just points for race finishing in pickups. You get 20 points as the fastest qualifier, 18 points for second, 16 for third. Great move down the inside, and Dale Gent, well, he means absolute business, setting that one up before the club chicane, and then made his move, knew exactly what he was doing. Very experienced driver. He's second in the championship last year to Rhys Jones, third place in 2022 behind Mark Willis and Rhys Jones. So the double reigning champion not competing this year, so there will be potentially a new name on that trophy, which concludes at the brilliant weekend at Brands Hatch on the 2nd and 3rd of November. That's where we have the fireworks and the trucks on display, a whole festival of motorsport. Hope it doesn't rain this year, it's been wet the last couple of years. Keep your eye on Mark Willis here, all over the tail of Bolton. And I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to make the same move Gent did on Cooper as they go towards round Brooklands first of all. And then that's the setup for the club chicane. Here he goes, outside. This is exactly what he's doing. Almost like I know what I'm talking about. It does happen every so often. So this is the setup for the club chicane. Took the outside at Brooklands and doesn't make it stick. Eric Bolton defends brilliantly. Now Dale Gent is not getting away here. Goes for the inside, switch to the out. Eric Bolton's having a great time. He actually finished in second last yesterday, Eric Bolton. So this is a complete turnaround in his fortunes. Mark Willis looking again. This time he will get Bolton on the inside of Goodwood Corner. And look at that, when he gets past, immediately 20-metre gap between the two, which lets Dean Tompkins nibble at the heels of Eric Bolton for 4th and 5th now. As we've had in every single series today, It is right foot against the floor around not just Allard Corner, but also Noble, Goodwood, and around to Church. Spoke to the likes of Charlotte Birch and Wayne Rocket. All you're really doing, there's very much tapping on the brake, it's just lifting off the accelerator. And look at this for a move into second. That is incredible from Mark Willis. And Dale Gent, well, these two at the moment are top two in the championship, separated by single-digit points, which in pickup trucks is the width of a cigarette paper. What a battle. Look at the difference. Right, look at the timing board on the top left-hand side here. The top 6 places, there's less than a second between every single one of them. 0.2, 0.5, 0.9, 0.2, 0.3. And this is what pickup puts on display week in, week out. There's your top 3. Well, 0.2 of a second. Looks to me, I thought the rear end was coming out there from Mark Willis. Held on nicely. We know that's where the new tarmac is. It's susceptible to the odd slide. Seen it in several of the series so far just today. The track is drying out pretty nicely, although it looks like rain coming down in front of our screen there. However, out of my window, it looks absolutely beautiful. 2.3 mile track, the fastest in the UK. Gent ahead of Willis into the club chicane. It's all about the setup here and then the exit, and Dale Gent has nailed them both. Willis will get into the slipstream as they come round Allard. That's the long right hander. Then the little left around Green. Alan Cooper watching on, biding his time. Oh, he's got through Willis. Oh, what a move through the complex. And that might even let Alan Cooper in to have a bite at Dale Gent. That is fantastic racing. Racecraft at its finest. Well, Dale Gent and Mark Willis, they are the current championship leaders. In 2022, they were second and third in the championship. Last year, Willis outside the top 3. But Willis, of all the drivers in this championship, has the most experience. I hate to remind him, but 5 times he's finished second or third in the overall championship without being a winner. And with Matt Simpson not here, this weekend is his opportunity to potentially build a gap at the top. At the moment, it is absolutely tiny. Oh my goodness! Well, Hadfield sliding through somehow through the eye of the needle, through the club chicane, missing the tyres. Ah, heart must be in his mouth. But he makes the move stick as well. I imagine he'll have to give a position back after that move, pretty much taking out an entire corner. It's a great example of how keen these guys are to win. And not just races but places. So Dean Tompkins chasing on the tail now. Ryan Hadfield. So got his kin Jonathan Hadfield Racing in the pair of RM Hadfield haulage sponsored pickups. Well, is Willis getting away here? He's made his way through the pack after starting well off the front row in the reverse grid, but this is what it offers us. Once again into the club chicane, Hadfield and Tompkins. And also behind, Hadfield again, of course. There's Michael Smith in the 93. Paul Tompkins, one of the two, A4 Metal Recycling, out of the race it seems, still in the pits and will not be reappearing it seems. So just down to 12 now from our 13 starters, or 11 even from our 13 starters. But you won't see more competitive racing with only 11 cars on the grid than in pickup trucks. Oh, sort of slide out there, giving it absolutely everything, pushing them to the absolute limit, these vehicles. 2.3 seconds for Dale Gent behind Mark Willis. That just seems to be growing and growing. There's a race on for third though. Cooper and Bolton just in the middle now. Behind them, Hadfield's the... Oh, this will be interesting. Jonathan v Ryan. This is for 7th and 8th on screen. Dean Tompkins just staying ahead of Chris Brockhurst in the Everyman's Garage sponsored pickup. Now look at that on screen, 3rd and 4th. That is where we want to be focusing right now, because Dale Gent, who was looking so good in the lead until he was pulled back by Mark Willis, and now with so many points available in pickups, every place you lose is 10 points. And he's hanging on right now, but they seem to be getting closer and closer, and we're almost on our last lap. Around Brooklands, the long, ever so shallow, barely a left-hander. And here's the important section, penultimate time into the club chicane. 3 wide, doesn't work. Somebody has to relent. And Hadfield takes advantage. So Ryan Hadfield, ahead of his family member Jonathan. Now, let's keep our eye... Oh, over the corner. I think that might be track limits. Dale Gent and Eric Bolton. Oh, again, just a rear end slide out for Dale Gent. He'll know he's under pressure. If he were to look at his mirror, he'd see 3-4 cars not too far behind. He's going to have to hold on here. Big long right-hander around Goodwood. Stays on the faster tarmac, knows exactly what he's doing. He's not going to catch Mark Willis. He needs to hold on to second place here. Needs every point he can. Would love to leave the weekend in the lead for the championship. But Eric Bolton and Hadfield. Oh, one's off on the grass. And that will be 3 down to 2. Oh, it's a scissor movement, but that is the lack of pace coming off the grass. Takes at least a couple of corners to get your pace back up. Through the club chicane for the last time. Oh, a spin out! And he's gone. Hadfield goes. Let's get back to that in a second. Oh, what a disaster at the very final stages. Willis gets his win. Gent second. Eric Bolton gets third. And as Hadfield drops down the order, our other Hadfield picks up 4th. That is a real shame, because that was a joy to watch for the last few laps there. It's always that chicane, isn't it? Club. So Mark Willis, 3rd place yesterday, takes his first win of the weekend. Dale Gent moves from the top step down to the 2nd. And Eric Bolton, that is the drive for me of the weekend for the pickups. He was 12th yesterday, and he'll pick up a podium this afternoon. And there's still one more race to come as well. Alan Cooper in 5th. Chris Brockhurst picks up 6th place. We're still waiting for Russell Smith to cross the finish line. And that does conclude race number 2 of the pickups this weekend. And Jonathan Hadfield, a real shame there, came into the last chicane fighting for potentially 3rd place and drops down to 8th overall. So let's get your official results. Mark Willis on top. First win of the weekend. Dale Gent, 2nd podium. Eric Bolton, great move from 12th yesterday up to podium position today. Ryan Hadfield benefits from Jonathan's mishap at the final club chicane. Alan Cooper picks up 5th, Chris Brockhurst 6th, then Dean Tompkins, Jonathan Hadfield, Michael Smith, James Goldstraw, your top 10, Russell Smith, your final finisher, Paul Tompkins and Dan Fisher are non-finishers, 5 and 6 laps down. Ryan Hadfield, fastest lap on lap 8, the penultimate lap, 1:24.88. That will be bonus points. Bittersweet though for Ryan Hadfield. Now James Roberts will be down somewhere near Parc Fermé, getting a chat with a few of the drivers shortly. Then we'll come back for the British Truck Racing Championship, their 4th race of the weekend before we go to lunch, which I believe will be shortened, but we're waiting to see. So we are halfway through our day. 6 races down, 6 to come, and James has found a few drivers in Parc Fermé. James, over to you.
Well, and you can see it on your screens, Mark Willis's pickup truck just in front of you, having claimed victory in this race here at Thruxton. Dale Gent finishing in 2nd, Eric Bolton 3rd, and the 3 men lining up nicely. I'm just going to let them chat a little bit. No, I'm going to interrupt. I'm going to come in. Mark, a victory at Thruxton. How are you feeling right now?
Bloody great. Honestly, we've had some issues, like rolling road. Engine, we had a bit of trouble with the engine at Brands Hatch. Paul's done a fantastic job. I've had so much help to get me here for this weekend, right? So that is what it's all about, yeah.
Well, look, it was a thoroughly entertaining race to watch. Action from corner 1. Was it the same for you in the hot seat?
Pretty much. I knew the other guys were on wets, and it looked quite dry when we got out there, and I thought the rain started to come. There was a couple of laps there where I thought we'd done a wrong one. But look, you know, it's horses for courses, isn't it? You either make the right decision or the wrong one. I think we made the right decision. The car was on fire. Yeah.
It absolutely was. Look, congratulations. I'm sure you'll enjoy celebrating. I'm going to try and find Dale Gent, wherever Dale has now got to. Oh, so sorry, everyone. Get in the way of handshakes. Here's Dale. Dale! Congratulations, sir. 2nd place. This is a truck that's serving you well, isn't it?
It has done. Ever since we've got this one, it's brought me good luck. So Phil White's old truck. So, yeah. 001 chassis so as well, so it's sort of a bit sentimental there for us as well, and it's always done well.
No, absolutely. And look, let's talk about the race as well, because I asked the man who won. I'm going to ask you as well. It was exhilarating to watch. How was it for you?
It was all right to start, but then at the start I should have went slicks. I went wets, and I knew he was on slicks, and I thought I'm going to try and make a run, but I think I just ran too soon. I was hoping there'd be some damp spots out there, but there wasn't. I couldn't really, unless you was literally right on the grass. And it just started like it was on marbles. I was struggling with it, but we managed to hold it in there. So hopefully it stays dry, because I don't think they're going to be any good for the next race if it's wet.
Well, look, fingers crossed. And talking of the next race itself, how are you feeling for that one? Where do you think you'll go?
Good. The truck's got the pace. It's hooked up, so looking forward to it. Let's bring it on. Let's get it out there again.
Oh, I love it. Excellent. You're enjoying yourself. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, Dale. I'm looking around for Pointy, because the trucks are going to be going out soon, so obviously we want to try and talk to Pointy, and Pointy maybe talk to some truck people, but we'll grab our 3rd place finisher as well, Eric Bolton. Eric, can we have a word? Yeah, of course. So sorry, mate. Look, it was a lot of fun to watch. Was it a lot of fun to be part of?
Yeah, good fun. Yeah, been better on dries. We was on wets, weren't we? So
But
this is something that everyone's kind of saying, but it was a big risk anyway to go slicks.
Well, yeah, as soon as we went out of the holding area, though, I bet everyone thought, we should have gone dries.
Look, you can't always make the right decisions, but look, making the right decisions for the next races. Do you think you'll be able to go further up the grid?
Hopefully, yeah. We had a win in the final last meeting at Brands, so you never know, eh?
Well, look, go well, have fun, keep enjoying yourself. That's the main thing as well. I'll let you go. I'll let you be free. Don't worry. And well, look, the trucks are. The big trucks are still getting ready to go. I'm looking round for Pointy. There's still no sign of him. He's obviously in amongst the thick of it. Maybe he's with Ewan. I'm waiting to be told that. But look, the action isn't anywhere near finishing here at Thruxton Circuit because there's still plenty more racing to be done. And the British Truck Racing Championship is next. And so Ewan Dunlop is resuming his position to take you through it all.
Cheers, James. Thank you very much. I'm still waiting to find Pointy. A bit lonely here in the commentary box right now. Hopefully joined by Stuart Oliver as well, who was wonderful to speak to in our, race number 3, first of the day earlier. That was our first company. That was the first race of the day. It seems like a week ago that we had Pointy and Stuart over here. So we'll go through the grids very shortly. It was Ryan Smith got his 3rd win of the weekend. Can he get the magic 5? It was Dave Jenkins 2nd. This is his 3rd podium of the weekend for Dave Jenkins earlier on. And 3rd place was Mr. Bowler. Got his 1st podium of the weekend too. So the trucks, I believe, are sort of making their way on to the circuit somewhere. We had a fantastic grid walk earlier today, which I know Pointy enjoyed. There we go. They've not moved yet. So Pointy might be down there then, potentially. Probably looking for James. If not, we'll have a quick look at the grid, which again is a reverse grid from race number 3, which means even more overtaking. Let's go down to Pointy. We found him.
Right then, so here we are down in the assembly area. Thank you to James for throwing over. We can see here the weather's drying up again, which is making the track quite slippy. Some final preparations. Let's get a shot of them through here, John Boy. If you just have a look, this is what it looks like. They go out on the race, all lined up, cleaned, repaired, ready to rock and roll. Steve Powell there, Dave Jenkins with a toot from the horn in the 69. Michael Oliver, number 12. I like this, but listen to the different tones as we come along. We've got John Bowler here. Dave Smith. There we go. John Powell with some revving of the engine. Over here we've got Neil Yates. You can hear the noise now if you really listen. Exhaust pipe, turbo powered, with the Adams Morey sponsored John Powell Racing Truck. Let's we're all locking in now. You all right? Oh yeah, he wants us. What?
You okay?
Yeah, you.
Loud, isn't it?
It was very loud. It's giving them a taste at home of how loud it is when you're stood right next to the truck.
I have to wear noise cancelling headphones, otherwise I can't hear anything for about a week afterwards. So.
I was saying, I struggle as well. I think yeah, exactly. I shout so much when I'm interviewing drivers through here because I can't hear me, I can't hear you.
Naturally.
I'm just loud naturally, yeah, no street.
Yeah.
Chatting to your sponsors earlier on, we've got a special guest handing out the trophies after this, haven't we?
I believe so. It's Angry Trucker Dave, I believe.
Angry Trucker Dave. I mean, I've never had the pleasure, so I'm looking for. So make sure he hands it to you, right?
He's actually not that angry once you get to know him. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, it's just all on the outside.
Did you give him a run for his money?
I think we've already punched his truck.
Oh, there we go, there we go. Right then, not long until the next race now, starting on pole position. Well, not pole, but on the front. You've got to make that stick.
Well, if it continues to rain, which I'm hoping it is, then I'm going to try and get the whole shot and go for it. And try and get the overall win if we can, but if it dries up, we probably don't stand a chance too much, but we'll try our best. So.
Just don't let anybody past, you'll be okay. Right, John Powell, ladies and gentlemen, very good there. Let's just quickly run round then, see who we've got. It's all very calm here. If you look over on the bank though, loads of people. Wait a second. They're going out now actually. If we look over here, we've got the Adams sponsored pace truck now. I believe actually driven by Angry Trucker Dave. So we're going to make our way out the way. I'm going to run over to see Ewan in the commentary box, as I believe we're very soon about to go racing here at Thruxton. Over to you, Ewan and Pointy.
Pointy throwing to himself in commentary. He'll be running around the corner in a roundabout, well, it's about a 60-second sprint from Parc Ferme to our commentary position. Thank you very much. So hopefully Stuart Oliver's going to join us again as well, but I had confirmation of that. As you can see, the trucks are making their way out on to the circuit. They'll make their way around to the grid. Now, in previous rounds and series, they've always stopped on the grid and then gone for their green lap. But yesterday, because of the delay, they just went round the circuit and pretty much got going straight off the bat. So let's wait and see. Oh, I said it'd be 60 seconds. You've done that in 42. Yes. Well done, Pointy. Come on in. So let's have a look at the grid then. Front row, as Pointy's just been talking to, Neil Yates alongside John Powell. Row number 2, David Smith and John Bowler. Row 3, Michael Oliver and David Jenkins. Row 4, Stephen Powell and Ryan Smith. On row number 5, Paul Rivette and Simon Cole. Isn't it great to see John Powell up there? Div 2 on the front row. I know it's reversing things, but it does make for all-round trucking entertainment.
Indeed it does, yeah. I mean, the reverse grid, of course, for the top 8 of the entire pack is why we've seen now John Powell make his way onto the front row. Tom O'Rourke, of course, at the back there. No more Archie for the rest of the weekend, I believe, though, unfortunately. We have had a word with Simon and team, and they've been working on the clutch tirelessly, but unfortunately they just cannot seem to figure out what's going on with it. They've tried the airline from another truck to see whether they can get it to power up externally, but it just doesn't want to know.
Absolutely fantastic. So race number 3 earlier on this morning, just to remind you, Ryan Smith had a Dave Jenkins on John Bowler in Div 2. John Bowler got the Div 2 win, but of course got a fantastic finish too ahead of Paul Rivette. Ryan Smith, 3 wins this weekend. That is, I mean, Ryan Smith, we'll talk about a lot. He's a multiple champion. 3 wins this weekend. Can anyone stop him?
I don't think they can. I mean, one thing I think is important to notice, we were looking through the live stream comments earlier on, actually, just to catch up on the fields out there. Quite a few comments on how Ryan Smith's not really getting mentioned very often. Of course, the unfortunate thing is that when you're at the very front and there's no competition there whatsoever of people challenging your position, we're obviously here to watch the racing. So if there's no real racing going on, I mean, as soon as somebody gets to the back of him, believe me, we will be all over it with the commentary. But of course the tricky thing about being 10-12 seconds ahead of the pack is that there's no racing going on there.
It's not much to watch, is it?
No, I mean, it's great news, fantastic result, brilliant driving, epic speed, but of course it's all going on 12 seconds behind you, which is of course where the cameras will most likely be watching predominantly. So if you want more screen time, slow down.
If there's one thing Ryan Smith is not going to do,
He's slowed
especially
down.
under your
Definitely
orders,
not going to do
it's
it.
going to be slowed down.
No, no, definitely not. No, but of course, it's all about the trophies, and he will probably be going home with another one today. But of course, what a position to be starting in. I'm going to be watching Neil Yates, John Powell. This is going to be an interesting start. But of course, what we saw from John Bowler in the race this morning, his first trophy of the weekend, a great third place and brilliant driving there, challenging Tom O'Rourke for 75% of that race. It's going to be interesting to see what he does with this second row opportunity with the might of Michael Oliver and Dave Jenkins right behind him.
Just to correct myself very quickly, of course it was John Powell that got the Div 2 win earlier. John Bowler third overall in Div 1. And we are racing, lights are out, feet down on the front row. Neil Yates and John Powell, the Div 2 driver. Can he do anything to hold back the big rigs behind him?
God, it looks fast round there, doesn't it? My goodness.
I mean, we've said it so many times, this is the fastest circuit in the UK.
Whoa! That's massive impact.
Michael Oliver, and who's that behind
Dave Smith, I believe. We've got
And
Dave
they're
Smith.
gonna come in
Is it
front?
coming across?
Oh,
it's
dear.
a near miss, but we've got break all the way round as Dave Smith manages to slow himself down to avoid. The drivers have made it through, but Michael Oliver is not going to be in a good condition. Can we get a replay of how Michael Oliver ended up mounting the back of Dave Smith there?
Oh, that came from nowhere. That was the entry into the complex.
Just as we change cameras, but the race is still under race conditions for some reason. We are powering on. No one seems to have got the memo as they're all putting the power down before that inevitable red flag comes out, but it's not happened yet.
There is no flags yet, so maybe out of picture. He's got underway, but that looks fairly significant. Here we go then into the complex. Oh my goodness!
It looks like Dave Jenkins was moving across ever so slightly, looking for that corner. Dave Smith was there. Michael Oliver just ran out of road by the looks of it, and of course ended up with almost getting a lift from Dave Smith.
I must say, congrats to all the drivers for avoiding that collision in the second half of the complex.
Virtual safety car is now out, so they will be bunching up, slowing down. The virtual safety car is something we've implemented since Brands Hatch now. We see that on the light there. They will all be a maximum speed limit of 60k, I believe, as they tootle round, waiting to see whether we can get this recovered quickly. But we have Michael Oliver now out of the truck on the circuit now. We have officially a red flag with 13 minutes left on the clock. This will be hopefully a snatch recovery which gets the race underway as soon as we can.
Yeah, it's on the tarmac, not in a danger. Well, it's a dangerous position, but not difficult for the recovery trucks to pick up whatsoever. Just a matter of getting the debris off the track. I mean, that would have been a bumpy ride.
That
for
was
Michael
big.
Oliver.
Yeah, that was big. I mean, you know, I think we're just grateful and touching wood that he managed to come away from that as well as he did. Already out of the cab. Not a great weekend for GT racing though, with the Oliver transport. Yeah. So and here comes Stuart Oliver, who apparently has missed the coming together. If we're just in time for the replays, we see Michael Oliver there running out of road behind Dave Smith. Sends him sliding. Dave, along with the drive, really.
They avoided the collision here, which is remarkable, just in time. But that will be
that could have been a lot worse than it was. Could have been a lot worse than it was.
A rose between two thorns has just arrived.
Come on in, Stuart. I'll try not to tap you on the back this time with your dodgy ribs.
You've literally just seen a replay of that as you've walked in. First reactions?
Yeah, that was quite a shock. We were just saying how things were going really well, but that sort of changed the direction of the weekend a little bit for Michael and the team. But hopefully it's not too bad, and hopefully he's all right. Obviously, that's the main thing. We don't want too wounded.
Here's the replay live again.
Yeah, it's.
So it looks like it was almost 4 abreast.
Yeah.
Someone was to the left.
It is, yeah. That's right. Yeah, you've got Ryan, and I think was that Steve Powell in the middle. Yeah, so 4 abreast. Yeah, so it's. Yeah, but it was lucky that it didn't happen the second round of the contact. But yeah, it's a shame. But it does show. Yeah, that's right. Ryan, Dave, Steve Powell, Dave Smith's in there. Yeah, it's a real. Steve Powell's at the back. Yeah, so. Yeah. No, that's unfortunate. But
I mean,
good.
That's a bumpy ride in there, isn't it?
It is a bumpy ride. Yeah, it is a bumpy ride. Oh, he's away.
Oh, hang on a second. Okay.
Yeah, that's my boy. Yeah, he's away. So, but I think he will have some shock absorber issues and spring issues. But he's obviously, as you can see there, he's weaving it around, seeing what it feels like. you'd be on the radio to the lads and saying, well, it's either feeling right or feeling wrong. But
you know what? It doesn't look that bad, does it? Considering what how far in the air it went.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, it depends whether it was the axle that made contact with the back of Dave's truck or whether it's just the bumper. But fingers crossed, like you say, it doesn't look that bad.
I mean, with poor Michael's history of broken springs on the front of that thing, I can see handling is probably going to be an issue. He does seem to be taking his time, feeling out whether it's okay. But yeah, the damage we usually see from these trucks, especially of that kind of impact, that, you know, the framework of those bumpers, which can get damaged quite quickly, seems okay. Looks like as well we're being blessed with a full 15-minute restart as well. Will Michael be joining the pack? That is the question, and where from?
Well, let's wait and see. And now, Stuart, your insight here. When this happens, and it looks to us like a pretty bad accident, but he's obviously got it going again, who makes the final decision? Is it scrutineering? We'll have a look and say, yes, you can, or no, you can't. They can't just go off Michael's like it feels okay, can they?
No, absolutely not. You know, safety is paramount, and I would imagine the camera hasn't got them. The scrutineers will be up at the end of the. That's Terry Cox, the chief scrutineer, walking up there. So the deciding factor will be whether Michael takes to the pit lane or whether he comes back for his grid position. Obviously, if he comes to his grid position, the scrutineers will come to the truck, check it over, make sure everything's intact, make sure it. Obviously, a few panels missing, but hopefully all is well that side. And there isn't any of my mechanics or Michael's mechanics up in the pit by the pit garages, so that's a good sign because obviously they've been on the radio. So. All being well, fingers crossed, he'll come back round. And
is there an amount of time they give to find that out, or what's the rules around that? Do you know?
No, there'll be a board come out very shortly, I would imagine, saying, you know, countdown of 5 minutes.
So there's no grace whatsoever given if you have an accident. It's just like get around there as soon as you can, and when we say we're going, we are going. Oh, there it is, just on the right hand side. Just missed it in camera there. So this was the start of the race. And Neil Yates and John Powell left and right on the front there. Now let's have a look what we're talking about. So we went a four abreast, didn't see on this angle, but you see Ryan Smith coming on the left hand side. Michael moves out to the right here. David Jenkins is also in the mix. And then 4 wide, doesn't work, up and bang. Well, and that was the slide that scared me a bit, but managed to avoid any further impact.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that, you know, it does look as just a sort of a chain of events that one moves over, another moves over, and then there isn't room on the track, because the last thing you want to do in Michael's position is get on the grass, because the next corner in front of him is a tight right-hander where trucks are going around in front of him. If he goes on the grass there, it makes it even worse than what actually did happen. But
he's got no helmet on, but Michael looks to be quite keen to get back in there, doesn't he?
He does, that's right, yeah. That's Mr. David Cartwright, who is the official. He will no doubt be making the decision. The truck doesn't look too bad, but the guys are looking out under the front. I would imagine there's a broken shock absorber. I'd be very surprised.
Is that terminal?
That's terminal for this race, yeah.
Race number 5?
Yeah, well, that's
Bear in mind we've got 2 teams in the GT tent this weekend with only 1 truck to work on, so they should be able to get it back out, I think. But yeah, I mean, a lot of thought process going into this. But of course, most importantly, a restart to the race. You know, even if Michael isn't involved, we're going to see another opportunity for John Powell in the old Greenhouse Group racing truck on the front there.
It's a shame he got a great start, didn't he?
He did as well. This is it. So I mean, you know, a replay. Will it be a replay or will it be a retake? No one will know until we get back under racing orders. We've got lots of team members around there, though. I believe we've actually got John down there on the camera. There we go with some. I'd usually be there for this, of course. But so yeah, let's have a look at the damage there. Then we've obviously lost a bit more fiberglass panelling, but nothing too serious on the front there. Again, we see very commonly these iron bars get bent underneath quite quickly.
Oh, let's get right in. Let's get right in.
Got the medic there looking. Oh, we've got bits of shock absorber on the floor by the looks of it. Stuart Oliver pointing that out for us. Very good spot there.
And that shouldn't be there, should it?
No, I think actually that'll be the replacement.
Okay.
So that it's obviously, you know, with the truck going up, the axle comes away from the chassis. the shock absorber can only expand a certain amount, and after that it comes apart, and that's what will have happened there. So, depending on how long it'll take to get the grid back, and boys should be able to put a shock. There's only bolt top and bottom. It's
well, it looks like that's what they're doing, doesn't it? They're
doing,
quite keen to get into that truck.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the team jumping on it. Obviously, Michael Oliver there chatting to some officials down in the pit lane, probably checking on him what happened. We are getting the balaclava back on though, which looks like it's going to be good news. We've even got the circuit commentary. Mark, we're all there having a look underneath the truck. I think everybody's more shocked at the fact that it's not as damaged as it should be almost, which is brilliant. Yeah, I think
they seem to be giving quite a lot of time for this, don't they? Maybe they're still clearing the track. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, well, we've seen it many times in the past. I mean, I've only been doing this 12 years myself, but we've seen plenty of work going on in the pit lane over the last seasons. There's certain questionable opportunities for work to be done on the truck, but at least this time we've got plenty of support from the officials going on, as they are just looking like they're adjusting the steering now to get access to the linkages for that shock absorber. They are, of course, all working very quickly. I see there one of the mechanics, Harry Drabs there. What's going on? Looks like Michael's foot going back into the truck to steer. That's good. Or is he just in there so we can see some damage to the linkage? Does that look bent to you? That's the power steering box arm. Does that look all right from that angle? Does it? Very good. That's fine. That's good. It's fine. We're getting the okay. It's looking positive.
The thing that's against us here, or against Michael, should I say, I've got to be neutral, obviously, standing in here, but the thing that's against Michael is time. Clearly, there's obviously, I would imagine, there'll be some track clearing up going on, there'll be some panels and grass and a bit of sweeping up to do, so once that's done, obviously the roll and lap will get underway. Obviously Michael will be starting from the pit lane, so he's got it all to do, but
will he start from the pit lane, or will he not be allowed to go up to 6th again? They left a gap for him.
I mean, this is only my opinion, so don't quote me on it, but I would say there's two ways this could go. They might be really nice and let him rejoin the pack. However, if they were to say that he is the cause, not of the red flag per se, but the delay from restarting from the red flag, that may be penalised in such a way that he'll have to start at the back of the pack. However, as we've seen, it's still massively important, if he can get back out, to get those points from this race. Regardless where he finishes, those extra points are going to look after him in his overall championship points holding at the moment. The actual safety car, not the virtual one, this isn't superimposed, it's a real Ford, that's rolling slowly away. Huge amounts of people on hand. Fingers crossed we're not too far away now from getting him back. And we saw some shots of Michael there getting strapped back in.
If they can replace the shock, is there any lingering sort of effect on performance, or should it be like a fully performing truck then?
It should, if that's the only the component that's damaged, it's just a case of replacing the shock absorber, setting the settings. There's bump and rebound settings, so they adjust them to what they were on the one that's damaged, and then on he goes. So no, there shouldn't be any big issues, and it doesn't look like they'll have obviously checked the main components of springs and axle and steering, so there shouldn't be any major. Well, they wouldn't be working on it now if there was. So fingers crossed.
A decision would have been made, I imagine, wouldn't it?
Right, yes. So I'll say that the time is at 15 minutes, and we are surely getting somewhere near. Of course, this is this kind of moment we see in racing, that it's high stress, and Ewan just asking about any effects on the truck. Let's be honest, Michael's just had a bit of a bounce there, and this is might not perhaps leave the truck worse for the wear, but of course it might take a little bit longer than the 10 minutes he's had for the adrenaline to calm down for what could have been a very nasty moment. So yeah, let's hope that he doesn't. Well, we've got a 30-second marker. So is he going to make it out? They've called the deadline. It's starting. Will he make it out, Ewan? What do you think?
Well, he's going to be starting from the back either way. Might be a lot of catching up to do. So, but as we know in this championship, as long as you finish, you're getting points. And what you don't want to do is not be out there. So even if you do finish last in your division, you're still getting some significant points, aren't you?
Absolutely, yeah. You know, and you know, we just hope that the Adams Morley pace truck just takes his time going around.
Quick, send him a text quickly.
That's right. You know,
10 miles an hour.
Stop for a 45-minute break on his way around. You know, but you know, it is what it is. It can be anybody that's in that pit lane, and you know, unfortunately, it's Michael, or unfortunately, it is a truck. So that gives them a little bit more time. So as long as Michael's at the line, ready to go when they come past. You know, hopefully, fingers crossed.
It felt to me as though they were quite generous there and gave him the benefit of the doubt and give him a little bit of time to get things sorted, and maybe they have to draw a line somewhere, don't they?
Absolutely, they're not. You know, they cannot hold on. You know, so you know, as you can see, the front corner of Michael's truck there, it's obviously come down and had a bit of a dive. There's grass in there, so you know, fingers crossed, everything's good. But fixing the shock absorber, yeah, that could get him out there. But you know, there could be steering alignment issues and that. But yeah, no, he's just taking his time there. That pace driver, so that's not a bad thing.
But they're not obviously race trucks, these pace trucks. I've spoken to a couple of the drivers actually. I believe, in fact, the driver of said pace truck is Angry Dave the trucker, or Trucker Dave. Trucker Angry, I don't know. He's quite big on TikTok, several thousand followers on Instagram as well, and I believe we'll have the honour of him handing out the trophies to the lucky recipients after this next race. He's actually here with the Greenhouse Group and Dave Morey here this weekend as well. Of course, great sponsors of John Powell, but not only that, supporters of the event. Speaking to one of their guys earlier on, it's our local event. We wanted to get out there big, bring Adams Morey to the crowd. They've been making deals, they've been making contacts. The feedback they've had is fantastic. They brought over 500 guests with them as well, which is just great to show support for the sport. He said literally it's the first year we've been involved, it's definitely not the last.
Wow, fantastic. That's what you want. Sponsors keep this game running, don't they?
They do.
Absolutely critical.
But it's games like this, of course, that benefit the sponsors too. I mean, whether you're looking at pickup trucks, minis, MG Owners Club, you know, they're all here, you know, doing their racing. And again, it's great to see sponsors and supporters and manufacturers getting involved with these sports still, because they want to benefit from contact with a great championship, regardless what vehicle that might be.
And we've seen, regardless of the weather today, the crowds have been fantastic.
They have. Gazebos at the ready. I'll tell you what, though, you talk about the wind we had on Saturday night. There's a fair few gazebos in the wheelie bins over in the show truck stands. My goodness me, they spent some money on gazebos and they are not taking them home.
He's doing you a favour here, isn't he?
He's
going really slow.
yeah, he is. You know, he's just taking his time. You know,
he might stop for a wee in a minute.
That's right. Yeah, I'm sure he's maybe doing a bit of tick-tocking or ticking, whatever you do. But you know, I'm not. It was tic-tacs in my day, not TikToks. But but no, but he is making headway now up the hill to the chicane. So I'm sure they're going to get underway very soon.
So can John Powell get the same start as he had? He was leading through let's say the first few corners. It wouldn't get much further than that, did it?
No, indeed. No, I mean, just goes to show though that the reaction time in racing is so, even when you're not going that quickly, it's still such high speed action, and you've really got to be on it the entire time. And the reaction times that we saw from those drivers to avoid what again could have been a double whammy accident, it was great. I mean, I think that goes to show as well a definite improvement in the quality of racing we've seen over the last few years, where it would have just been a pile-up before, wouldn't it? Right, here we go then. Over to you, Ewan.
It is Neil Yates and John Powell on the front row. John Powell got a great start first time round. Can he do the same again? We want to avoid any sort of compact. We know the compact corners of Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave can cause incidents. We've seen it already. Ryan Smith just being held back as they go round green corner. Here they are there towards the complex. Let's get a nice clean slide through here for everybody, please. And that looks much better to me. So Neil Yates out in front ahead of John Powell. We're tidy through the first corners. Progress.
We are underway. It is fantastic news, and what a lovely afternoon for it too. The sun is coming out. I think we just wanted a bit more sunshine. That's what we were waiting for. John Bowler now, though, making a move past John Powell. Will he be able to make that stick? Yes, sideways action from John Bowler there, really putting the power down. they are after it now. Still a full 15-minute race, remember, boys, so make it last. Whereas Ryan Smith takes not one, but is it two possible positions there going round the outside line? It's neck and neck with Dave Jenkins, though. He doesn't want to let him pass, but I don't think he's got a choice.
No, championship rivals. Ryan Smith has been far too quick this weekend. Staying side by side right now, though. Do you know what? Dave Jenkins might hold this one off, you know. Defensive move in as they go around the long left, Brooklands left-hand corner. And he has just about. Again, this is one of the widest tracks in the UK, so you can get 2 or 3 trucks wide, but it's not the situation we want to find ourselves in, as Neil Yates just continues to move away. And John Powell, of course, will eventually fall back amongst the pack. And it's a little bit of time through Club Corner or Club Chicane for the first time. And maybe just some track limits there for Stephen Powell. Dave Jenkins looks to go on the inside up towards Allards, and Ryan Smith getting stuck behind the likes of Powell here. And Dave Jenkins will put a little barrier between himself and Smith.
I mean, how has that happened? So Dave Jenkins has ended up taking 2 positions, left Ryan Smith behind the pair of them. As we're looking further forward, John Bowler battling with Neil Yates now for that first position. This could be an incredible win for either one of these guys. But further back, Dave Jenkins, I tell you, that was some skill, that was. But Ryan Smith caught up in some dirty air there. We've got a little bit of contact with Dave Smith again. I tell you, the right side of Dave's truck is going to need some serious work. He seems to have come off, slowed down, and lost his momentum due to that slight impact. But of course, that was just a bit of good old-fashioned rubbing, wasn't it?
There is absolutely no grip on that grass, is there? So Ryan Smith moves up from second to the back and into the top 6. Now we'll get some positions on the screen for you very shortly. Oh, there's some smoke there. I don't like the look of that. That was similar smoke that we had earlier in the week, where it just turned out to be.
Yeah.
There's some rubbing, wasn't it?
Does that look like a flat, though? That is the question, because we just saw a bit of contact on the left side for Ryan Smith there with Dave Smith, no relation, and also he is now producing quite a bit of smoke. Is it just a bit of panel on the tyre? Michael Oliver appears to be making his way. Are they going to let him out onto the track? He's building up some speed. He's out on there, so he has got his truck fixed. That's great to see. Stuart, how are we feeling about Michael making it onto the track?
Yeah, it's really good. You know, obviously he's a lap down now, which is unfortunate, but you know he's still in for some points because you know the number of trucks there is in that championship. You know, if he finishes, he'll still get classified, so that's good. But it's really interesting to see what's going on here. You know, there's a real big battle going on at the front, which is impeding Ryan without a doubt. And Ryan, no doubt, has a tyre issue because I think his contact with Dave Smith, there was a bit of rubbing, which whether it's punctured a tyre or not, but it's sort of certainly slowed him down a little bit. But you know, I have to say, John Powell there, Division 2 truck, sitting in third, 2-3 laps in.
That's brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely. You won't see that very. Oh, big slide
no,
out.
Is that Neil Yates out now? Well, that was Steve Powell. Steve Powell gets spun out. I don't see where the contact happened there. Steve Powell made his way, and he's got back on the tarmac though, which is fantastic news. Here we go. So looks for a deep dive in for. Oh, it's Neil Yates. Oh, it's very tricky, those 2 trucks. Looking both very similar liveries with the MYR there. But it does appear, though, that, of course, we've got John Bowler there out in first place now. Steve Powell in second. John Powell in third from Division 2, of course. Will we see? No, we're carrying on. It literally just looked like the back end went out. Ryan Smith, Dave Jenkins sailing past with no issues whatsoever. Now Dave Jenkins looking for the room past John Powell, of course. 3 abreast again. This is a tight race. They're all looking for the same line, aren't they, Ewan?
Yeah, there's damage on the rear right of Dave Jenkins and a couple of rubbing incidents with Ryan Smith, and they go toe-to-toe into the club chicane again. This does not fit 2 trucks around it. Dave Jenkins will just squeeze in front. Ryan Smith over the corner, and Dave Jenkins, this is a defensive masterclass right now, isn't it?
It's absolutely incredible, and of course the skill that's involved in keeping it on the track whilst defending and trying to look for that next space as well. It really is insane, but it looks like experience has trumped the speed of John Bowler as Steve Powell moves in to first place. But I'm saying no, John is not over yet. I'm still looking for a space back past we saw earlier on, the transition of positions in Division 2 as they swap places several times in one lap. John is after Steve Powell now. He wants his first place back.
We said a few times yesterday during all this series there wasn't a lot of overtaking, but the greasy track, I know it looks pretty dry now, but it's still adding to the excitement. Ryan Smith all over the back of the Dave Jenkins, looks on the outside, looks on the inside, goes back to the out. Is he going to get through? No, Dave Jenkins still holding on like a roadblock in the middle of the road, and Ryan Smith cannot get through right now. Is there lasting damage to that tyre? He's definitely not got the speed that he had in the opening 3 races. Dives to the inside. Is this the move as they come round the wide out Goodwood? And then they'll go towards green. This will be the left-hander. Will have the advantage into that one. And he has finally got part. Oh, that's the leader.
No, he's
Hang
not.
on.
He's still behind
still
Dave
behind.
Jenkins. Will he try the duck and dive move again, though, coming up on this corner? This is where he'll come out wide, shoot round the back and take him on the inside that we saw in that previous race, which I was extremely impressed by, you know, being a professional racing driver and everything. Here we go. Looks like he's lining up. But no, he's sticking it down the inside. We are side by side. It's a bit of touch and go there as he sends Dave Jenkins wide round the chicane, cuts the line. I'm not sure which side of the fence that would fall on.
I want Stuart's opinion on that one.
I don't think Stuart wants to give his opinion on that one. But it is sailing ahead into 3rd position then for Ryan Smith, leaving Dave Jenkins in the 4th, with Tom O'Rourke still battling ahead. But I think, you know, we've got to be really impressed with the rest of the drivers here, because they're so closely bunched this race. Usually the gaps are huge by now, but of course Ryan Smith only holding a 3-second deficiency behind Bowler at the moment.
I mean, for entertainment purposes, with all respect, you don't want somebody winning the race by 10-12 seconds. You want these battles straight from front to back.
This is what it's about.
And there's a race on now. Ryan Smith is clearly not got the speed he had in the first 3 races, but he's only got a 3-second gap to bridge. You'd think that he could probably make that, but we don't know about the damage to the tyre. Is that going to be long lasting? Was it just a bit of rubbing on the inside maybe?
Well, it doesn't appear to be producing smoke anymore, so
now,
whatever it was has worn off. But looks like Division 2 has settled back to where it would usually find itself on the pack. Yates and Michael obviously bringing round the back there, unfortunately for them. But yeah, we've got Paul Rivette now with his freshly repaired truck. But of course, I would say John Powell will still be looking for any possible space. I wonder what happened to John. We didn't see how he ended up so far back, because he was in 3rd at one point, then all of a sudden, well, not.
Now, just look at the gap here. It was 3.11 back to Smith, and this will be a really significant time here. What has he bridged it to? It is going to be, he was about 4 tenths quicker on that lap alone, so it's going to be sub 3 now, I'd imagine. 1.83. He's almost half the deficit in 1 lap. He's going to be a man on a mission, but still got to get past 2 sort of 3 metre wide trucks. It's not all over quite yet, just over halfway through this race. Dave Jenkins cannot really afford to keep losing points on these championships, only a couple at a time, but he'll be dead keen to try, which is now almost an identical gap between 2nd and 3rd as it is to 3rd and 4th. He's actually got a fight behind him in Tom O'Rourke as well.
That's right, it's impressive to see. I think Ryan must have a problem with the rear tyre, because he's slower through the complex, but on the fast bits he's managing to maintain and close the gap, but he doesn't seem to pull away through the complex, which sort of indicate he's having a bit of rear traction problem. But looking there now, he is reeling John Bowler in, and it's just going to be a matter of time before he's on his back end, and we'll see what happens from there.
So Ryan Smith going for his 4th win of the weekend. Dave Jenkins had 3 podiums as well already, so both incredibly consistent. And we'll look again. Oh yeah,
he's on the hunt now, isn't he? Yeah. He's on the hunt. This is it. We're going to see this in the next lap or 2 maximum, as Ryan Smith just looking now for that space, judging it in, waiting for John Bowler to leave the tiniest gap where he will be able to make it stick, probably very soon. We've got about 4 laps left of the race, and he is so on it. This will be the moment now where he puts that almighty power down of that Freightliner through the complex, past the start-finish line. This is usually when he'll be making his move, coming out. Is he going to look for a space or not? Come on, Ryan, here we go. Biding his time. This is so unlike the patience of Ryan Smith here. I've not seen it before.
Well, this is the latest into a race so far this weekend where Ryan has not been in the lead. You think, oh, can they work together and cause a roadblock? But of course, everybody wants to take their position on the podium. But right now, it is Stephen Powell leading the way, and it's getting tighter and tighter. Stuart, if there's one place on this racetrack which is the corner to overtake, which one is it?
I think where they're coming up to now, with sort of is it Village there at the top. Ryan is great, as you can see, he's keeping himself out wide. He'll have the crossover back through. I'm sure you're going to see exactly a Ryan Smith move here, which he will. But he comes up the inside, but he is having a bit of a slide at the back. But there you go, he's got himself, and as long as he's more than he isn't 3/4, so he definitely has traction problems, without a doubt. So it's making for a fantastic race. I'm very surprised Steve Powell hasn't pulled away, because he passed John, and then he seemed to be faster than John, past John, but now John's right on his bumper, so
they are in
possibly Steve's got a few issues as well there, so it's certainly leading for an exciting last few laps.
Right, well, back in towards the club chicane, and Mr. Bowler just looking for a little look on the outside there, which are too wide, which means Ryan can't get past at this stage. Maybe going for a little reversal now. And Powell, this is looking pretty good actually.
I'll tell you what, Steve Powell, if he can hold it out this long. Oh, we've got Ryan Smith now made it past John Bowler. This is not going to be good news for Steve Powell with just coming up to 3 minutes left of the race. Will he be able to hold his position for the next 2 laps or so? And of course, will he get across the line to make it a full 3 laps left? But he's already gaining on him, 0.82 of a second gap, which is absolutely nothing for Ryan Smith to make up in probably half a lap. But what's happening further back? We've had some changes round. Tom O'Rourke has somehow made it past Dave Jenkins. When did that happen? And now we're looking at Dave Smith looking for a space past the Jenkins 69 truck as well. Do we think that they're all coming out with a few issues? We're pushing too hard. We did see some twitchy movement from Dave Jenkins a couple of laps ago. Are we starting to lose a bit of traction on his tyres? Are they going off a bit, do we think?
Remember, we can only ever see one image. And up the inside, is this the move already? No, he won't. It'll be defended. Powell just about holding on. Ryan Smith moves to the outside.
This is what we're talking about. He's obviously got issues with that truck, because he would have been miles ahead by now. It goes without saying. So the fact that he's biding his time, he's looking for that gap. He wants to do this safely and cleanly, because obviously he knows that he's got some trust issues with that at the moment. We see some huge power there though from that Freightliner as he's looking for the position. But Steve is pedal to the metal. I am not letting you through. This is my race. We've got 1 lap left, and I want the trophy.
This is important. They need to go past. If they go past 140, because their lap times are 140, so is this the last lap? They need to cross on 0. We might get one more in, so we might have to defend one more lap. It could be 2.
I do not want to be in that number 3 MAN at the moment. I tell you, the pressure Steve Powell must be under is just excruciating. 0.3 of a gap. I mean, that's literally just being polite. I mean, what's going on with that back end? Tom O'Rourke, though, seems to be gaining on the whole pack. Just goes to show the amount of defensive driving that does cost speed and momentum that's going on at the front of the pack. But John Bowler still in for that 3rd place at the moment. He's still giving it everything he's got. You can see the way that the truck's handling. He's pushing it.
Now, Ryan Smith is a racing driver. He likes to win. He also likes to race. He will be absolutely loving this one, because it's not often he gets a fight like this.
I know. I mean, do you think someone gave him the memo? Do you think someone said, "Oh, they're talking about you. If you race at the front, people will watch you for longer"?
He's not got the power, has he?
This
might be the one, though.
Yeah. There we go. He's made it stick, but will it stay there? The speed of Steve Powell might see him past again, but he is definitely fully in front now. All he's got to do is close that gap and make it round the next lap.
Now, this is crucial. This might be the last lap. We might get one more. Depends when it stops to 0. Just the club chicane to come. It's looking more and more like we will see the checkered flag. Or are we going to get one more? They've got a few seconds to get over the start-finish line. Is the flag out, or do we get another Yes,
It is
just by a couple of seconds.
Oh, mate, half a lap. He lost it by half a lap. Can you believe it? But still, a second place trophy goes to Steve Powell, which I'm sure he'll be extremely happy with. And another trophy for John Bowler this weekend. Coming round the Division 2 now, Paul Rivette takes it in the Napa Racing truck, followed very closely by John Powell. I'll be looking forward to speaking to John and seeing what happened, or unless we can get a replay. What a fantastic race, though, Ewan. That was brilliant to watch.
And brilliant. Just to give credit to Paul Rivette, his first win of the weekend as well, a couple of second places in Div 2, so he gets his first win. But Ryan Smith, 4 in a row, but by far the biggest challenge in race number 4. Hats off to Steve Powell.
Absolutely, Steve. You know, we all love to see who wins, and Steve was trying, and he will be kicking himself. You know, he left the door open a little bit, and that's Ryan's classic overtake and move, and it paid off again as it has many times this weekend. And it's good to see Michael's finishing the race.
So that will be points on the board. It's bittersweet for Steve, isn't it? Because him and his team will know they've put in a brilliant performance, but just not got the trophy to show it.
That's right. Very unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but fortunate for Ryan. It's pros and cons of who wins the race. But Steve, he did put up a good challenge. I was surprised when he passed John Bowler. How you said earlier on in the race, I did think he would pull away and get a bit more of a buffer and a bit more of a gap. But he sort of got past, but he didn't seem to pull a gap, and that. Whether he had some issues mid-race, or I don't know, or he just thought he was comfortable in that position, and if he'd only just got himself a few more metres away from Ryan, maybe think the result would have been different.
So there are our official results on the screen. Ryan Smith, 4 wins out of 4 at Thruxton. One more race to come later on this afternoon. Stephen Powell, a valiant effort, just half a lap back off being a pole winner, takes second place. John Bowler, a brilliant third as well, ahead of Tom O'Rourke and Dave Jenkins. Maybe issues for Dave Jenkins, not the speed we've seen so far this weekend from him. David Smith in 6th place. Paul Rivette, first win of the weekend in Div 2 ahead of John Powell. Neil Yates, 7th in class. Simon Cole, 3rd. Currently championship leader coming into this week, and consistency is the key. And Michael Oliver does finish 1 lap down. He'll get points on the board. Ryan Smith, fastest lap, 1:37.71, set quite in the end on lap number 6. Stuart, once again, absolute pleasure to have you with us. Will you join us for race number 5, please?
Yeah, I would love to.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good. Right, let's go down to Pointy in just a moment. So Pointy is running over towards Parc Fermé, and he will speak to a few of the drivers. But that is exactly what we want to see from British Truck Racing. End-to-end coverage and end-to-end thrills from start to finish. More of the same, please, in race number 5. That is scheduled for 4:50. I very much doubt it will take place at that time. We're running about half an hour behind right now. But officially, we go to a lunch break shortly. How long that'll be, nobody knows. But let's wait for Pointy, who will be in Parc Fermé very shortly with a couple of the drivers.
Well, there we have it. I'm back on the ground. Ryan, come on over here. We're not allowed over there. Absolutely incredible race. First of all, what was wrong with the truck? Because we all knew that there was something going on with the back there.
Dave Smith and Dave Jenkins hit me. Obviously, I don't think Dave Smith's very clean. He obviously didn't know I was there twice. I was twice up his inside, and I think he's knocked my rear axle out a bit. Didn't know I was up his inside, and then Dave kept squeezing me to the grass, should I say.
I'll tell you what though, like we were just talking in the commentary box before that race, saying how we had some comments online that we don't really talk about you much when you're racing. And I was like, it was because he's always at the front, you know?
Honestly. Do you know, sitting from 5th or 6th position,
yeah.
I seen a comment online earlier about no overtaking, just following the leader. I think at one point, Neil Yates, John Powell, Dave Jenkins, Steve Powell and me all down the pit straight.
Yes.
If that don't whet your appetizer, I don't know what will.
I'll tell you, it was incredible racing to watch.
You know what? Thoroughly, Steve made no mistake. Probably deserved to win it.
It was half a lap. There was half a lap in it.
But we're here to put a show on, and you know the crowd's paid money to get here, and I give everything. Then
I mean, we could see, man. We could see every corner. We were looking, and we were in the comments. Me and you, and we're like, "Oh, this is when he's going to do it. This is what." No, he's not. What's going on?
His pace was good, although he was in front. He wasn't really backing me up, so his pace was good. Delighted for the team. Delighted for Steve. He deserves that. He drove really well, but you know, for people to say that, oh, there's not much overtaking, you need to rewatch that race when you
That was phenomenal. It really was. I think everybody had a good go at racing there. Thank you very much, Ryan. We're just waiting for the last couple of trucks to come in, but let's go and have a quick word. Just come straight across. It'll be fine. We're going to have a quick word over here with Steve Powell. Don't worry about the trucks crashing into me. I'm going to take out the fences. Steve, what a race. What a race. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, we honestly thought you had that in the bag. It was just one half a lap and it was gone, taken away. Oh, I think it was robbed. I think it was robbed. Yeah. We're getting feedback from the crowds here. But honestly, I mean, Ryan just said himself, phenomenal pace, brilliant driving. We were kind of rooting for you there. It's like, is he going to make it stick? Is he going to make it stick?
It's frustrating because the last race we went on a dry setup for a wet race, and then we've gone wet, and it was perfect all the way around apart from the bend before Church, where the shot is just bouncing. So I had to lift, and he got behind me, and he's seen me lift the bend before, so he just bided his time, got up the inside, give him the room, and yeah, do you know what? We started 7th to finish 2nd. I'm over the moon anyway, but the win would have been... Yeah.
Would have been amazing, but I tell you what, a second place trophy, that was some great racing, and what a battle as well. I mean, you literally held it there the entire race. But can you someone explain to me how, I mean, you were neck and neck with John at one point, and yet all of a sudden then he's back with the Division 2s. Did you see where he went?
No, I didn't. We've got good pace here, and we know that. We're still a bit hit and miss in the wet, but we know for the drive we've got really good pace, and once we knew we had the better of John, but he slips up a bit coming out of the chicane, so... But yeah, it's hard. Once you go back, it's so hard to catch. I mean, we've done the first race yesterday was a split second off the start, and then we're just trying to chase them, and it's so hard. It's so hard. And then there was 3 of them going into chicane together, and I thought, this is all right. I'll just hung back, and then they all went, and I went right around the outside. So over the moon for me and the team and the sponsors. So
excellent work. Well done, Steve. Can't wait to hand you a trophy.
I'll get another interview with you. So.
Another interview with me.
By the way, it's coming home.
It's coming. It's not. It might possibly.
Come on, yesterday.
No.
Go back to yesterday. It's coming home.
It's possibly coming home.
Coming home.
I'll let you say it's coming home when they make it to the final. Then you can say it's coming home.
Racing, so we won't be talking
I see. Fine. Whatever. Right then. Who have we got over here? A good finish then, of course, of Simon Cole making it all the way around this time, and of course Michael Oliver getting some points in there as well. We've just quickly stopped this guy. We know you're busy. What's your name? Where did you come from?
It's Mark, and I'm from TMS, and I look after all the cameras and the telematics side for the speed and the judicial side.
There we go. So in case you ever wonder how official decisions are made after the fact, Mark, we're again in partnership with the championship this year with TMS. He actually's got all the cameras in all of the trucks with, I think they're fire protected and shot protected hard drives, and then the officials can replay all of the 360 footage from the trucks to decide what's going on. So sometimes we don't get the best angles at home, especially not when we're deciding on the moment, in the moment. You've got to be aware of everything that's going on around you, and that's what these officials are getting to see, and those are the camera angles that, of course, not yet, but one day we might get to see ourselves. John,
how did he get on?
Come on, I think he did all right. Come and get close.
I don't actually genuinely know how he got on.
He was watching from the pit lane. If anyone
was watching from the pit lane. He was on a country drive in last place, I think.
Will you still tell us how he got on?
He came in third, mate. He didn't try and hump anybody though.
Hump anybody?
Yeah, he was just trying to get a free lift on the back of Dave Smith. I mean,
the BBC be covering up what that just happened.
If you wanted a free lift for the race, you should have just said he could have hooked up early on. No,
I've seen heaven.
I bet you. I've seen heaven. What happened very quickly? What happened there? Do you know? I mean, we looked like you were 4 abreast at one point.
I think I can fill us in. It was he got his age mixed up, ambition and ability.
Oh, run out of talent. Is that what we're saying?
I think we're going to work with that today.
It was a drive-by shooting. I was literally.
Oh my goodness! There was a photographer up on the hill that just kind of flashed in your eyes at the last minute. Was that what it was?
No, I was just minding my own business, tooling around the back, around the corner, Then all of a sudden it was bang, oozy through the
There's
window.
3 trucks in front of you, beside you. You were boxed in. You were boxed in.
John Bowler playing Super Mario, chucking bananas out the window.
John Bowler, you were hearing this blasphemy? You weren't throwing bananas at him out the window, were
I
you?
struggle to understand his accent most of the time, so I just agree.
Just opposite sides, aren't you? Unbelievable. I'll tell you what, if we had a competition for the hardest to understand accents in this championship, we'd have to have a lot of first place trophies, that's all I'm saying. John, though, another great result for you. Seriously, all joking aside, second trophy for the weekend. You've got to be super chuffed with that, haven't you? I mean, the skill you showed us there, you were at the front. You didn't just end up at the front, you were at the front, like, for the entire race.
Yeah, no, we're really happy how it went. I think we're second fastest lap, so that's a new set. We're getting out with the truck. It's doing what it's meant to do, and we're just really impressed how it's performing.
Just don't play with too many bits now. Just like, you know what, that was good. Let's just leave it like this.
Nothing else, yeah.
Yeah, just maybe change the colour of it. Don't any setup. Leave it. Right, just leave it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but no, really good. The team's done really well. Truck's performing great. Good battle with Steve and Ryan. So yeah, it's good, interesting racing.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, thank you very much. We'll get you a trophy very soon. Another congratulations to John Bowler. I'm going to hand over to James now, if I can find him, because I believe after that huge impact we had earlier on over in the MG Owners Club, they are out once again this afternoon. James, have you got any feedback from the incident for the MGs earlier on? Is everybody okay from that?
From what we understand, everyone seems to be okay, Pointy. Are you okay?
I'm okay. If you're
a busy day for you, that's all.
It has been a busy day. I mean, the commentary. I mean, there's actually 3 of me. You just don't know.
The weather can't make its mind up either.
It's very
now
hot.
Sunny.
It's sweaty. It's cold.
But it's been rainy and windy. What are we supposed to do?
I don't know. First weekend though here, I know 3 pointers would be a terrifying thing. So I was just replying to someone in my ear. So yeah, we're all part of it. We're all here together. We're all part of the racing.
You can't at home. I can
He
hear
said,
it.
I don't think he could cope with 3 pointies, and I agreed. I don't think anybody at home could cope with 3 of us. This has been your first weekend at the truck racing. How are you enjoying it? How is it different to all the other race events you've been to?
Do you know what? It's incredible. Like, genuinely, everyone here is so passionate about the trucks themselves, and I can see why, because they're so much fun to watch. Like, you were literally talking at the end there, anyone that says that there's no overtaking in racing anymore needs to come down and watch these trucks, because it's mesmerising. It really is. And honestly, I've been saying it to the marshals as well. We would all love to sit in a passenger seat in one of these.
I have done.
If anyone can make that possible, I'm more than willing to go on a flying lap in one.
It's scary. It's not as fun as it looks when they get going. You are.
No.
It's terrifying.
It's probably so much fun that you don't even feel terrified. You're too busy having fun.
Yeah, no, it's fun. I'm not saying it's not fun, but it is also 100% terrifying. Right, you better go and speak to some MGs, I think, yeah?
Well, there are some MGs over there. But should I go speak to them?
You go speak to them. I'm going to go and have a cup of tea, give out some trophies, do the other 4 jobs that I've got.
The glamorous side of things.
The glamorous. I've also got to do show truck trophies over at the Adams Morey stand with some famous TikToker that isn't me.
Mate, you're a busy bee, aren't you? No wonder you got your eyebrows done ahead of today. Goodness me. That's
Adam drawn on especially.
That explains a lot now. Explains a lot indeed. Right, well, you have fun, you enjoy it with your TikTok stars. Right, come on, let's go over to the assembly area. Let's have a word with the MGs. They're going to get going in the next 10 minutes or so. Many of them outside their cars, which, John, should make our life a lot easier. Oh, sorry, broom there, John. Debris, hurdles, stuff. Watch out. But yeah, look. There's another race for the MG Owners Club, another 20-minute race, which is set to get started and get underway within the next 20 minutes. There goes a whistle. Let's go to our earlier... No, don't run away from me, Jonathan. You can't do that. Earlier race winner. Was it ever confirmed?
Yeah, confirmed. Race winner.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Well happy. So we can try and replicate that in this race.
Well, no, absolutely. I mean, what's going to be the key now to replicate the victory in this one?
Survive again and hope for the best.
Well, it's a very different track out there now.
Yeah, track's dry now, so it's going to be a completely different race. People will be a bit quicker that maybe weren't in the first race because of the rain. So I'm just going to try and survive and keep clean, and then hopefully at the end of the race we can come up with another podium at least.
Well, fingers and toes crossed. Off you go. Get into your car. Let's have a word with someone else who's going to be taken to the track, Rob Addison. Sorry, Rob, you were standing around, not looking very busy, so I've come to poach you. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'm glad it's dry this time. Obviously, last time it was wet. I've not raced for 11 years, so yeah, it was a bit hairy. But yeah, no, we got a good start in the first stint. Obviously, because of the red flag, I just didn't get a good get off on the line the second start, and then second lap in, I dropped a wheel on the grass out the back, and yeah, that was it. That was yeah, a quick visit over close to the tyre wall, and then sort of rejoined back on. So lucky enough, the car's straight, and we can come out again.
Well, look, pole sitter in this race now as well, so you're obviously starting where you want to continue, really. What's your tactics going into turn one?
Yeah, just see how I get off the line, and just, yeah, we'll go from there. Obviously for me, it's just, you know, it's someone else's car, so it's just keeping the car straight, pointing it in the right direction, and see where we are at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, let's talk about this ZS. I mean, it's a beautiful piece of kit. You've just mentioned how it belongs to someone else. You're being a good caretaker and babysitter of it so far. Have you enjoyed driving it? How old is this thing?
I don't actually know too much history. Steve Darby had it. Dave Mellor has brought it up here for me to race today, so he's a long campaigner in the championship. But it's been about for a few years. It's just a good sound car. Yeah, so yeah, we'll just see how it goes.
Well, listen, enjoy it. I'm sure you will. Everyone always does in this championship too. Let's take a look at who else might be loitering around here on the grid as well. Is Meninda? Can we grab you for a quick chat? Is that all right? I don't mean to completely put you off your racing. This is a beautiful car that we've got in front of us. I love the sparkly sort of additions to it as well.
Yeah, it's got metal flake in the lacquer. We painted it black and then put metal flake in the lacquer, and that's the effect we ended up with.
Well, look, listen, we'll be hoping that your racing sparkles and shines as well as the car. But how are you feeling ahead of this one? Because it is a completely different race now, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's going to be. Looks like it's going to stay dry for this one. We might be able to see where we're going, which will be good. And yeah, just hope for a good race. I think I'm just going to hopefully finish the whole session this time.
Give us an insight for everyone watching at home. What's it like to follow these massive trucks that are just behind us, going straight out after one of their races? Because they must lay down a considerable amount of rubber.
They do, but then they also lay down some diesel sometimes. But yeah, I think the track should be a lot more grippier after they've just been out. If you know, especially with the rain this morning as well. So with them being out, they should have left some rubber behind for us to kind of pick up and hopefully get some grip around church.
Look, should give you a lot more confidence, that's for sure. Well, enjoy yourself. Let's keep wandering up this grid and see who else we can grab a hold of. Should we dive in here with Mark? Look, just because you got your helmet on doesn't mean you can escape that easily, mate. Listen, how are you feeling ahead of this one?
Well, firstly, I look better with a helmet on, so...
I didn't say anything.
I'm looking forward to this because I'm hoping that big black cloud stays away and we can have a straight race rather than this rain getting in the way.
Well, look, there's no... Well, actually, I say that. There's that massive rain cloud over there. There's one over there. John, the cameraman, pointed that one out. Thanks, John. He showed me the radar earlier. That made me sad. But listen, it's looking dry. A little bit of crosswind, dry track, fast track.
Very fast track. Yeah, this Thruxton's a very special place because it is really, you're always on the limit for most of the lap. There's not really a straight to be had. So it's great to race on, especially in the dry. So we're keeping our fingers crossed.
Fingers and toes crossed. Well, listen, I'll let you get into your machinery, let you get set and get going. Let's have a look. Who else looks ready? Jimmy. Jimmy looks like he could have a chat. You're just strapping seatbelts in, Jimmy. It's not that big a deal. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Well, a lot better now. It looks like it's going to be a lot drier. So.
This is the one thing that's on everyone's minds at the moment. It is looking a lot drier. I must say that is a remarkably small steering wheel, John. If you want to come and take a look at it, any particular reason, Jimmy? Is that personal preference? Is that the car?
It's personal preference, really. Helps me get in and out.
That's fair enough. I mean, everyone's got their own preferences. But what has the car been like to drive this weekend in particular?
Well, to be honest, it was so wet out there, we couldn't really do a lot in the first race. So I'm hoping it's going to all be different in this one. So we should be in for a good one, hopefully.
Fingers crossed. The main thing is enjoy it, and I'm sure you will. Let's see who else we can grab. Maybe, do you know what? I'm so sorry, guys. I'm going to squeeze in between your cars, and I'm not going to talk to you because I'm going to go towards the rear. It's not the rear in terms of speed because we've got different classes on this grid, John. John, sorry, you completely lost me. Hello, John. There you go. I'm going to come and take a chat with the reigning MG champion, William Sharp. Mr. Sharp, how are you, sir?
Ready, rocking and raring to go, mate.
Ready and rocking, ready to go. Our director in my ear right now is telling me that this car just looks incredible. And it looks incredible when it's out on the track as well. Do you feel incredibly lucky? Do you love driving this thing?
I absolutely adore it. It's a part of me. And yeah, I've never felt this way about a car before. It's great. It's if you can get a confidence in the car, I'll go and crash now, but if your car can feel like it's a part of you, these midgets, if you get them right, they're the nicest thing to drive. Down on power, but I mean, you can make up for it in the twiddly bits.
Well, look, you look like you have an incredible amount of fun in these cars altogether as well. 1 minute to go. Final word to describe the race tactics potentially?
Foot as far down as I can press it and look forward. That's it.
Best of luck. We'll enjoy it. Take care. I mean, let's back ourselves away, John. Back ourselves away from these cars as we look towards the front of the grid once more. 30 seconds now before they go out onto the track. Fergus Campbell will be leading out. No, not Fergus Campbell, sorry. Rob Addison will be the one leading them out from the front in his ZS. The checkered blue livery on that MG. We're seconds away from them leaving. The green flag is about to be waved. Last minute checks on everyone's cars in place. Oh, the green flag's been delayed. No, it's not. There it goes. And off go the MGs, led out by the number 88, Rob Addison. Swiftly followed by the fierce competition of Jonathan Candler, the earlier winner today. And in third place behind him, Meninda Golla. And well, there's nothing left to do except to hand up to Ewan Dunlop, who's going to take us through another brilliant 20 minutes of MG Owners Club racing.
We know it's one of his favourites and we enjoy watching it as well. It was, as you saw, Jonathan Candler who took the win in a much disrupted, I must say. Look at the top left-hand corner of your screen there. That is a frightening black cloud. But hey, for the time being, let's just go through the grid for the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. On the front row, Fergus Campbell and Steve McDermott. On row 2, Rob Addison and Jonathan Candler. Row number 3, Meminda Golhar, who we just spoke to, and Mark Baker, the first of the MGF races. In 4, another set of, or a pair of MGZRs, Joshua Addison and Jimmy Work. On row 5, Phil Walker, alongside Andy Preece. And on the second page, we'll get some of our A-Class and a few more of the S-Class. Of course, we're going to lose a couple of cars. Well, lose at least one car. And those incidents early on in race number 1. And even as we're talking, that cloud, top left-hand corner, is just creeping its way across the screen. So whether you've set up for wet or dry, you're going to be wrong. Because it's going to change surely throughout this race. God, it feels like the end of the world, doesn't it, with that cloud coming across. You can see the rain falling down in the distance as well. It is that is not going to stay in the sky, that one. So we will have a few more on page number 2 as well. Otherwise, I'll just read them off my sheet here, which James very kindly ran across to me earlier on today. So I'll go off my sheet here. Row number 6 is Simon Kendrick in the F-Class alongside Luke Boniface. On row number 7, Riley Price and Darren Leonard. On row number 8, Jake McDermott and Stuart Plotnick. On row 9, just spoke to Will Sharp and Chris Millard. On row 10, David Amphlett and Jim Bainham. Row number 11, Mark Royowski and John Diffie. And here we go. Row number 12, Robert Fisher. So you can see the combination of cars here. In the MGZR, all the yellow numbers. In the F-Class is the pink, and in the blue is the A-Class. That's where you have the midgets, the MGBs, the Roadsters. My favourites. And there's row 11 and 12 again, just at the back there. We will see all of the A-Class at the back of the field, but they have their own internal championship. And they will work their way around towards the grid after their green flag lap. On the front row, Fergus Campbell on the left-hand side in the blue and white. And on the right-hand side, that is... hang on, have I got the right grid here? Because that's Steve McDermott. I'm going to wait and see. Because on our start sheet, Mark Baker should be on the 3rd row, but he's clearly on the 2nd row of the grid there. And Steve McDermott, well, on my sheet is on the front row, but he's clearly not. He's on the third row of the grid there. So I'm going to disregard my start sheet, which was only printed about half an hour ago. And I will just go with what's on screen, because that's what's actually happening in the real world. So Candler got the win in race number 1, ahead of Maminda Gola and Mark Baker, which again wasn't the way I saw it over the line. Am I living in a parallel MG universe here? And either way, we are off and we are racing. And a great move to the inside there from Mark Baker in their MGF. I mean, he really shouldn't be racing hard against the ZRs, but he clearly found his feet in the opening race of the day. This is the second of 2 races in the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. And the complex, which has been so key to race victories today, and it's great to see them all around nice and cleanly. We've got a fairly dry track now, and if you watched the race this morning, well, to say it was interrupted by rain would be a serious understatement. So your leader out in front, and the pole sitter just falling back to second place. That is Rob Addison in the blue and white. Behind him, Steve McDermott. Here again, a little bit confused with the finishing here. Steve McDermott, of course, having issues in race number 1. So great to see him back starting. He'll be frustrated with the way that race went. I'm really, really impressed, actually. He's got that on the grid. And that's Simon Kendrick in the Tiger livery in the 42. That's one of our F-class competitors. This is a series that has been going a significant amount of time with a lot of people's favourites. Particularly for the older models of the famous MG mark. Rob Addison just holding things off for the time being. 29 is Maminda Golhar, just drops down to 4th place because Mark Baker makes a move up into 3rd place. Sharp, already winners in class this season, not just today for the likes of Will Sharp, but former title winners Jim Bainham, Malcolm Best and Mark Riorski will be looking to put in a good performance. Oh my dear! Oh no, that is into the wall and back onto the track. Let's hope, fingers crossed, that we'll be able to get on. What on earth is happening? Well, the 67, that is Jake McDermott, son of Steve, going the wrong way for a short period of time. So let's just see what happens once they sort themselves out. I will correct myself, of course, it's Steve McDermott. The reason I still can't work out this critical, because Steve McDermott should have been on the front row. Let's see the replay of this first of all. A big move across from the inside to the out. 2 cars go off onto the grass, and it's Jake McDermott that manages to just about weave between Simon Kendrick and the trio following. That could have been disastrous. And then somehow driving in the opposite direction, but let's just sort that out in a moment. Let's concentrate on the front of the pack here. Addison, Condra and Golhar. And now, of course, to correct myself, Steve McDermott Of course, not on the track. That was, as we imagined at the time in race number 1, a weekend-ending collision. And it was me getting confused with Meninda Golhar's car in the ZR as they go 3 abreast into the club chicane. And well, what a brilliant move there by your race number 1 winner, Jonathan Candler. He will move ahead of Rob Addison. Well, only very temporarily, because Addison has the extra horsepower or something under that bonnet to pick up a little bit of extra speed around Allard and through Green Corner. Mark Baker loses 1 place to Price in the 17. It's young Riley. And that looks like a sherbet dip, that car, doesn't it? Beautiful pink and blue on the 17. That's fantastic. That reminds me of a Hubba Bubba bubblegum, if you're old enough to remember that, when it was 11 pence. Addison will lead Candler. And this is another of the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club is the only 20-minute races of the weekend. The rest are 15 minutes, other than the pickup trucks later. They do 14 laps, which will be approximately 20 minutes. Addison back in front for the time being. Here comes Golhar. They love it into the club chicane. We've seen races won and lost here. There's not going to be on this occasion. We've got plenty more laps to come, of course, before it is a deciding factor. If you can enter and exit the club chicane at the right pace and on the right line, you can get a massive advantage. And Candler here is going to drop down to 3rd from the lead 2 laps ago. That's how key those 2 turns are. There's William Sharp in the midget, leader in class by 3.5 seconds plus. He said that car feels like a part of him. I'm sure a lot of people with a car close to their hearts can relate to that statement. Of course, when the car feels like it's a part of you, and you are at one with the road, it's a lot easier. McDermott, actually Sharp gets past McDermott to split the A-class and put a ZR in between them. So that's McDermott, Jake, who had the incident, the son of Steve. And very little change in the top. Riley Price really wants to make that a 4 and not a 3 at the front. Now he's got a second advantage on Mark Baker, who's the leader in F-class. Simon Kendrick down in 8th overall, and Stuart Plotnick in 10th. Oh no, there is Simon Kendrick. Lost the rear bumper of the Tiger liveried MGF. And that will be, if that doesn't come off, he's going to get the meatball flag to say, no, too dangerous, you've got to come in. Now, of course, he won't be able to see that barely, unless he was to sit up on his heels and maybe have a look in his wing mirrors. So I think you might see, if not this lap, Simon Kendrick coming in, or maybe you'll try and do a little bit of rubbing against a barrier and just knock it off. Because he was lying 2nd in class, 8th overall, and he's just falling down the timing sheets now. Mr. Plotnick will move to 2nd in class. I would imagine the gap wasn't that big. Yeah, there goes Simon Kendrick, just dropping down now. In the car number 2, 2nd in class as well. That's Jim Bainham in the MGB Roadster. You can see his man just ahead of him. Now, Will Sharp built out a 15-second lead in race number 1 before the chaos of rain and collisions happened. Yeah, Simon Kendrick going right into that. I've not seen a pit signal yet for Simon Kendrick, so he's staying out for the time being. There he is. Will he pull in now? Yes, he will. And that is a wise decision for Simon Kendrick. Now, he should be able to just pull that off and get back out there, because he won't want to lose points in the championship to Baker and Plotnick. Mark Baker went out of class in race number 1. So it's a good weekend for him so far at Thruxton. Addison ahead of Golhar and Candler. once again towards the club chicane, and they will retain order. Can Golhar get some steam and some momentum along the start-finish around Allard and into green? Sitting in the slipstream. Candler has tasted victory already this weekend. Golhar picking up a second place. Oh, was that an off there for Jim Bainham? That's going quite slow. I think he's hit the grass, but hopefully not any barriers. Back to the front. Just see Riley Price in the background, not maintaining or not gaining enough ground to make a challenge of this just yet. He also finished 4th in race number 1. Here's Jim Bainham. What is he doing over there? Maybe he's felt a bit guilty spending some time away from his wife. Got to collect some flowers around Goodwood Corner. Bob Addison will maintain his lead, and Golhar has had 2 or 3 laps now to just try and find potentially a route in. They'll keep looking left and right. Well, look at this, they can't get any closer, can they? And this is in to the club chicane. Who is going for a dive? Candler looks down the outside. Addison is in the best place. Oh, Candler nips in front of Mominder Golhar. That is a wonderful move and a brave move as well. That is top speed, late on the brakes, outbraking your opponent, and just a couple of metres, and that is all he needed to slip back into second. Of course, that allows what was 3 cars nose to tail, Addison, just to get 20 metres up the road. And that's all important on a track where there's very few places to overtake. Going to come up against some back markers here. Who is that going to be sitting at the back? It might be, is it Fisher? Yes, he's getting out of the way. Looks like Rob Fisher to me in the MGB Roadster. I've not seen too much of this car so far today. Nice to see all of the field. And everybody wants to be on camera, of course. So that's Stuart Plotnick, so that means that is behind him Leonard in the 76, Darren Leonard, one of our MGZRs. What's that hanging out the side? I thought he was waving his arm there. No, it's a little, that's his window. Well, he'll get some fresh air. Oh no, number 11, that's Chris Millard having a spin at the club chicane. Now, just going back to Leonard, he's lost a window. His passenger window at the front has decided to, well, I'm not going to be here for much longer. And if it starts to rain, that will be a bit damp on the passenger seat. Well, if there is a passenger seat, often it's just the shell and the driver's racing seat on the left-hand side. Golhar looking for a way back in. That's around Allard. And then they'll go slight left-hander around Green Corner and up to the complex. Campbell Cobb and Seagrave. Seen some incidents here this weekend. Now this is tightened up again because Addison managed to get about 0.78 seconds of a gap, and well, that's the distance between the 3 of them now. So if you're just joining us, this is the ZR Race Top 3, and look at that window hanging out, hanging on for dear life, that window. Don't let me go. I'll be good, I promise. We'll keep you updated on the window. Back to the front, Addison, Candler and Golhar. Here's a couple of our A-class drivers. That is Chris Millard, who had the spin, I think, just flashing past. It's going to be a back marker soon, and it was in front of him. That was John Diffie. We just got a brief glimpse of the La Sanisa Limited sponsored midget. So there will be more traffic coming up for our leaders. Generally, I must say, those back markers are great at getting out there. They'll get the blue flag. Please move over. Faster cars coming through. And these are the fastest on track. Golhar, has he got an opportunity here to move to the outside? Will Candler defend as Addison keeping his eye on his rear view mirrors? Once again round Allard corner, it's a flat out right-hander, as is Green. This is a slight left-hand side now. And then they'll come into the complex. This is the first braking zone of the circuit. You see the midgets there, going to have to get out of the way in just a moment's time. We retain 1, 2, 3. So first of all, they're going to have to get past Rob Fisher in the MGB Roadster. And they will, there's plenty of straights here. There's the blue flashing lights you can see. That is, please move to the side. Whether he realises there's 3 behind him, I'm not entirely sure. Oh, does his job perfectly well. All 3 go through. Then they're going to come up against Chris Millard, who had the spin earlier. And then they might have a bit of clear air then. Oh, there is Millard. And that's Jim Bainham. Oh, no, that's not Millard, that's Riorski, former winner. And Jim Bainham fighting in the MGB Roadsters. Isn't it just great to see them on track? Maybe not sort of out in front, but it's an absolute joy. For me personally, MGs are the cars. The MGBs, the midgets and the Roadsters. Right, let's get back to it. Just about 4 minutes remaining. They're going to get maimed. They might squeeze 4 laps in here, depending on when they cross the start-finish line. Golhar has been looking for a chink in the armour of Candler for the last 5 laps. He's not quite found one yet. Addison finished 7th in our opening race, so we're looking to make amends from starting near the front. Flying. Goodwood Church around Brooklands. Now it looks like, I mean it's happened a little while ago, but just keep up to date in the F class. Just Mark Baker left out on track. Stuart Plotnick and Simon Kendrick neither have returned to the racing circuit. Golhar spotting an opportunity, maybe, no, not quite. Club chicane. One more time. Oh, a bit of a lock up there, right rear from Candler. Not enough to give Golhar a nose. I thought Golhar was quite polite there. We've seen so many cars go over the green on track limits, but he really cut back in there to stay on track. There's car number 1, reigning championship leader, or champion in the MG Owners Club overall, William Sharp, in his beautiful silver. And I must say, it's not for everyone, but I like that black and luminous green stripe from front to back. I'm a fan of that. David Amphlett fighting Sharp for the top spot actually in the overall championship. Not mentioned David Amphlett enough times. We should in the MGB Roadster. An absolutely incredible servant to the MG racing scene. And to say he's been successful would be a astonishing understatement. There's Mark Baker, leader in F. Come our leaders. They might have to navigate a little bit more traffic. They'll get one more full lap in. Coming to the conclusion then of their penultimate lap. Golhar, he just can't find a way through. He's giving everything he can. A lock up again, same position as the previous lap for Candler. Again, it doesn't affect him. Golhar takes a tighter line across the apex coming out of Club Chicane. Around Allard corner, and these cars are clearly so finely matched that it takes a slip up from your opponent to find a 1/10 of a second to find any sort of gap, and it's just letting Addison get away. This is the biggest lead Addison's had for the entire race now, and it's not even that big, it's just over 1 second. So So Candler, it feels like he's looking behind now rather than in front and making sure he retains that second place. He's already had a win today, so he will be the top point scorer from the weekend in the MGZR class. William Sharp will be top point scorer overall, looking like 2 wins for him in class. Likewise, Mark Baker. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. He even crossed the finish line, of course. They will not cross the finish line in time for another lap, so this will be the last time they go down Brooklands. Blue flashing lights. Oh, is there going to be an issue here? Because they've got to get past the back markers, and Golhar gives him a chance. This is the last attempt for Meninda Golhar to take a lead into the club chicane. Gets flicked on the back, it goes onto the grass, nearly takes out Addison through the chicane. Oh, that's track limit surely. He will cross the line in second, but we've seen penalties given for that in the past already this weekend. Addison will get the win. What a finish then. Well, that will need to be decided, I think, by our race stewards. But that is just speculation on my part. So across the line, Addison, Golhar at the final attempt, something he's chipping away at for the last 6 or 7 laps. Finally gets it done, but did he do it in the right way? Jonathan Candler, winner in race 1 this morning. Takes at the moment 3rd place in race number 2 ahead of Riley Price, who just couldn't close that gap. He did everything he couldn't close the gap, and again it grew in the end. And then Addison Priest. Mark Baker, winner in class in the F, and then the A class, just waiting for William Sharp to cross the line. Now the 3 abreast now. Are they having a little conversation here? It's nice to see those 3 just waving to the crowd. They've put on a bit of a show here, haven't they? It has been a joy to watch from start to finish on the entire grid. So a few non-finishers, particularly in the F class. Stuart Plotnick and Simon Kendrick. I can assure you there are not 4 fishers. There's William Sharp. He was so far ahead of the field. He's gone round for 1 more lap. He will cross the finish line, and it will be a 1st place. Just when cars have been lapped, picks up a bit of debris there, just to be careful. When they've of course been lapped, the next time they cross the finish line is their finish time. So William Sharp will be confirmed as your winner in A, and the reigning MG champion will make it 2 wins for his weekend in class. We'll get those official results to you in just a moment. And remarkably, the rain held off. I can't believe it. Even out of our commentary window, there's say dark grey clouds around. Right, the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship final standings. Rob Addison is your winner. Meninda Golhar in 2nd place. Jonathan Chandler in 3rd. Great battle for those 3. Riley Price, valiant effort, just holding off Joshua Addison 2, ahead of Andy Priest. Then Mark Baker in the F class, only F class finisher in fact. A few more ZRs in Phil Walker. Jake McDermott after his earlier spin, and then Darren Leonard, or Leonard. And then in the F, or the A class, forgive me, William Sharp, 2nd win in his midget this weekend. David Amplit 2nd in the Roadster. Jim Bainham and Mark Riorski round out your 1st page. And Meninda Golhar, fastest lap on lap 30. That must have been the last lap as well, lap 13. But I think that's where he maybe just cut that corner ever so slightly. Wow, wouldn't you like to see them race around Thruxton on the ground? Wouldn't that be interesting? We've seen pretty much everything else this weekend.
To racing after 12 years away.
Right, we are ready then to go down to our roving reporter James, who will speak to a few of our MG drivers.
One of the races at Castle Coombe, Jonathan Candler, the surprise winner earlier on today, and he'll be really something to back it up with another podium here. So top 3 all having had really good race. Congratulations on the part.
Thruxton delivering once again. The racing here is entertainment from lap 1 to the very end. And on this occasion, it's Rob Addison who's come away with the victory in the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club race. Rob, you look a bit out of breath, mate. That looked like it was hard work.
Yeah, that was hard work. Yeah, that's credit to these two guys because they were clean. Yeah, really good racing, close racing.
They kept you honest, really, didn't they?
Yeah, no, I mean, Jack, we changed places quite a few times, and no one rubbed each other, and we just give each other space, and that's what it's all about. So, I'm chuffed to bits. I can't believe it. 11 years away, and I've come away with a win. So great.
Well, look, it's like you haven't even stepped away from the championship at all. I mean, you drove a real commanding race in this ZS. So you must be really looking forward to potentially the rest of the season. Will we see you at more races?
Down to do Snetterton, so the next one's Donington, which I'm not doing, but Snetterton's my local, so I'll do that. It's a double header. As I say, yeah, it's been good. It's just these two are a little bit younger than me, so they're a bit braver out the back. But yeah, I managed to hold them off, so all good.
Well, look, you look like you've enjoyed yourself. I'll let you enjoy the celebrations. Let's grab Meninda just because you're hanging around once again. I told you I was going to pick on you because you were loitering by your car before the race. I'll do the same now. Look, that was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
That was brilliant. Actually the best race I've ever had. Great battle for the lead, lap after lap. Could have changed places, but it would have been, but it didn't matter. It was just so close, so clean, so fair. Brilliant. Just so happy to have finished the race and have a race against Rob Addison, who's like, MG Owners Club legend. So really happy with that. So happy with second.
You can't stop smiling. It's contagious.
Oh, is it? All right.
Yeah, you look like you've had so much fun, and it sounds like it as well. You don't want to stop, do you?
You should have seen me after Castle Coombe when I hit the wall. I weren't smiling then.
I'll try not to bring it up, but you've done it for me. Go enjoy yourself. Go enjoy those celebrations. Let's see if we can find Mark Baker in his number 53, because Mark finished first in his class. Wherever Mark has run away to. Maybe we just need to try and grab a William Sharp if Will's around as well. Where have they gone? Where are the people? Ah, there he is, William. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
That looked just epic out there. You said it's a lot of fun to drive the car. I think you've just shown that to us once again.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It just goes where I want it to go. It turns when I want it to turn, and it's even the guy I brought the car off nearly 20 years ago. If you just let go of the wheel when it gets a bit funny, if you just lighten off a bit, it's like Herbie. It straightens itself up and it gets you on your way. So I feel like I'm a bit of a passenger, and the car deserves all the credit. To be fair.
Has he got a name yet then as well? If it's like Herbie,
never name your cars.
Never?
No.
Gosh, that's where I went wrong then.
Yeah, that's right. Only your children.
All right, listen, well, enjoy the rest of the weekend. Enjoy the sunshine. You haven't seen Mark, have you?
Mark who?
Baker.
No, I haven't.
No, he's just disappeared, hasn't he? Oh, there he is, Mark. Quick word from you, first in your class. How are you feeling?
That was great. I enjoyed that. Staying with the ZRs is tricky, but I tried my best to start with, and I had a bit of a tussle with them. And then they've just got the pace on us around here.
They have. They're very quick little bits of kit, it must be said. But look, that's the beauty of the MG Championship, though, isn't it? Because if you just finish first in your class consistently, that counts towards championship points, and that's why William Sharp's the reigning overall champion.
Exactly. Every point counts.
Every point counts. I love it. Listen, Mark, go enjoy the celebrations. You look like you need to cool off. We all do in this heat, don't we? Right. Do you know what, John? I'm going to make you spin around on the spot. We're going to try a different entrance into the assembly area just over here, because the minis are getting ready for yet another race here at Thruxton, and I want to make sure that we try and catch them before they're sent off onto the circuit itself. I've completely run away from you, John. I do apologise. You are slightly slower than me because of that massive camera. Sorry, everyone, getting in the way. Sorry, so terribly, awfully sorry. We've got Ross on pole position once again. Ross, how are you feeling, mate? Final race of the weekend. You want to go out with a bang, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, I feel really confident. It's looking dry. Looks like it's going to stay dry as well. There's a big cloud over there, but it doesn't look like it's going to make its way over here anytime soon. So, no, it'd be good to test it all in the dry, and hopefully we'll get a hat trick and win this one as well.
Is that Stig mode on your dial as well?
That is Stig mode, yeah. Yes, that means I've turned the traction control off.
Take a look at this, John. Look at his rev counter. He's got his little Stig light on. Are you channeling the tamed racing driver within you?
I am indeed channeling it. I am the Stig. Woo.
Listen, mate, best of luck. The whistle's gone for 1 minute. Let's just grab one more person. Let's grab Ian Trunley before he races. Ian, don't worry about the door. I'm going to poke it through the window. Quickly tell me in one word how you're feeling ahead of this one.
Hopeful. That's the one.
Hopeful. We're feeling hopeful. We're feeling optimistic. That's all we really care about. Let's go up here to the clubman. Sorry, John. I'm obsessed with this clubman. I want to get a quick word from Gary as well. Gary, quick word from you because your car's my favourite one on the grid.
Yeah, looking forward to it. At least the rain stayed at bay.
Looking forward to it. Have fun. Best of luck with it as well. The 30-second board is probably about to go off. John, you can watch all these cars go out. They're beautiful to look at. These R56s that we're being treated to. There's the green flag, and out will go Ross Alexander leading the pack. Stephen Berry just behind him, and Ian Trunley. Not to mention that the number 14, Zach Blackwell, is swiftly behind with Freddie Hewitt. Both of them looking to hunt down the pack leaders and to maybe take a podium from a different category altogether. But without further ado, let's head back to commentary and to Ewan Dunlop, who will be able to take you through more racing here at Thruxton.
Thank you very much as ever. James will shortly look at the grid. Now, race 1 and race 2 this weekend in the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport. A carbon copy. The top 7, exactly the same order of finishes. Quite remarkable. Let's have a look at the grid then. This might look a bit odd if you've seen it the first time. Don't worry, there are more rows down there. Row number 1 is the open class. Ross Alexander, Stephen Berry and Ian Trundley. Yeah, 3 cars wouldn't be very good racing, would it? On page number 2, this is our 53 and our 56 classes now. Almost split left and right, blimey. Freddie Hewitt alongside Zach Blackwell, Charles Heatley and Charlie Newton-Darby, Gary Papworth with Ben Trundley, Sophie Wright with Paul Sawyer on row number 10. There'll be 2 more rows for this grid as well. There's Jamie Ringer and Lee Campbell, and then Lauren Taylor rounds out the 53-56s. And then we'll have our Cooper class at the back, which has been won on both occasions by Andy Langley. Looking for a trio of victories against Neil Clark and Dan Truman. So the third of 3 races in the MG Owners coming, in the Mini Challenge coming. Just had the MGs. And this is race number 9 of 12 today.
In the grid 19 will be Dan Truman. So we await the cars, and here they come on schedule up towards the grid.
Right, back round they come to the start-finish line. They'll grid up in 3. Oh, who's just... Oh, that's a Saxo going in there for the Junior Saloons next race on the left-hand side. They're raring to go, aren't they? Right then, front row. It's going to be Ross Alexander on the left and Stephen Berry on the right. They are 2 of our 3 open classes, along with Ian Trundley. And Ross Alexander has won both races. First across the line, twice already this weekend, going for the hat-trick. And Freddie Hewitt, 2 wins in the 56 class, and Zach Blackwell, 2 wins in the 53. Could we get a hat-trick of hat-tricks? In fact, with Langley it'd be 4, wouldn't it?
Watch the lights, because we're about to get racing underway. And there come the lights.
This is a 15-minute race. The red lights are out. We are mini racing with AirTech Motorsport. And what a start by Stephen Berry. Power off the line to get ahead of Ross Alexander, behind Freddie Hewitt and Zach Blackwell, leading the way, 53 and the 56s. Behind them, Andy Langley will lead out the Coopers. And into the complex, Stephen Berry retains the advantage over Ross Alexander. I tell you what, Ian Trundley has just fallen back and maybe not anticipated this. He does not finish particularly well in terms of the open category. He did say earlier on today he has had some issues with his clutch, and maybe that is continuing to hamper his weekend. The noise of these minis is quite tremendous, isn't it? Again, race number 9 of 12 this weekend. In fact, this is not a lie. Our directors had to turn down the volume of the engines here on the mics at track side, so you can hear me. There's your advantage. You can hear me even better. Here's our 53-56 class drivers through the club chicane for the first time in race number 3. Number 44 there. That is Charles Heatley in the heat of things. And we always do on Bark TV, regardless of where you're racing in the pack, we do try and get coverage for everybody. Stephen Berry is leading over Ross Alexander. And then, surprise, surprise, Freddie Hewitt, third right now. Now, he got so close to Berry Alexander earlier on this afternoon. It really was, although they were different classes, he was right up there with the Opens. Behind them, you have got, that is Ian Trundley in the 31, so in between Hewitt's, of course, made his move in the 56 class. Oh, off the grass, Stephen Berry! Can he control it? Yes, he can, but surely he's going to lose pace here. And Alexander is going to take advantage, or will he? That is around Brookland, so they're coming towards the chicane. They're going to be braking zone anyway soon. Wow, we'll pick that up in just a moment. Side by side, that is Newton against Heatley. Heatley, who led through the previous lap, will get ahead of his man. That was Ian Trundley just going out of picture. And Heatley, Newton, Blackwell class winner in race numbers 1 and 2 in the 53s. So somehow, hang on a second, yeah, he's still ahead. So Stephen Berry left the circuit on the grass for probably 100 metres or so, but it was at the one part of the track where you are going into roughly near a braking zone ahead of the club chicane. Oh, onto the side and onto 3 wheels. Here's the Cooper class. This is Andy Langley, Neil Clark and Dan Truman. There are not 3 Dan Trumans, there is just the one. Lauren Taylor's in the pit lane, the number 33. She's one of our 53 class drivers. And I'm just amazed that the rain is holding off right now. There is a cloud coming across our commentary position, just around about Church, well, maybe Goodwood Corner, Noble Corner, that kind of area is where we might see a drizzle at some point soon. Leading this cluster, at number 44, that is Charles Heatley, going for his first win of the weekend in the 44. Then Ian Trundley, who is mixing it with the 53s and 56s, although he's in the open class. Zach Blackwell, double winner this weekend in second in class right now. And then Charlie Newton-Darbury, who started on the second row of the grid, up into third place from fourth. Should also mention behind that is Gary Papworth in the 55. He's the second in the 56 class, but these 53s and 56s very finely matched, so much so that although they have their individual points totals, they do also have a combined 53/56 trophy coming into this weekend. It was Freddie Hewitt, who was leading that combination, which they just call the S-Class, rather than the S53 or the F56. Jamie Ringer and Zach Blackwell, second and third overall in S. Stephen Berry continues to lead. However, Ross Alexander, you don't see many overtakes there, unless you get it absolutely on the button out of the chicane. It's then just a long track. Oh, switching left and right. Here's our Coopers, bringing up the rear of the field. Still Clark ahead of Truman and Langley. It would be Clark's first win of the weekend. Started on the front row of the Coopers for Neil Clark. Having just 3 cars in that competition. Stephen Berry's been done, however, tries to get it back. Oh, hang on a second. Just a bit of a flinch there from Ross Alexander. Now, is there... Oh, a big slide from Stephen Berry just as he takes the leader corner ago. And he's quite accustomed to the old drift, is Stephen Berry. But that is adrenaline and just squeezing every bit of performance you possibly can out the car. That is Dan Truman ahead of Andy Langley. Back to the front through the complex. Oh, this is Club Chicane, sorry. At the end, halfway through our race now, Ross Alexander gets his foot down, but we know Stephen Berry's got the power. We've seen that off the line twice today from a standing start. Stephen Berry has just got something extra in that Cooper. Wildly swinging from left to right is Ross Alexander. He wants 3 out of 3. Goes towards the outside of the complex. Will he go for the switchback? No, because Stephen Berry has it covered. And behind them, keep your eye, as per race number 2, on Freddie Hewitt, just squeaking into the back of your picture there. He might play a part in this battle for the top 2 spots. He's got leader in class absolutely wrapped up, barring any sort of disaster. In the 53s, let's give a mention to Charles Heatley in the 44, ahead of Zach Blackwell, double race winner, and then Charlie Newton Darby. Try and get some pictures on them if we can. Now, that was a very wide entry into the chicane for Ross Alexander. Maybe just trying something different. And he's got a good exit, so yeah, maybe that is the way to go. How you enter will determine your exit options. Hang on, where's Ross Alexander gone? Oh, there he is. Oh no, that's Freddie Hewitt. Where's... Oh, they're right. He was hiding him. He was hiding behind. Gone for the sneaky room move around the outside. Thought he disappeared. He's done a magic trick, Ross Alexander. Well, Paul Daniels, eat your heart out. Oh no, Stephen Berry on the inside. That is a brave move. Oh my goodness, we've got a race on, folks. This is fantastic. And once again, Stephen Berry kissing the apexes. Now, Berry, a silhouette, a perfect silhouette of Ross Alexander for a split second. Back to the Coopers. Clark, Truman, Langley. Do you know what? You could have an entire race just watching these 3 cars, couldn't you? It's just as exciting as the top 2. Neil Clark, again, go for his first win of the weekend. But he has serious company in Daniel Truman. And double winner this weekend, Andy Langley. Now, Ross Alexander is trying every single trick in the book. He pulled a rabbit out of the hat. Oh, he's got reined in this time. Reined him into the complex. And he's gone the long way, and it's going to be the right way. However, keep your eyes on Stephen Berry, because we know he's got the extra power on the straights, whereas Alexander's got the advantage in the complex and the chicane. So, expect Stephen Berry to go, I would say, wide here. Oh my goodness. He's pushing it right to the limit. And this is the long way round. Church Corner after Village. Oh, look at this. The Coopers is really heating up. It is still just, and I mean just, Neil Clark ahead of Dan Truman and Andy Langley. And there's a brilliant battle in the 53 class too, which we've not seen too much of, but Zach Blackwell is just ahead of Chris Heatley and Charlie Newton-Darby. Ross Alexander through complex again. Out onto the start finish, and do you know what? That is the best exit he's had out of club so far in this race. He's lost nothing to Stephen Berry whatsoever. And there's just over 2.5 minutes remaining. Yeah, that's an almighty difference from 2 laps ago. Maybe the tyres are going off, who knows? Freddie Hewitt, will he still play a part in the overall finish of this race? Right, there's Charlie Newton-Darby, and ahead of him is, well, in the 55, so Patworth's got past him in the 56 class. Ah, here we go, this is Zach Blackwell, this is what we've been waiting to see. Zach Blackwell ahead of Charles Heatley. Blackwell going for 3 wins in the 53 class. He's taken him a while to get through, but he's got there eventually, and we know he's got the power to potentially and likely close this one out. However, the track, you can see just the touches of dampness. There can be no lapse in concentration whatsoever, because Charles Heatley will be waiting in the wings to paint if he spots any opportunity. Oh, the Coopers, look at them go. Huh, do you know what? We need 3 cameras here. We need to be watching all of these. That is a great move to get through. Well, we've got changes again, because Truman now takes the advantage ahead of Neil Clark and Andy Langley. And I think that's the first time Dan Truman has led the Cooper class so far in this race, and he's jumped them both, and they'll get one more lap in here. This will be the final lap as they cross the start finish, unless Stephen Berry and Ross Alexander are far enough around the track to cross the start finish line before we hit 0. Here then, here's Zach Blackwell against Charles Heatley, and they've made a move in the 53 class. Great to have them on camera. They've been battling like this for the entire 15 minutes. Behind them, second running in the 56 is Gary Papworth in the car 55. So we've really got 4 races to watch across the line here. Oh no! Slowing down. So we got 1 out of things, but back to the front, and I think we might get 1 more lap here. Let's have a look. Is the flag out, or is this it? We've got 1 more lap just in time. They crossed the start finish, I would say less than 1 second to go. So Stephen Berry will get 1 more chance to attack, potentially 2 at club and the complex. And Ross Alexander, can he make it 3 out of 3? What a day that would be. Hewitt will make it 3 out of 3. Zach Blackwell might. And looks like to me like Truman might get his first win of the weekend. Here's the Coopers on screen. Well, you need 4 sets of eyes to cover the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport, and we're doing our best to bring you every single angle. There's Blackwell, and he's got a gap now. Where did Charlie Newton-Darby go? Someone's fallen back here because he was Newton-Darby was right off, didn't you see there? Back to the Coopers. Oh, there's who's gone there. That's why Heatley, who was in second place chasing Blackwell, has gone. Here's the Cooper class. Oh, he's got through. Andy Langley has got through. Can you believe it? In the last half of the last lap. They'll go round one more time. Well, here come your leaders then. Ross Alexander holds on, and he will take the win ahead of Stephen Berry. That is 3 wins from 3 in the Open and the overall. And Stephen Berry, always the bridesmaid today, never the bride. 3 second place finishes. Freddie Hewitt takes another win in the 56 class. Zach Blackwell will do likewise in the 53s. So it looks to me if Andy Langley can maintain the Cooper lead and cross the start finish, we'll find out in about 20 seconds time. There's the Coopers. Can Andy Langley make it 4 drivers with a hat-trick of wins? He leads at the moment, ahead of Dan Truman and Neil Clark as they screech round Church and along Brooklands. Trundley and Sawyer across the line, as well Heatley and Wright. But this is the fight we want to see now for the last time into the club chicane. Oh, a big lock up at the back there. Bit of traffic as well to manoeuvre the number 3, but it won't affect things. Andy Langley will do it. 3 wins from 3. Well, that was 4 drivers getting a hat-trick of wins in the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport. However, you couldn't take your eyes off a single of the 4 races. Just brilliant from the Minis. They never ever disappoint. And you might think it's a given to say 4 drivers, 3 wins each. Until they cross the line, you did not know. Let's get some official results on that race for you. Ross Alexander ahead of Stephen Berry for the 3rd time this weekend. Freddie Hewitt and Zach Blackwell winners in 56 and 53 again. Gary Patworth second in class. Charlie Newton-Darby likewise in the 53s before Ben Trundley and Paul Sawyer. Sophie Wright 3rd in class, 10th overall. Andy Langley 3 wins from 3 in the Mini Coopers. Dan Truman and Neil Clark sharing the spoils in 2nd and 3rd this weekend. Charles Heatley 5th in class, 13th overall, and then Ian Trundley 3rd in class in the Open class. Fastest lap Ross Alexander 1:28.6 set on lap number 10. I will get my breath back, and I hope in a moment I can throw to John on camera and James in front of it. And I believe they are down there now in Parc Ferme. They can speak to a couple of our Mini drivers.
Well, you join us down here in Parc Ferme at the end of what has been another great race, but pretty much a replica of the front 3 once more. Go on, Ross, pick up the hat. I'm not going to always pick it up for you. Oh my goodness, it's a clean sweep weekend.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say, to be honest. It's been a really good weekend. Thanks to everyone who's come out to support me. People have come from all around, and obviously the team have done an amazing job to adapt to the conditions. Obviously, shout out to Stephen Berry. We've had such a good weekend of racing. Freddie as well. In the class below, and he managed to keep up with us, so fair play to Freddie. But no, it's been a really good fun weekend, so no, I'm happy with it.
I mean, and as you should be. Look, this car continues to deliver for you. Are you feeling confident about the rest of the season now? This weekend's over, so you're looking at the rest of the calendar now, and how does it make you feel?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're going to go back, we're going to celebrate, of course, but no, we're going to start looking at the next round of the season, just see what we can do to improve. Obviously, I know that Stephen's going to come back and improve, and I know that everyone else is going to come back and improve, so we just need to keep moving forward to get the best out of myself and the car, and hopefully that will lead us to winning the championship.
Now, I'm actually quite glad that I wore shorts. Like you can see on the camera, I'm stood between two cars, but the heat coming off of these brakes is extraordinary. I could cook my dinner between the two of these cars. You're pushing the brakes right to the limit, aren't you? Because it's such a high-speed track.
Yeah, definitely. When you're hitting the brakes, well, we're doing probably about in excess of 130 mile an hour. So to go from 130 to, wow, to get through the chicane, you're hard on the brakes. And obviously, you build up a lot of temp. So yeah, we're pushing the limits.
Right, go on. Enjoy the celebrations. Clean sweep weekend. It's got a nice ring to it for you. And let's come over to Stephen. Stephen, it's second still. That's pretty good going. Look, a clean sweep of second for you as well, sir. Look, it's been a good fun weekend. You've still got a smile on your face. So
it was a great race. Yeah, I pushed the car right to the limits that I could get out of it today. The tyres just weren't there as long as Ross's through defending, battling, and Ross was just able to get that faster turn into turn 3 there. After then, it was just a case of trying to just keep up, and my tyres just weren't letting me have it.
Well, look, it's the end of this weekend, yes, but it's by no means the end of the season. There's still plenty of rounds of racing and action to come. What are you targeting in the long run then, looking ahead to the rest of the season?
Donington, that's my next one. That's my home circuit, so I'm going to go and give that my best shot around there.
Who knows, maybe a clean sweep for you on first.
It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Listen, enjoy it. Let's see if we can find the other class winner, Andy Langley, in the 42 Mini. I can't find Andy Langley, so we might grab a... Oh, I've been pointed over to Andy Langley. Oh, there's his car. But where is he? Oh, he's there. He's hiding. Andy, quick word from you. Won your class. How are you feeling?
Oh, exhausted after that. That was a frantic race. That was, yeah, it was a great race. Really cool.
The conditions have significantly improved. I think this is probably the best one this weekend for you as drivers, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think the track's probably still a little green, but that made for great racing. It was a great race, that.
Well, look, congratulations. It's always good to get a win in class, isn't it? So enjoy the celebrations. Off you go. John, we're going to make our way around the corner here because the racing is still not over at Thruxton. Those are our junior saloon cars that are lining up, and I want to get over to them quickly because the last thing I want to do is miss my last opportunity to talk to them whilst they line up in the assembly area. So, Luca Maserati sitting on pole position, sitting in the prime location to take a win. Can I squeeze into Luca's door? Is that? I was looking for permission. I've got it. Luca, how are you feeling, mate? Pole position, final race of the weekend. What are you going to do from here?
Bit nervy, but I'm just going to focus on getting the start well. I've struggled with starts over the season, but that last race was quite good, so hopefully I can do that again. Keep the lead through the complex, and then we'll go from there.
Positivity, I like it. Look, enjoy it, Luca. That's the main thing at the end of the day. Targeting the start as well. We're going to go over to Alexander Bergam. Alexander, I'm just going to pop the door open. Don't want to ruin that lovely paint job next to you. Listen, mate, how are you feeling ahead of this one?
Honestly, I can't wait. It's been a while since I've been up here, so yeah, I just enjoy it and hope it stays dry and give Luca a good fight, and we'll see how it goes.
It's funny you mentioned the dry. There's raindrops on your windscreen now. Does that change your tactics at all?
No, not really, but again, it's racing at the end of the day, and you got to work with what you've got, and we'll see what happens.
Listen, you know what you're doing better than me. I'll leave you to it. I'll let you go for it. But it sounds like he's got a game plan and he's in the zone. We're ready to rock and roll. We're going to hop across to Josh Salvadore, who's got the best paint job, and we've also got 1 minute to go. So Josh, I'm literally just going to ask you for one emotion. How are you feeling right now ahead of the final race of the weekend?
Pretty excited. Yeah, let's do it.
Feeling excited? Let's do it. Go for it, mate. Have fun. We're going to back away. Oh, sorry, not into other people. That would be bad. Almost as bad as backing into a car. Look, this is the last race for the junior saloons this weekend. They've given it their absolute all. Entertainment from the first corner right to the last. And by no means this race will be the exception, because it's a tightly packed field. It's a hotly contested field. And we've probably got about 30 seconds before the green flag is waved here in the assembly area for them to go out. Look at the marshal there on the corner. He's got it tucked away. He's teasing everyone, but there it goes. So out goes Luca Maserati on pole position in the number 46. Alexander Bergam in the number 29 behind him, and the 110 of Josh Salvadore follows suit. and that means it's time to go to Ewan Dunlop in commentary for more racing.
As Salvadori, Smith, Roberts, Wells, Maserati. However, after some penalties, that became, the top two didn't change. However, there were, Luca Maserati was promoted from 5th to 3rd, Kieran Roberts was demoted from 3rd to 4th, and Kyle Wells demoted from 4th to 5th. So that is quite a shake-up, and we had 6 DNFs. There's a lot going on in Junior Saloons, isn't there?
Yeah, I think what we saw from the race, it wasn't too rowdy, but yeah, coming back, looking at Parc Ferme, there was some cars in some sorry states. So yeah, lots of drama, lots of action in that last race.
Lots going on, lot to untangle. Let's have a look at the grid then. Row number 1, Luca Maserati and Alexander Bergbaum. Now, these are no reverse grids. These the grids for the Junior Saloons are their first, second and third fastest laps from qualifying. So race number 3 is third fastest lap from qualifying. That puts Josh Salvadori and Jonathan Moore on the second row. Oliver Kerr and Harry Smith on row number 3. Behind them, Kieran Roberts and Jake Renshaw. On row number 5, Jude Cooper and Wilf Butler. And there are plenty of entrants as ever in the Junior Saloon. You should have 12 full rows. Row number 6, Ollie Law alongside James Sherrington, Ben Smiles and Harvey Kersley on row 7. Row number 8, Will Crewson and Francisco Howitt. Row 9, Bertie Bream alongside Will Oatley. Row number 10, Caitlin Scharfegger alongside Kyle Wells. And we should have everybody joins us. Yes, 2 more rows. Lewis Stannard alongside Sherry-Ann Powell and Tom Algar alongside Lexi Powell. Will they all make it to the grid? We did have 6 DNFs in race number 2. However, all 6 are starting race number 3. So well done to all the teams and mechanics in the paddock. Slightly different track conditions for race number 2, Charlotte. Did you have a word with any of the Vinna team that you're supporting here?
Yeah, I think it was all just debriefing from the last race. Obviously, there was lots of drama. Obviously, great result for Josh. So, yeah, just debriefing from that race, trying to get all the cars ready. I was doing a bit of polishing on Carl's car before this race. So, yeah, it was all go between the 2 races. Not long turnaround, but yeah, dry race. So, let's see how they get on.
You were polishing Kyle's car?
I was, yes. I'm a racing driver.
You don't look very happy about that.
Commentator. And now, car cleaner.
You must be earning a fortune this weekend. Right then. The cars are lined up 3-3. That is Lexi Powell at the back there. Just see the tail of hers. That is the front. Yellow flag. Let's wait and see. And we're getting the international symbol for no, the hand across the throat. So somebody's got an issue. That looks to me like Oliver Kerr in the 222. Hand out the window saying, no, something's not right with my sack. So some of our fantastic trackside marshals. Oh, what's happening here? So we're going to get one car, it seems, potentially pulled or pushed off the track. They're just making a gap to get that car off the circuit. So that board will say something along the lines of delay. What will that board be saying? Because they can't go yet.
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Nothing really visual there on any of the cars.
No, there's no smoke, no damage, but obviously he'll know what's... The wing string wipers are working, so that's good. Maybe it's fixed itself. Of course, they're now going to close the exit to the pit lane. Now, as a racing car driver, if you're like revving yourself ready to go and this happens, do you just maintain the sort of heart rate and excitement, or do you think, right, let's calm down for 2 seconds, then we'll go? That's quite a unique scenario, isn't it?
Yeah, I think every driver goes into it a little bit different. I never really rev myself up too much. I like to go in very cool head, very relaxed, so something like that is a bit annoying, but yeah, it wouldn't sort of throw me off too much.
Right, another sign goes out. That will say, I think we've got the 2 minutes board. They got that the wrong way round, hasn't he? Ah, green flag lap. Okay. Wow. Tell you what, the junior saloons, they keep us on our toes, don't they? You never really know what's going to happen. So, Luca Maserati on pole, Alexander Bergbaum second, Josh Salvadori. Looks like Oliver Kerr in 5th place has got away okay. He's alongside Harry Smith, came into the weekend as joint championship leader with Jonathan Moore, and he will be leading the championship. He's got a win in race number 1. He got retained his 2nd place in race number 2. Now, Jonathan Moore, he finished 11th place in race number 2. We weren't entirely sure why that was. Speculating, got to assume that must be mechanically. It's such a great season, and to drop from like the front row of the grid down to 11th just doesn't seem right, does it?
Yeah, it was very unlike Johnny. He's really shown quite a dominant performance so far this season. So yeah, it's quite a shock to see him drop down the order, but more importantly, not really make up that many places after the drop. You'd think he'd be kind of carving his way through the fields. But yeah, I think he'll probably be out for redemption this race. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes into this one.
So he's starting in 4th, 2nd row of the grid on the right hand side as we look at things when we get back to that position. So they will continue to get some heat into the tyres. We've got green lights flashing, so we're all good as it stands. So maybe James can find out afterwards if Ollie Kerr finishes in the top 3. A little bit cheeky. A 15-minute race. 2 more races to finish or complete after the conclusion of the Junior Saloons. We've got the British Truck Racing Championship, their race number 5 to come after the Saxos, and their weekend ends with the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, their final race of the weekend at Thruxton. Charlotte, what is the engines in these? What's the? Oh, hang on a sec. We got a car off track. We've got a yellow flag again. A car off track at the back of the grid. Ah, that's a shame.
Powell.
Ah, she was going to be starting from the penultimate, from the back row. Oh, she's away again.
Whether she'll pull into the pit lane or just rejoin the grid.
Let's wait and see. Quickly, Charlotte, the engines on these cars, what's the performance like?
They're limited, 100 horsepower, just standard engines. So yeah, they're all sealed by the championship, so you can't really do too much to the engines. They're all pretty much standard.
Right, I think we're going to get away at the 2nd attempt. Front row then on the left-hand side, Luca Maserati, Alexander Bergbaum on the left. Look at this start from Josh Salvadori, looking to go squeeze straight through the eye of the needle at the very first attempt. Everyone away cleanly off the line. They'll make their way around Allard Corner, that's the right-hander. Then round green towards the complex. Let's see what happens. Oh, Salvadori through the middle. He gets a touch, so off he goes. Oh, 2 off onto the grass. They'll make their way across to Seagrave and then Noble, and they'll pick up the leaders. Well, Salvadori has the lead. Will he have to give that position back, or is the grass enough to disincentivize going that way? Now, you can't communicate with the drivers, so Salvadori for the time being leads. So great start for him from the 2nd row of the grid, and after his win in race number 2. Now, your opinion, just a completely unbiased opinion, does he have to give that place back, or is he okay?
It's a grey area. It's definitely going to be a conversation with Craig, the clerk of the course. If I was Josh now, I would just purely be focusing on getting a gap. If there's a 5-second penalty, you see the rain just outside here starting to pour down now, so this is going to spice things up a little.
Yeah, out of our commentary window, the rain is coming down and the windscreen wipers are on. We had a wet race in race number 2. It caused absolute havoc. and is likely to do the same again. So Salvadori slides through the club chicane. They all do. One's off, and that's going to be off another 2, 3. That will be race paused, surely, unless, remarkably, they can get those going again. Well, I'll say it again, the junior saloons, you can't take your eyes off the screen when the Saxos are going round for a second. So it's car number 35, that's Tom Algar, who was starting on the back row of the grid. And maybe is it Bergbaum who has not set a time, Stannard, Powell. Well, we had 6 oh, they've got going. That's good news. Debris on track, but that's off the racing line. So maybe we won't be starting. So Cooper goes into the pits. The number 4, shame for Jude Cooper. He started on the 5th row of the grid. And Bergbaum, the 24, he was starting, Bergbaum, the 29, forgive me. Well, started on the front row. That's an absolute disaster for Alex Bergbaum.
Yeah, I think that's just caught them off guard a little bit going into the chicane there. Obviously the first trip into the chicane since the rain came down, so hopefully they'll back it off a little bit this time going round. Hopefully they'll learn their lesson from that lap.
I mean, race number 3 the weekend. Race numbers 1 and 2, you've got to look after your car because it's a 3-race weekend. But race number 3, if you have an off and a bit of bumper damage and a bit of an accident, it's not as painful as doing it in race number 1. Are you less careful in race number 3?
Yeah, I guess we've got 6 weeks until the next round. Obviously, you don't want to be silly with it, but it's not like you've got another race in the next couple of hours. I know I said to Francisco, he had a DNF because of a gearbox failure. I just said to him, you've got nothing to lose now. He had a couple of DNFs. I said, you've got nothing to lose, you've got 6 weeks to fix the car, just go for it.
He can absolutely ping it, can't he?
Yeah.
Just go foot down, no lifting, no braking.
That's it.
So Salvadori, who was 3rd on the grid, takes the advantage for the opening couple of laps. Alex Bergbaum, disappointingly, is sat in the pit lane right now after qualifying in 2nd place. And Luca Maserati, who qualified on pole, currently sitting in 2nd place, 1 second behind our leader. And Roberts and Moore occupy positions 3 and 4. And Jonathan Moore, the car number 12, does need to make sure he gets maximum points in this race. I know it's early in the season, but to keep the pressure on Harry Smith, who is currently in 5th place, that's a battle within itself, those two, for the championship lead right now, with Smith having the advantage and having a much better race too at Thruxton this weekend. So Salvadori, you mentioned Charlotte, just wants to make a gap now. It's starting to form-ish.
Yeah, I'm hoping, well, I'm not hoping because I'm neutral, but yeah, let's hope Josh can get his head down and just build a gap from the rest of them now.
And this is a ridiculous pack. It's the 2nd pack of Saxos, and this is not going to work into the club chicane. Something has to give here, and there's a slight touch, a bit of a squiggle. Going to go round the barriers through the middle. Do you know what? Take any route you like. Just get over the start finish line and stay on the track, no matter how you do it.
Well, that ended a lot better than I thought it was.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That could have gone anywhere. We could have had 6 cars off track though. They all managed to stay on. Hey, this is why we love watching the junior saloons. Out front still, 1.25 second gap now for Josh Salvadori. You can see on our cameras the rain coming down. This is going to get slippery and slippier. This is the 11th, 10th race of the day. There's going to be oil, there's going to be fuel down there, there's going to be a bit of tarmac as well, there's going to be the grip. Is this the worst conditions of the weekend?
Yeah, not only that, I'm pretty sure most of them would have gone out on a dry setup as well. When the race started, it was blue skies, and yeah, the heavens have opened now. So yeah, it's probably as hard as it's going to get for them. So yeah, but they all seem to be managing well for the moment.
At the moment, apart from that incident, they're quite sensible,
yeah.
aren't they? They're also they're following the racing line. They did bunch up. That's sort of split out a little bit now. Our front 3, Salvadori, Maserati and Moore. Oh, Moore's got through to 3rd, by the way, from 4th place. So that's good for him and his ambitions. And with Smith down in 6th, that is the kind of points gap he really needs in this race. And of course, bonuses for the fastest lap as well. Well, we've got 2 races right here. We've got the front 4 and then we've got from about 5th down to, well, it's 9th and 10th racing. And here we go again, once into the club chicane, only 3 this time as opposed to 6, which is quite handy. That's going to be a tight cut in, and nicely done, all through cleanly once again. So that was Smith ahead of Smiles. In fact, Kersley got through, and Sherwin has got ahead of Smiles as well on that lap. So Kyle Wells chasing the back of the car number 78, Kieran Roberts. This is like a copy of the MG. Although this is one class, one race, and not multiple as we had in the previous, there's so many mini races going on within the race itself. It's hard to know who to follow. Look at the rain on that lens there. It's just going to get wetter and wetter. And the umbrellas that are back up around the paddock too.
We saw these two having a good race earlier on today, Roberts and Wells. Hopefully they're going to keep it clean this time. I know they had a little bit of contact in that last race, so hopefully let's keep it clean and have a good race between the two.
Well, in a positive note, Wells has got both his wing mirrors intact right now, so that is already an improvement on
sign.
race number 2. Now, Salvadori's gap is continuing to grow. The last thing he wants right now is like safety car stoppages, and I don't want to see a safety car. Just the atmosphere on the track has just got that sense about it. So fingers crossed all these young drivers, boys and girls, can keep it safely on the track. That's all we want to see, clean racing. That's exactly what they're doing, to their credit right now. Once again, into the club chicane. This is where we see the action happen so often. And once again, look at that wet patch now on the entry. That's standing water is going to become an issue. Oh, touch, and there we go! And that is the car number 95. So that is Ben Smiles, who was making, oh, now in a stall as well.
Hopefully get that going. Last thing we need is a safety car.
And a car facing the wrong way on the start finish as well, because they're going to keep coming round the club chicane, and that'll be going to be meeting them on the inside of the start finish. So, drifting round the complex. So let's hope we can get that car cleared of Ben Smiles, or at least pushed back down the pit. Oh, we got 2 actually. Who's that? That is number 17. That's Will Crewston. I'm afraid we got yellow flags, and unless that is cleared in the next 40 seconds, we are going to see the dreaded safety car. That's damage. That front left wheel is really penetrated into the bumper there. So I'm going to put my mortgage on this. You're going to see a safety car flag come out within the next 30 seconds, especially with Will getting out. There's the sign there. So the safety car coming out.
Yeah, it's not ideal for these kind of conditions. There's true saying, safety cars breed safety cars, and all of them bunched together, dry setup, wet track.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's hammering down now. Outside of our commentary window, it is coming down in buckets. I imagine we might see, I don't want to say it, we might see this finish under safety car. Because that car is not moving. It won't be a difficult car to move, because right at the bottom of your pictures there, that is where they've got the emergency sort of exit or entry into the pit lane. So they've only got to move that car about 100 metres or so, but with 4 minutes 30 remaining, if the safety car comes out, unless they do it within the next lap, that'll be one more time around in the safety car conditions, about 2.5 minutes, we might get 1 lap of racing. But the reason we have the safety car is for safety reasons. We've got to take care of our drivers, especially our youngsters, and we've got to do everything by the book. Salvadori leading then. It was a 2.39 second lead over Maserati. Let's just wait and see how things pan out. Now, hang on. Ah, that's overtaken the back markers, isn't it? Yeah.
Lexi Powell.
That's absolutely fine. Thought we had... I dread to mention, it still fills me with the jitters. Verstappen, Hamilton, 2021 last race. I don't even. Let's stop right now. let's not go there. But whenever I see safety car back markers being overtaken, my stomach just goes, honestly. Lewis Hamilton, 8-time world champion.
For sure.
Now, I've been enjoying myself so much. Oh, hang on a second, it's still there. So maybe, oh, of course, we got 2 off. Ben Smiles at the entry to the pit lane.
I should think this might finish under safety
I
car.
think this is it, to be honest. Yeah, that's 2 races this weekend. Both are going to finish, well, under the safety car. And do you know what? Today, I've been so busy. Do you know what? Woe is me. I never even got a lunch break today. And I've literally just seen the news of the British Grand Prix. Your jaw has dropped as well. If you don't want to know, then I'm not going to tell you. I cannot believe what I'm seeing in the British Grand Prix. I won't say it, because unless you're watching it on repeat and the highlights later, oh my word. Oh my word. My director's telling me if I reveal the news of the British Grand Prix, he will drive 3 hours to Thruxton, and well, I probably won't be standing on 2 feet for much longer if he did arrive. I'll probably have a black eye, and there'll be a grievance claim in to bark. Oh, this is disappointing. I mean, nobody wants to see this.
Is that a red flag? Yeah, red flag.
And there's a red flag in the background too. Yeah, good spot, Charlotte. Oh dear. Well, there we go. Safety first. Absolutely the right decision, because quite frankly, I have a young son. I would not want to see him driving in these conditions at such a fast track. So absolutely the correct decision. I'll be perfectly honest, I don't think our camera people want to be operating in these conditions either, so they might be able to get a few minutes just to lock their cameras and run to there won't be a dry. I think we're the driest people at Thruxton, to be honest, Charlotte.
I think so, yeah.
We're very, very fortunate, and this will 100% not be a restart, because it will take longer than 1:44 to get back round after a green flag lap. So I'm sure we'll get some confirmation of results here. How it'll stand, well, Salvadori was leading, so he will get, I believe, his 2nd consecutive win. Maserati was in 2nd. That'll be his 2nd podium. Yes, so here we are. It is finished and confirmed. Josh Salvadori, after 7 laps completed, will take his 2nd consecutive win of the weekend. Luca Maserati takes his 2nd podium, with a 3rd to join his 3rd place finish in race number 1 yesterday. Jonathan Moore will pick up some points on Harry Smith after losing a few earlier in the day, so a podium place for him. Then Kyle Wells, Kieran Roberts, Harry Smith, Ollie Law, Harvey Kersley, Jake Renshaw and Oliver Kerr are your top 10. Rounding out the rest of the field, Bertie Bream, Francisco Howitt, James Sherrington, I guess a good finish for Sherry Ann Powell there in 14th. Fastest lap for Kyle was 1:38.03, set on lap number 3. When it was, quite frankly, dry. And we should see, hopefully, a 2nd page of results. I doubt James will have anybody to speak to, because I think the drivers, just 1 page on the results. I don't think any drivers will be going anywhere near Parc Ferme. They're probably just going straight back to the pits, I imagine. Or will they stop in Parc Ferme?
They may hold them in Parc Ferme. I think there's going to be a lot of judicials after that one. So I think Craig is going to be very busy after the course.
Yes, I mean it generally is for the junior saloons. We see after the races a few penalties. It is busy for those guys, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's junior racing. They're all learning. There's certain things that you'll pick up when you're learning, and you have to make these mistakes to learn from them. I know when I was doing juniors, I made a lot of mistakes. So did everyone. So yeah, it just keeps Craig on his toes, keeps him nice and busy.
Charlotte, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you with us. Congratulations, first of all, on a 2nd place and a victory yesterday. And I think your position in the commentary box next time you're available is absolutely confirmed. You are hired. Thank you for the box of water that you brought me earlier. Just a message to my director. That's kept me going. I've been living on water today. And if I don't get a meal, I will tell you the result of the Grand Prix. All right, so watch it, you. Coming up next is going to be the British Truck Racing Championship. Last race for them of 5 trucks in these conditions. 5 tons, 1,000 horsepower. Keep your eyes out. And then finishing the day will be the Pickup Truck Racing Championship once the track is cleared also. So, Charlotte, thank you so much. I'll let you go back to the Vinner Motorsport team and say congrats to all your drivers. Please come and join us again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So I believe now we can also get down to James, who has found a few of the drivers who will be fairly damp right now. Over to James.
Well, I said this race was going to deliver entertainment, and I wasn't wrong, thankfully. Very thankfully, the Junior Saloon Car Series once again backed me up on that, and the person who came away with the victory, the man himself, man of the hour, Josh Salvadore. There's his car, the Lightning McQueen livery. He's having a chat with his parents. He's congratulating his competition as well on what was a hard-fought race between them all. I need to try and sneak in here and grab Josh. Josh, can we get helmet off? I've got an umbrella, so your hair won't get ruined, I promise. All will be well. That's it. Team effort, everyone. Team effort. I just, you know, the world needs to see your face if you want to race. You know, that's kind of how it works. But while Josh is up, let's check in with the camp. Have you enjoyed the racing this weekend, everyone?
Loved it.
Loved it. Despite the conditions, still got smiles?
Still got smiles, yeah.
Excellent. Right. It has been brilliant racing. It's been brilliant driving by you, Josh. Just exactly how are you feeling right now?
Well, I came across the line. I wasn't really sure if that was the race over or not, but yeah, I came back and yeah, have won, so it's good. Yeah.
You've got a great big smile on your face. You must have enjoyed the racing out there.
Yeah, it was really good. It was nice with the rain playing a bit of a part in it, you know, coming down, and no one really knew what the conditions were like, but I think we just adapted to it, and that really pulled a big gap.
But now look, the racing is over this weekend, yes, but the racing for the season is not. How are you feeling for the rest of the year?
Well, I think the title fight's on now, you know, we've regained the points we lost, and yeah, let's see what the next round gives us.
Let's see what it has indeed. Josh, enjoy celebrating with your friends and family. Now, let's see if we can find Luca Maserat. There he is, there's Luca. Luca, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Right, if we have a quick chat about the race. It was eventful once again. Look, you're letting your hat get all wet, Luca. Look, I'll come with you so you stay dry. Look, there we go. I'm sheltering you. Right, camera's back that way. So look, it's all wet now. That's your fault, that's not mine.
No, that's my bad.
Look, so how was that race for you? Obviously, you started on pole position. You said you wanted to target a good start because that's let you down before. I feel like it was okay.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Unfortunately, I didn't keep the lead though for the first lap, so that wasn't ideal. But yeah, you know, there was always opportunities to keep going. Didn't let that affect me really, but unfortunately, Josh was just a bit quicker than us today. So good effort from the team though. The car was really good. Yeah, we'll take second any day.
Yeah, look, we started off down in that assembly area together. It was bone dry and there was sun in the sky. I look up now, I actually can't see where the sun's gone, and I've never seen so much rain in my life before in one of these races. So, you know, you've all done really well to actually handle the changing conditions.
Yeah, it was really difficult, especially the last chicane. That's where it got really wet. Well, it's really wet everywhere now, but that was the main point where I was struggling. I was struggling for grip, but yeah, everyone did really well to keep it on the track. I know it was a bit of an incident, but it was really difficult conditions. Glad we got it home and in P2, so that's good.
Well, look, you should be happy. It's another podium. I'm going to take the umbrella away because it's to keep me dry, sorry. But you've got a hat. You should be fine. Now, I'm looking for Pointy because there's some ginormous trucks in the assembly area next to me, and I'm sure he'll want to continue talking about them. But I cannot see him for the life of me. So instead, we should probably try and find Jonathan Moore, third place Jonathan Moore in the number 12 car. Where's he got? Jonathan, you can't do this with your helmet on. We've been through this before. You've got to show your face. Quickly take it off. Go on. We'll motivate you to take it off nice and quickly before we get the trucks going again. I would say I'll hold something, but I haven't got any hands free. Look, great race from yourself to finish in the top 3. Sum that up for me.
A decent-ish end to a really not great weekend, being honest. Race 2 more than anything, got taken out at the start, no fault of my own, really. Yes, I went straight on, but got collected by a car who couldn't do anything else, so just unfortunate, one of those things. We recovered from it best we can. And then this race, we went with a dry setup because it was dry in the assembly area when we went out, and then halfway through it started with this, so I couldn't catch the cars ahead because the car was, striding all over the place, but still good. Still a podium and still points on who we needed to get points on. So bit of a bittersweet weekend, but we'll take the learning from it, I suppose, and move on to Snap.
Got to focus on those positives. Go on, give us a smile before we leave you, because we can't have that too negative.
Difficult with a weekend like this, especially coming off of the back of a complete clean sweep at Castle Coombe. But like I said, we'll
brighter days are ahead. Brighter days are ahead. Just remember that. Right, Pointy's got some trucks for us, and the trucks obviously know that Pointy's after them. He was right here with me, and now he seems to have just disappeared. He's a magician. I know. We were speaking about 3 Pointies being a handful, but I can't keep tabs on one, let alone 3 of them. He is scarpered, as they might say. So, look, the trucks are leaving the assembly area now as we speak. They're heading out onto the track for their final race of the day, the penultimate race of the weekend here at Thruxton. So, we're going to go and join Ewan and Pointy up in commentary.
Thank you, James. We've said our thank you and goodbye to Charlotte Birch. Fantastic to have her with us for not just the Junior Saloons, but she joined us for the MGs as well, because we just happened to be here. So I will be joined by, hopefully, Pointy is on his way, I think, for race number 5 for the British Truck Racing Championship this weekend. And maybe, if they can navigate the rain, Stuart Oliver as well. We shall see. So 2 races left to close out our Thruxton 2-day 20 race schedule. Can you believe it? This is race number 19 of 20. Here is our grid for race number 19, all 5 of the British trucks. Tom O'Rourke on pole position alongside Paul Rivette. On row 2, John Powell with Stephen Powell. On row 3, Michael Oliver with John Bowler. Michael Oliver will be racing, got it going just in time to regain the track and race number 4. Dave Jenkins alongside Ryan Smith, going for 5 out of 5, Ryan Smith. And on row number 5, Neil Yates is alongside David Smith. And we should have Simon Cole at the back there as well. There he is, Simon Cole on row number 6, flying solo. Pointy, you're all wet. Is it raining out there?
It's raining. It's raining. That's all I can tell you. It's raining. It's moist, it's damp, it's wet, it's sodden, it's all of those horrific descriptive words that we are using. Hi there.
To be fair,
moist on the head.
It's not raining now.
No, it's not. It's actually, I believe it was David Smith's wife crossing the paddock to get to the viewing area said, Pointy, can you not stop it from raining? I was like, I will, hold on. Stop raining! And since then, literally, I've made it to the commentary box. Here we are, and it's stopped raining. So you're welcome. You're all welcome.
Now, Ryan Smith going for 5 out of 5. The first 3, you know what, cruised home. Race number 4, brilliant, wasn't it?
It was incredible. I mean, the drivers loved it. The spectators loved it. We definitely love watching it. I can't tell you, you notice that smell? You smell? Oh, hello. Stuart Oliver walks back in. Come on in. Let's stay over to the left though, so they can keep this fantastic shot of this wonderful little commentary area that we've got. Stop hiding behind me, Stuart. There we go.
The big question.
I'll touch your ribs.
The big question, Stuart. How is Michael's truck?
It's fixed and ready to go.
Absolutely fine.
Absolutely fine. Yeah. It was just unfortunate. They were just a few minutes short of just getting it fixed for that last one, but the job's all done and this is all looking good. So here we go.
And he'll start in 5th place on the grid, just ahead of Dave Jenkins and Ryan Smith. Tom O'Rourke starting on pole. He looked quite powerful in race number 4.
He did. He did some overtaking. He finished further ahead than we thought he would do, definitely. From speaking to Tom O'Rourke in the past, he self-proclaims he loves the wet. So this is certainly an opportunity for him, starting so close to the front. Pole position, what more can you want? It looks like the red lights are out as we go racing. Paul Rivette takes a very early start. Will he be able to make it round the outside though? Loads of spray on the circuit there as Tom O'Rourke and the rest of the pack put the power down. Leaving, I do believe, that Steve Powell on the outside there with John Bowler looking for the inside line. But we are so far so good clear. The next shot with a telltale. Look at the distance. Paul Rivette's already pulled ahead. Michael Oliver breaking late past John Powell there. Is it going to be clean? Yes, it is. Keeping that inside line as he wiggles through, looking straight onto the back there of Tom O'Rourke. Further back, it's almost just a rain shower. You can't see anything.
It's not ideal conditions from far. If you're in a low-down car, Stuart, like a Mini or the coupes we've seen, obviously the spray is a massive issue. How about if you're in a truck and you're much higher up? How much of an issue is spray? Is it less so?
Spray is a massive issue because you've got 4 tyres on the truck in front. If you're out front, you're fortunate enough to have a bit more vision. But certainly, as you can see there's a lot of spray getting thrown up. And once you're in 3rd, 4th, 5th position, you're just looking at a wall of spray, which clearly they are. So the guys that get away from at the front early on, they're certainly got an advantage.
Bit of Rain X on the windscreen and the extra speed in the wishwashers.
Extra wishwashers, yeah, like that one, yeah, extra speed, that's right. But look there, look what happened. Remember what happened to Brands Hatch at the beginning of the year? Wet race. Paul Rivette did his magic, and Div 2 won, overall. So who knows what's going to happen?
Now Ryan Smith has got round the outside of Dave Jenkins. Paul Rivette is looking fantastic here, Pointy, isn't he? He's really pulling away. And Ryan Smith makes another one up on John Bowler. Michael Oliver into 2nd through the club chicane. Then Tom O'Rourke, our pole sitter. So all being mixed up. Oh, hang on a second.
My goodness, where's Dave Jenkins going? It looks like he's come round the inside there, carried some momentum to take John Bowler, but it's neck and neck with John Bowler, Dave Jenkins now as they come round through the complex past the start-finish line. John Powell, though, in that beautifully decorated greenhouse group truck, he's doing very well to hold his own against brother Steve, number 3, just behind him.
Now, there was some damage somewhere on one of the later running trucks. It's the one behind Dave Jenkins. Didn't see it happen, but there's definitely something falling off here on the front right. Didn't see any contact earlier, but we'll come back to that if we get a replay of it. So Ryan Smith ahead of Dave Jenkins and John Bowler, so already on the hunt, and that is not the start Dave Jenkins would have wanted. We know Ryan Smith had issues. You chatted to him after the race in race 4. Do we know where they fixed, or what was the issue that was discussed?
He was saying there was some wobble on his rear axle as well. We noticed that there was some big contact with the panel and his back tyre, so that's totally destroyed his back tyre, rubbing on there the entire race. But you can see he's back out there now, powering past Steve Powell. Night and day difference to the performance we had from the previous race. But yeah, he said he definitely was slightly underpowered with the handling as well. So that was why he was kind of biding his time in that last race, looking for the perfect opportunity, and he made his move with half a lap left to go, of course.
Now looking to move into 4th or 5th place. He's going a long way around the outside of John Powell. Will he get it done this time round as they come into the club chicane? And then he'll have Tom O'Rourke. Oh, actually, in fact, no, he stays behind John Powell. Tom O'Rourke ahead.
This is a tight part of the circuit though, where you don't really want to be making moves unless you know it's clear to get through there. But now this is where we'll notice the difference between Division 1 and Division 2 as Ryan Smith comes round the inside, out of the complex, huge amounts of power. But Tom O'Rourke shutting the door just before Ryan Smith can put the power fully in, and a bit of a gap there as well. Certainly made it past John Powell now. Easy peasy squeezy lemons, Jill.
And this is letting Paul Rivette and Michael Oliver get away. He'll just come into picture there. This is looking quite good for your boy, isn't it?
The boy's doing good, as they say. Yeah, he is. Yeah, but sort of there's still over 10 minutes left of the race, and obviously who knows. But no, he's doing well, and but Ryan Flying is coming along, and he's there alongside Tom now. So I think that's another place gained.
That'll be another one marked off. So Tom O'Rourke just going a little bit wide around Goodwood and Village. Lets Ryan Smith into third position. And look, we didn't see that in race number 4. The gap he's built already in 2 corners.
He's picking them off this time.
That was missing in race 4.
He's definitely picking them off this time, as you'd expect to see from Ryan Smith. We've had a question come in though with regards to Stuart and son Michael. Who it might be a biased answer, but who do you think's the better driver out the two of you? I know.
I think, to be fair, this weekend Michael's got the edge on us.
Yeah, we'll see who drives their truck onto the trailer at the end of the 2 days of racing. It's like, yeah, let's just start a tally. Who's been to hospital? Dad. Who hasn't? Michael. Right, okay. I'll tell you what though, John Powell putting some pressure on the back of Tom O'Rourke there. Again, mentioned loves the wet, so he's still finding his feet with this truck. I was talking to him in the paddock last night actually. A great guy to have a chat to. If you ever have a chance just to chat to Tom O'Rourke, he is a fantastic storyteller. And holding his own here in these terrible conditions with the 2 Powell brothers hunting him down.
I remember a couple of years ago, I think it was Brands Hatch, where you went into Tom O'Rourke's vehicle to have a chat.
Yeah.
He couldn't get rid of you. He wanted you to stay the whole time, didn't he?
Literally, he's a great guy. And as well, he's probably got one of the coolest trailers as well, because he's got a balcony on the top deck. So if you've got good conditions, you can happily go up there and watch. And he's always a great host, is our Tom. And great team around him as well. A good bunch. They were on stewed beef and tatties last night for dinner. They offered. It was tough. It was a tough decision.
Now, is this a surprise? Paul Rivette in Div 2 still got a 2-second lead over the field. That shouldn't happen, should it?
Well, it just shows, sort of in these conditions, it isn't all about power. You've got handling and ability to handle the truck. And clearly, Paul has the ability, and he is keeping that lead. So credit to him. He's doing what he needs to do to keep ahead.
Keep it on the dry, keep it on the straight and narrow.
That's it. Bit of a tail whip there though from Ryan Smith. He knows he's got a Division 2 to get past at the front. He will not let that stand. Putting all of his power down. You can see he's in hunting mode. He's in chase mode, and he's not going to slow down. Huge amounts of spray out the back of Tom O'Rourke though, making it very difficult for John Powell to look at getting past him. But he's definitely in a slipstream position there, I'd say.
Do we think there's an issue with Dave Jenkins' truck that we know about? Because
it's not the usual pace we come to expect from Dave Jenkins, that's for sure.
He shouldn't be in 8th.
Definitely not. I mean, but then again, this is the joy of reverse grid. You get stuck behind someone, or you get a bit of a bunch up on the first couple of laps. If you know, especially at this late in the weekend, do I want to write off my truck having a blast at a position that I don't need to get that badly? And this is where we see in the maturity of drivers now coming through, where they're thinking, no, you know what, it's not worth it. I want to finish the race. I'll get more points than I will do if I'm on the back of a recovery trailer.
So Paul Rivette leading the way by almost. The gap's getting bigger to Michael Oliver, and then 1.13 just back to Ryan Smith. So are we going to see something special in race number 5? And as you've already sort of alluded to, well, here comes Ryan Smith over the back of Michael Oliver.
It's not going to stand for long, I don't
Ryan Smith will want to win 5 races. He definitely want to come second to a Div 2.
This is it. I mean, it will be 5 out of 5 for Ryan Smith this weekend, which of course will make his sponsors very happy from Northside Truck and Van, and who of course been with him for a few years now. And I think Keith Sims himself was here this weekend as well to show his support, and watched the footy last night. But Paul Rivette, I tell you what, Michael's doing Paul a great favour here. Defensive driving, holding Ryan Smith at bay.
Stuart, what are you telepathically saying to Michael right now?
Move over quickly, because look what's just about to happen. But no, he's all right. You know, it's looking ahead, but looking in the mirrors, and you're not blocking. You know, it's not fair to block. So he's just got to get it right and get this exit right, and hopefully, but unfortunately, he hasn't. But that's the difference,
yeah.
You know. But they're, that's experience, showing through without a doubt.
There's definitely a power difference there. The way that Freightliner seems to be able to put down the horsepower, especially coming out of corners, is something incredible to watch. But of course, Division 2, we're still looking at Michael Oliver having a second place at the moment, with Tom O'Rourke quite the distance behind, 7, almost 8 seconds behind Michael Oliver. So all Michael's got to do now is just keep that pace, keep that concentration, and we should, fingers crossed, with some silverware. But is Ryan Smith, I think it's a foregone conclusion, but is Ryan Smith going to have to work that much harder to get past Paul Rivette?
Well, we've got 3.8 seconds to make up on the last lap, so that'll be the number we look at. They're going to get 4 more laps in here, and he would like to think that he can pull out more than a second per lap. It's probably going to be done in 2,
he usually does about 4 seconds a lap, so I think he should be fine. But look at this battle for third place. Tom O'Rourke is concreted into his position at the moment. John Powell is looking for that space through, but he is the widest truck on the track there, the 86 from MV Commercial. It's looking like it's going to be a struggle for Mr. Powell to get past him. But then, of course, with these situations, the gaps that make themselves available then are usually used by 1, 2, 3 drivers at a time when they're this closely bunched together, as you can see right now on your screens.
I'm sure one thing for sure, when the Powers have a family lunch, I'm sure John won't let Steve forget this one, because clearly he's not getting past him, so and all credit to him, he's in a Div 2 truck ahead of brother in a Div 1 truck, so it just shows that the rain is a great leveler, and it's certainly doing the job.
I'll tell you what, John Powell having a go at the back of Tom O'Rourke here as well. Have a look at the inside. Oh, was that a slight touch there?
It was a bit of kind of tried to find the gap, and I think the gap took itself away there. But you notice there the quick reaction time of John Powell instantly backs back out. But we've definitely got some technical difficulties with Dave Jenkins here at the back there, with Dave Smith and Neil Yates. We haven't seen Simon Cole much, but he is definitely there. I believe he had a couple of tricky moments trying to get out of the assembly area earlier on, so I think he definitely needs to have a little look at both the trucks between now and Donington.
Simon Cole came into this weekend without a win in Division 2 but leading the championship.
Yeah.
It's just, we say it time and time again, finish races.
This is
just
literally
finish races.
I always call back to Craig Evans a few years ago. Great team, lovely people. Literally, I think he won. I don't think he actually took a trophy home the entire year, but still got 3rd overall in the championship. So that it just goes to show consistency is key. Very rarely broke down, very rarely crashed, and managed to get all those points, taking him 3rd for the championship.
Now with Michael, he knows he's 2 seconds behind and 6 seconds ahead. Will he? Oh, hang on. Let's just concentrate on this battle right now.
Let's just
Paul
watch this.
Ryan Smith coming up the inside. This is towards the club chicane. Paul Rivette will hang on at least for the time being, but I would put some money on over the next 10 seconds and around Allard.
Yeah,
Ryan
this is
Smith
where we'll see
puts
it
his
now.
foot down and he'll move to the
Power
inside,
down.
and he should move inside now and move on past, and that'll be game
That's
over,
it.
and that'll be 5 out of 5.
Like
Unless something
Paul
ridiculous
was standing
happens.
still. There we go. That is it. He's made it past the last truck, the last challenge of the race. But as you can see, you'll see very quickly now that gap will grow and grow and grow. Already, I would be saying about a 1.5 second gap between the two of them, and it will only get bigger. Although Paul doesn't like that. He's chasing. He's putting it in sideways action there as they come out of that chicane. He's like, no, I'm going to stick with you. But Paul's got to be careful here that he doesn't overcook. He's still taking 1st place for Division 2, perhaps not 1st overall, which, by the way, he has done in the past.
I mean, that is optimism, isn't it? Saying Ryan Smith goes past and you try and sort of keep up with him. So things just sort of being broken down now in the paddock area. We've just seen this gazebo fly past our window.
It's
not even that windy.
They picked it up and the whole thing just folded in on itself. Lovely guys there with the model trucks that they bring to Thruxton every year. Honestly, we shouldn't laugh because they are lovely people, but they probably should have lowered the legs before they tried taking the top off.
Dave Jenkins is being hounded here by Dave Smith, so let's just wait and see. Might drop another position here. Michael Oliver though, just again insight from you, Stuart, he is not going to catch Ryan Smith. He's probably not going to be caught by Tom O'Rourke. It's been an expensive weekend already. Is this just about bringing trucks home in one piece now?
Absolutely it is. You know, he'll know the gap in front, obviously it's growing, the gap behind, as long as it doesn't shorten too much. You know, what is it, 9.7 seconds? He's fairly comfortable, but he hasn't got to get too comfortable. But I don't know whether we're going to get another lap in, but you know, fingers crossed we will. But he knows what he needs to do.
Yeah, we will go around one more time. Ryan Smith has just crossed the start-finish line. So this is the race we'll watch now. Tom O'Rourke for third in Division 1, holding off first of all Powell, so that's not an issue. But if Stephen gets past John, then there will be potentially points lost and a podium too. These brothers having a great battle, aren't they? There's going to be bragging rights on the way home, certainly.
And so we're looking at the times as they just came through then. It appears like Michael Oliver might be getting gained on by Tom O'Rourke. Is that because he's no longer under pressure? Certainly a smaller gap there, 3.9 between the two of them. But something tells me unless there's, you know, we should be okay for the last lap of the race. We are, of course, all the zeros across on the clock there. Ryan Smith just chilling out now for his last victory of the weekend, I would say. Paul Rivette very comfortably taking the first at the moment, and of course anything can happen in the next 40 seconds as of course what we've got left of the lap here. But yeah, is the comfortable lead that Michael Oliver has had again ahead of Tom O'Rourke going to be in contention? Will we be able to see that little battle for third going on, well, second and third further back? So I think Ryan Smith's just having a look who's in the crowds at the moment, looking at it. He's certainly still got the speed, but he's under no illusion that this one's, for pardon the phrase, coming home.
He's in there updating his Instagram. He's making a reel right now, isn't he?
Just doing a quick vlog like all the other lorry drivers, you know.
Through the club chicane for the last time then. A perfect 5 out of 5 for Ryan Smith at Thruxton. Doesn't get any better. Second overall and first in class, Paul Rivette. 2 wins in succession here on Sunday. Great weekend for him. And Michael Oliver does bring it home. Second place, almost maximum points in Division 1. More in the bag. Tom O'Rourke fends off the Powells. And Steve passed. Yeah,
John.
Good point.
Oh,
yeah.
He beat him. Oh dear.
Absolutely devastated.
Well, there we go then. There we go. Yeah, good point in that, Stuart. I'll make sure I let Steve know that you got his back. Fantastic results, but of course very mixed bag here as the second half of the pack come through. Dave Jenkins, I'm sure, won't be happy with that at all. Got to be something to look at there. Power sliding prowess though from Ryan Smith, a true showboater. He said earlier on after that race he's here to entertain the crowds, and that is what he's doing. The last race here at Thruxton, this is where we might see a little bit of naughtiness out on the circuit, but perfectly safe and very enjoyable.
Right, let's see our official results. Pointy, you go for your last run of the weekend.
It's been emotional. Thanks for having me, Ewan. See you next time.
I'll see you on camera in about 2 minutes' time. We'll get some official results on our screen for you. Ryan Smith, 5 out of 5. There he is on top there, 9 laps completed. Paul Rivette, a valiant effort and a solid Division 2 win, second in succession this weekend, 4.5 seconds back only from Flying Ryan. Michael Oliver takes second place in Division 1 ahead of the charging Tom O'Rourke, who held off Stephen Powell, who finished ahead of John Powell. That switch happening on the final lap. John Bowler 5th in class ahead of Dave Jenkins, David Smith and Neil Yates. And Simon Cole does finish 1 minute 25 down, but points can make prizes at the end of the championship. Ryan Smith, fastest lap in the wet, 5 seconds slower than his fastest lap in the dry, a 1:45.26 set just a couple of laps ago on lap number 7 as the track was just starting to dry out. Difficult question, how do you summarise your weekend, Stuart?
Well, I think, from Michael's perspective, from the team perspective, he's done really well. It's you can't get any. Yeah, you can get better. You can win races, but he's new to the championship. He's new to truck racing, reasonably new to truck racing, and he's up at the front. So what more can we ask for? From my perspective, a disaster, probably.
Painful.
Very painful, very, very painful. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to sitting in the car on the way home. That's for sure, because it is so.
Just avoid the speed bumps and all those, yeah. And no potholes, no speed bumps.
Well, that's an impossibility to get home then. If I've got to avoid potholes, I can't get home. Simple as that.
What are you saying about British roads? Thank you so much for being with us. It's been an absolute pleasure. Hopefully the next time we get you back in. Oh, to be honest, I hope we never see you again in commentary. Is that a nice thing to say? You know what I mean, don't you?
That's a better thing to say. That's right, yeah. I'll pop in and say hello. Hopefully that's all I need to do. I don't want to be in here when there's a truck race going on, but it's been a pleasure, and I hope some of the information I've provided has been useful.
I think the people at home will agree. It's been absolutely brilliant. It's the insight. We always want what we can't always get. Unfortunately, of course, leaving the weekend early but we benefited in here. So thank you so much. All right. Stay safe. Get healthy soon, and we'll see you at the next round.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Stuart. Thank you so much. The trucks are coming in. We'll go down to Pointy shortly if he's made his way over there. I believe he has done with John. Let's go down to Pointy.
Steam flying right there, what a result. The steam flying out from under the bonnet of Ryan Smith. An absolutely incredible effort there, powering round in the wet. The spray, the smoke, the steam, you can smell the effort from the drivers and the trucks in that last race here at Thruxton, and what a race it was too. Incredible result for all the drivers. Paul Rivette holding his own for 90% of that race. Incredible. Division 2 leading Division 1. It was all to play for here in Andover. Ryan, 5 for 5. Incredible effort. Shake my hand, sir. 5 for 5. I mean, I was speaking to Mark Rural earlier on. When was the last time that was done here?
To be fair, I was just fighting for Division 1 because I didn't want a Division 2 winning it. Paul was underpowered truck, wet circuit. Paul's very good. He's been in the touring cars, in the Clio Cup. He was always going to push it, but I thought, no, this is Div 1 versus Div 2.
Come on now, you can't let that happen. This will not stand.
He did it once at Brands Hatch when I was out of the race. I thought, not again. The vision, don't think that everybody else was going slow and me and Paul were going fast. The vision was incredibly none.
Oh yeah, I mean, just watching it on the cameras, the amount of spray coming off the back of all the vehicles, to look for an overtake in those conditions is just insane.
Searching for grip, searching for vision. Luckily, I just thought, Days of Thunder, cold trickle, pedal to the metal.
Let's do this.
And we have a go. Look, a lot of people spent a lot of money to be here. They're on the banks, rain, sunshine, rain, they'll be wet through. We owe them a spectacle. I think every single one in Division 1 and Division 2 has delivered here at Thruxton, the fastest circuit in the UK, and everybody should be immensely proud going home.
Indeed, and I couldn't say it better myself. Fantastic results for you. 5 big trophies going home. Well, I say going home. Brian loves to give his trophies away to the kids that watch the trophy presentations, which is just lovely. Right, let's have a word very quickly with Michael Oliver then. Having a chat with Tom O'Rourke. Tom, good job to you. That was some great driving. It was hard work out there, I know, but you certainly held them all. You weren't letting anyone past. You were keeping that line well, weren't you?
I was trying hard, you know. As I say, it's a new truck. Takes a lot of getting used to. And this morning it was undrivable, but I just need to learn how to drive it, really, you know. But it was a great race.
Speaking of undrivable, I mean, do we call it an underdog story? You came from starting in the pit lane, second race of the day, and then all of a sudden we're powering through in terrible conditions to take second overall. That's some serious staying power, no?
I think it's called God's gift to motorsport.
Okay, not that he's so modest with it as well. You're a little bit happy about that result then?
Well, highs and lows of motorsport, isn't it? But, oh Christ,
I couldn't see a thing, couldn't see out the windscreen, couldn't see out the mirrors, couldn't see out the back. I was like, where is everyone?
We noticed the time. I mean, there was a good 10-second gap with the front two eventually, but then they started to gain on you in that last lap, and then it was like, came over the radio, no, you'll probably be all right. He's okay, you're clear.
No way, I broke a spring in the last one.
And a shock.
No, but the spring never got fixed properly.
Oh, I see.
So I didn't want to do it too hard.
So you've still got a broken spring-ish?
Yeah,
right.
ish, aye. So I didn't want to push too hard, or I ended up in a handover or something, so...
So, okay, well, just goes to show, yeah, like you say, God's gift to motorsport, yeah. So not much to do then for Donington.
Can I retract that?
No, it's too late now. You said it is cemented in the film. You can't go back from that. We've got to see 5 incredible results from you at Donington, or I'll never talk to you again.
Yeah, so can I just say thank you to the team and everybody. It was absolutely brilliant this weekend. Couldn't have done it.
Well, this is it. I mean, you kept the points from that second race as well because you managed to get out there, and we saw the hard work they were doing in that pit lane. Incredible.
Oh, I know. It's never. You just never understand how much effort the lads put in. We're the lads and lasses. You know, it's unbelievable. Like the support we've got around, it's class.
Brilliant. So what we're saying is, if Stuart just sits the next one out, you can have both teams working on your truck again.
No, Dad has to race the next one because
right.
I want to beat him.
Oh, right, here we go. Well, he did say on the commentary earlier on, you can play it back yourself, you've probably done a little bit better than him this weekend.
I a little bit. I almost beat up for crashes as well.
Almost. You were going for it. You said, no, we'll stick to trophies. Trophies are fine. Right, Michael Oliver, thank you so much. I'm going to hand over to James. James, come on in, buddy. Not many races left for you this afternoon, but it looks like it's dry again. What's going on?
I don't know. Have you been doing a sun dance?
I have, yes. I did a bit of a rain dance, then a bit of a sun dance. I just play it by ear.
Can you just make your mind up? Just pick one dance.
Okay, we're going to go warm.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And speaking of warm, they're warming up in the assembly area as we speak. I'm just going to squeeze behind Mr. Oliver there. The pickups are ready to go. The safety car is at the mouth of the pit exit as well and is pulling forwards. Whether the cars are going to join them now is yet to be seen. The cars are going to join them. So I'm just going to back away from John Fisher's pickup truck before John runs me over. Dan Fisher even, sorry. I don't know why I just called him John. But there you go, heading out onto the circuit. In pole position is Chris Brockhurst, is number 89. Alan Cooper just behind him in the number 72. And Dean Tompkins and Ryan Hadfield in the 21 and 44 respectively make up the second row on the grid. This is set to be a fantastic way to bring the curtains down on what has been a brilliant weekend of racing here at Thruxton. And it's time to go back to Ewan in his commentary booth for one final time. Ewan.
Thank you, James. Yes, one final time, and I'm riding solo. Got no more friends left this weekend. It is time for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Race 3 of 3 for them. So far, Dale Gent and Mark Willis have shared the spoils at the top of the podium. Who's going to get it third time round? Row 1, Chris Brockhurst and Alan Cooper will lead away the field. On row 2, Dean Tompkins and Ryan Hadfield. Ahead of rows 3, Mark Willis and Dale Gent. On row 4, Eric Bolton picked up his first win of the season ever in pickups at the Brixie Brands Hatch Speedfest in the last round. He'll line up alongside Michael Smith. On row 5, Jonathan Hadfield and James Goldstraw. And just a few more rows to bring. In fact, 3 more cars we should see if they're all starting. Yes, they are. Russell Smith alongside Paul Tompkins, and at the back, Dan Fisher on row number 7. So, this is it. One more chance to watch these wonderful vehicles flying around the circuit. It is a flavour of the USA with these pickups comes to Thruxton. We've had 2 wonderful races already. They are already, we might be kicking things off. No hanging around here, because they do have a flying start, the pickups. So I am hoping that the pace car will just drop in to the pit lane after the club chicane. And we'll go racing. Yes, 14 laps. Races number 1 and 2 for the pickups are 10 laps. And race number 3 of their weekend is 14, so a little bit longer. This should take around about 18 minutes or so to complete, maybe 19. You can see how wet the track is still in places. And if there's one place you don't want a wet track, it's the entrance to a chicane after a pretty rapid straight at the end of Brooklands. But there we are. Hang on a second. What's happening here? So they've come round to the grid. So the trucks, are we getting, well, we'll get at least one more green flag lap, potentially two. I thought they might just go racing straight away. Bit of a delayed start for Alan Cooper there on the right hand side. So we do thank you for sticking with us, and after everything that's gone on today, we are only going to be about 25 minutes behind schedule, considering we've had half a dozen safety cars or red flags. Thankfully, everybody away safely, other than, must be said, Stuart Oliver with a bit of a rib injury after an incident in first practice yesterday morning. Otherwise, it's been a fantastic weekend. Marshals, as ever, best in the world, doing a brilliant job, tidying up whenever has been necessary. But a couple of barriers rebuilt. So Dale Gent winning in race number 1 ahead of Dean Tompkins and Mark Willis. Mark Willis promoted himself to the top step of the podium in race number 2, ahead of Dale Gent, who went down to second, and Eric Bolton, after underwhelming race number 1, finished on the podium in race number 2. He got his first win in the pickups last time out at the Brands Hatch Speedfest, so his tail is up. Can he get himself onto the second or top step of the podium this afternoon? Matt Simpson was championship leader leading into this weekend. He is not here. He is spending time in his car elsewhere, and he will have not quite a mountain, but a hill to climb if he's to retain his position at the top over the next couple of rounds. It is a 9-round series. This is round number 4. They then go to Donington, Lidenhill, Snetterton, Knockhill, and they're one of the lucky series that end at Brands Hatch on the 2nd and 3rd of November under the fireworks. We're going round again. Hang on. Well, I'm not sure about this. So we'll go round one more time. And it's great to see spectators hanging around for the last race. Of course, the Truck Racing Championship are our headliners. You see some drifting and sliding as they warm those tyres up. I think somehow this will be the first wet race for the pickups. They just seem to have avoided all the wet spells over the last couple of days. So hence the 2 green laps. It'll be their first racing in wet conditions over these 2 days. So again, safety first. take the right-hander round Church, then this long left around Brooklands. And I'm fairly confident they'll go racing now. So just getting confirmation, the 2 green laps, as we thought, are directed by the senior clerk of the course, just to get them used to the wet conditions, as this is the first time they've raced wet this weekend. So absolutely right. Correct call, safety first. They've been just tiptoeing around, warming up the tyres, and now we do go racing. On the front then, Chris Brockhurst on the left, Alan Cooper on the right. The big guns in this one, Mark Willis and Dale Gents, Dean Tompkins and the like. And we are, for the final time this weekend, pickup truck racing. It's race number 20 of 20 on our schedule. And who will finish the weekend on the top step of the podium? It is Cooper and Brockhurst out in front, as we were. Oh, look at the rear slide around the complex on the exit. Then the fairly long left-hander Noble corner, and then around Goodwood. And this will be, if the first 2 races are anything to go by, some of the closest racing we'll see across the weekend. And look at that. Mark Willis from 5th, already up to 3rd. Oh, a bit of a touch on the rear. Keeps all 4 wheels on the ground. And Mark Willis, going for his 2nd consecutive win and 3rd consecutive podium of the weekend, is already got the bit in his teeth and already on the heels of Brockhurst and Cooper. Could he? Oh, it's a slide. Rear's gone. Who's that? That's one of our pole sitters. So Mark Willis retains 3rd. Can everybody please avoid him? Yes, they do. It's going to be close. Oh, thank goodness. So nothing more than a Southern 20 spin and not being collected, which is what we want to make sure of. Around the club chicane then, for the first time, they'll do 14 laps of this circuit. And it was, of course, Alan Cooper, who was our spinner as they came round Church Corner. So he has all the work to do now after starting on the front row. So it's Brockhurst. And then in that melee, that Dale Gent has gone through. Just a flash there. Mark Willis occupying 3rd place. Number 21, Dean Tompkins. He was 2nd, Dean Tompkins, in the first race of the weekend. Down in 7th for the 2nd race. Now this is exactly already 1.5 laps in the races that we expected to see, quite frankly, up near the top. And this will be, I mean, if Ryan Hadfield can hang on to this, that would be super impressive. But Dale Gent and Mark Willis will be all over the back of him. And you can see one mistake really sends you falling down the field. So Ryan Hadfield started on 4th position on the grid. Oh, takes a tight line into the first part of the club chicane, but he leads Dale Gent, Mark Willis. Here he comes. Dean Tompkins on the inside, takes Mark Willis on the inside. That is a fantastic exit out the chicane. Foot down, power to the engine, away he goes. So Mark Willis, after making up spaces, loses one. He'll have to do it all over again. Ryan Hadfield occupying 5th place after starting in 9th. Sorry, Jonathan Hadfield in 42. Mark Willis, the most experienced driver on the grid. A long-time pickup race driver. Hadfield brothers earlier. An incident for Jonathan at the last corner. Sent him from, well, he was racing for 4th place, dropped him down to 8th overall, which let Ryan get through. So he'll want to make amends for that. However, at the moment, this is brother that leads the way. So behind Jalida Hadfield, Gent, Tompkins, Willis, not a lot to separate them. Willis and Gent and Dean Tompkins, all three of those fighting for the lead in the overall championship right now. So they will know very well this is not just a race for positions in the race, this is a race for who's going to be 1, 2 and 3 at the end of the day. And next, of course, they head towards Donington Park on the 10th and 11th of August on the Bark package. Screen wipers are going. Oh, tails out! Almost a spin there for Tompkins. Let's catch up. Held on to it. Let's Mark Willis down the inside though. So get the place back, it seems. Yes, he does. Hadfield has built, well, what was a 2-second lead, but Dale Gent has most definitely closed that. Half that deficit now. Willis back in front of Tompkins. 4 laps down, 10 to go. Into the chicane, takes a tight line. Onto 2 wheels, Jalida Hadfield. Oh, sliding out the back again from Mark Willis. Trying to squeeze. Oh, hang on, a bonnet loose for Dale Gent. And that is going to be a nightmare for the aero. Well, that surely will cause an issue. If that bonnet comes up, then, I mean, it shouldn't do. They are pretty tightly connected with a couple of little cams. Oh, he's gone outside, he slid as well, hangs on to it. We know these cars are good at sliding and sliding in race conditions, but Mark Willis will take the advantage, the extra horsepower as he goes through. No, he won't, he gets it back, Dale Gent. How is he doing this? Dean Tompkins. However, as these two race each other off the racing line, surely this gives Tompkins a chance to maybe do the double act on them. Willis goes through again. Can Gent get it on the switchback? Gives him a little nudge in the rear saying, don't you go too far, I'm still here, mate. And there goes Tompkins, does get it. He can stick to the racing line, get the maximum speed. Wow, and all this lets Hadfield get away. He has built that back up to a roughly 2 seconds. Mark Willis into 2nd place as Dale Gent. We're not sure what happened there, but Dale Gent down to 4th now. And that is getting worse, that bonnet. Well, it's like a live action Cars movie, isn't it? Just having a chat there with the cars in front of that bonnet. Well, that is really going to be causing issues. And I'd be amazed if Dale Gent, with the reduction in aero that's going to be causing, it might be absolutely marginal, but it's only marginal gains you need to be competitive at the front in the pickups. Oh, slide out the rear for Willis. Tompkins on the racing line, can't capitalise, or Willie gets a better exit out of Goodwood Corner. The long way round Village. Oh, sliding again, Team Tompkins. It's got to say, it's great to watch. Might be a bit frightening in the car if you're one of their team members or family members on the edge of your seat. But for the rest of us, it's brilliant. Wide again, is that a spin? No, but he is on the grass, loses traction. Willis lets Tompkins through. So Tompkins has moved from 4th up to 2nd due to the, well, quite frankly, mistakes of, or unfortunate for Gent, of course, mistakes from Willis though, just touching the grass, losing full speed. And he'll move into second at the halfway mark of our final race of the weekend. And Dale Gent now will be under pressure from Jonathan Hadfield, who started 9th and now pushing for 4th. Finishing 4th place in race number 2, Ryan Hadfield. In fact, he's finishing 4th in both races this weekend. He will not want to finish 4th again. He'll want to get past Dale Gent, and then he'll want to chase down Willis. And let's be honest, that is an almighty task. 3-second lead now for Ryan Hadfield at the front. Jonathan Hadfield all over the rear of the Dale Gent and his bonnet issues. Ryan Hadfield can just look at his rearview mirror and go, yeah, I'll keep on doing what I'm doing, you keep doing what you're doing behind, and I'll be okay. Is this the chance for Jonathan Hadfield to move up the inside before the chicane? Yes, he does. Can he make it stick? Yes, he will. Lined that one up perfectly. Hadfield up to 4th, a position he knows so well. And Dale Gent has pulled into the pits. Oh, that is a real shame. He will definitely want to get back out on track. They will give all the gaffer tape in the world to that bonnet to make sure he can get back out on track, because the points are so heavy in the pickups. Even if he comes back out on track and finishes last, which would be 13th place, he would still pick up 80 points for last place. Come the end of the season, that could be the difference between winning the championship and not. Ryan Hadfield looking good out in front in yellow. A grey day, but yellow leads. Dean Tompkins, he will want to chase Hadfield, but right now his rear view mirror is full of pink and red and blue. Mark Willis is the driver who will know exactly what he's doing. Oh, that's a lunge down the outside, going deep into the chicane, and this will be an attempt at the switchback. Watch Mark Willis put his foot down here. He will not get it done though. Dean Tompkins having the better of him that time around. 5 laps to go. Jonathan Hadfield running in 4th, will want a podium for his weekend's efforts, and he will be watching Willis and Tompkins just battling, maybe wasting a little bit of time. That's a nice move from James Goldstraw. No, it doesn't get it done. There's a move on Paul Tompkins. Oh, bit of twitch from Dean Tompkins. Mark Willis will have spotted that. Start going round the back markers. That's a lovely move. James Goldstraw does get it done at the second attempt on Paul Tompkins. Well, I'll be proud of that one when he sees the footage later. Lined that one up beautifully. And he has the power down too. There's your leader. That's Ryan Hadfield. He's in a 4th place and an 8th place finish so far this week. No, sorry, getting the brothers mixed up. He's had 2 fourth place finishes, of course he has. Ryan Hadfield, 4th in race 1, 4th in race 2. And Jonathan Hadfield is the man who was going particularly well in race 2, but a bit of a spin towards the chicane dropped him down to 8th and let his brother past as well. That's a double kick in the teeth. This might be our view for the next 4 laps, these two. This is the race for 2nd and 3rd. Jonathan Hadfield would love to join his brother on the podium. Will it happen? And is Eric Bolton trying to fend off Paul Tompkins, just trying to find the number. It's 20 races in. It's a big old long weekend. Paper coming out my eyeballs on this table. Back to the front though. This is looking better and better, isn't it, for Hadfield? Just plotting his way round every single lap, every single corner. Oh, rear comes out for Dean Tompkins. It just doesn't seem to lose that much speed, does it, on the drift? Mark Willis will not stop. Until that checkered flag comes out, he will keep going at the back of Tompkins. They both drift a little. The track is drying out. That's Paul Tompkins making a move in towards the club chicane on James Goldstraw. Oh, through the middle. Well, we'll have to wait and see what the stewards think of that. Certainly an advantage to miss out the second part of the chicane. Yeah, getting better and better, isn't it? Up to 4 seconds now for Ryan Hadfield. This will be the perfect way to end the weekend. And do you know what? I am struggling to see a way that Willis get past Tompkins. He just seems to have the nous and the knowledge. Hang on a second, there's a drift. That's a little bit wide. He'll get in the slipstream, Mark Willis. Is this his slim chance? There hasn't been many of them. Not this time. Just can't find the grip when he needs it. Through the complex. Willis tries to go in short. What else can he try? He's probably driven more laps around Thruxton than anybody in this field. However, can't find a way past the wily Dean Tompkins. This is his lovely battle we're enjoying between Paul Tompkins and James Goldstraw. They've been going hammer and tongs for the last 6 laps. So we will keep our eye on this one. They're battling for 9th and 10th. Tompkins and Willis. Again, a big lunge and down the outside. How late can he brake? Not late enough. He'll set up a different angle though to come out of the chicane. But every single time, Dean Tompkins knows exactly where he is. He knows exactly where Mark Willis is. And he has given him absolutely no chink in the armour, no light at the end of the tunnel. He's offering nothing. Been brilliant driving from Dean Tompkins. Ryan Hadfield now 5 seconds to the good on the penultimate lap of the weekend. to earn every single point of this second place if he can get it over the line. Ooh! This is the closest he's been, Mark Willis. He'll chase this to the death. We'll get one more lap in. Jonathan Hadfield will settle for a fourth place finish, which has been the position for the brothers this weekend. However, he's slipping out left and right. However, his brother will take the spoils, it looks like, and he will have bragging rights on the way home if they can stay on the circuit for 2.3 more miles. And look at that, Tompkins now seems to be getting away from Mark Willis after those slip slides coming out of the chicane on the penultimate lap. There's Dale Gent, he's back out on track, 50 seconds down, but yeah, a bit of gaffer tape on the front, and that's important. 12th place will get him 90 points, a lot better than 0 and a DNF. Right, Noble and Goodwood for the final time. That long right-hander turns into the Village. Here's one of our races behind. Not mentioned too much of Michael Smith. But he's holding on to 5th place right now, and that is big points for 5th. With 160, he crosses the line in that position, but through the club chicane for the final time, from pretty much gun to tape, a sterling performance from Ryan Hadfield, and he will take the top step of the podium in race number 3 and race number 20 to close out the sporting weekend here at Thruxton. And his fist is in the air out the car window. He's going to be absolutely thrilled. He did not put a tyre wrong in the entire 14 laps. And we fight right towards the end. Look at this. Just being muscled out there, Alan Cooper, who started on the front row but had to spin very early on. Hadfield takes it out of Tompkins, Willis, his brother in 4th, Michael Smith 5th, Chris Brockhurst, who started on pole but will finish in 6th place. Alan Cooper alongside him, or just behind. We're not finished quite yet. Tompkins and Goldstar having a fantastic battle between the two. Just a personal rivalry, this one. Paul Tompkins in the 12. James Goldstraw in the 52. Is they going to change this position one more time? Oh, hang on, hang on! They both go through the chicane. And Goldstraw says, well, if you're going that way, so will I. Oh, who gets there? Blimey! That is hundredths of a second. And I'm sure they will have a little laugh about that one, potentially, I hope, as they both decide to cut the chicane on the last lap of the race. Well, there you go. That is pickup truck racing from start to finish. We'll get some official results for you. And then keep your eyes out for a new championship leaderboard there. All changing this weekend without Matt Simpson. There we go then. Ryan Hadfield taking his first win of the weekend. Well done, sir. Didn't put a foot wrong the entire 14 laps. Dean Tompkins second ahead of Mark Willis. Jonathan Hadfield will join his brother inside the top 4, just off the podium there. Michael Smith in 5th. Chris Brockhurst in 6th. Alan Cooper 7th. Eric Bolton in 8th. James Goldstraw, great battle with Paul Tompkins right at the end. In fact, yeah, 1300s between them, those two. Dan Fisher 11th. Dale Gent will drop points in the championship to his rivals, but importantly does pick up points 1 lap down after an incident with his bonnet fairly early on. Russell Smith rounds things out in 13th place. Ryan Hadfield, bonus points too for fastest lap. Great way to end the weekend. And as the cars draw into Parc Fermé, as ever, James Roberts will be down there to have a chat with a few of the drivers when he's ready. And I think we are. Okay, James, over to you for the final time this weekend.
Well, what a fantastic way to end the weekend of racing here at Thruxton Circuit. Ryan Hadfield has driven a commanding race to bring his pickup home for the victory. The perfect end to an ideal weekend for the man in the bright yellow pickup. These cars obviously slightly trickier to get out of than our other vehicles, but you can see how much it means to him. It's a lot of championship points. Is a first place victory. And he is no stranger to the front of the grid either. I'm waiting for the opportune moment to swoop in. Don't worry. Here we go. Ryan, I'll let you pop your door up. The world's watching, and the world was watching a really commanding race win there. Just talk me through it.
Yeah, it's just had to get his head down and try and get gone at the start while we'd got the track and the tyres underneath us, and then once we'd got his gap we had to just try and maintain it and not crash.
I mean, you make it sound really easy, but it's anything but easy to drive these cars out there. I mean, look, you finished miles ahead of your competition. That's going to fill you with acres of confidence going into the rest of the year.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we've known all year we've had reasonable pace, but we've struggled with one thing and another, but it's nice to finally bring home some silverware, and big thanks to all the team for all the effort.
Well, go on, let's name them. Look into the camera. Let's name them. Who are we saying thank you to?
Well, obviously, my mum and dad. They wouldn't be here racing without them, and my brother for putting up with me and fixing my car.
Any sponsors we need to thank as well?
We've obviously his own RM Hadfield Haulage and HGV Direct. So they're.
Don't tell me, tell them.
Oh, hi all.
The world there.
Hi world. Yeah, obviously we wouldn't be here without sponsors, same as everyone here. We all need the backing and the support of the big wider world to put on the show for everyone here.
Well, look, congratulations. Well done, mate. That's a first place finish for you. Let's try and find Dean Tompkins, who finished second. Dean, where's Dean? Dean, hello, mate. Second place. It's not bad.
It's not too bad. It's not first, but it'll do, won't it?
It will do. Look, it was a really hard-fought race between yourself and Mark all the way through to the final bend. You were pretty much neck and neck with each other. It must have been a lot of fun racing against him.
It's good. It's always nice racing against Mark. He does give you a lot of respect, to be fair. We have our bumps here and there, but no, it's good.
Everyone does in this series, though, that's for sure. Right, have a smile on your face, sir. You've got second place. That's a good way to end the weekend. Well, let's try and find Mark Willis, wherever Mark has got to. Mark, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Top 3 in the final race. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, we've had a great weekend, haven't we? If you'd have come here on Friday and said 2/3 in the first, you'd have took that, wouldn't you? So that's great for us. I mean, like I said before, we've had some problems getting here. We've had some dramas at home with bits and pieces on the car, trying to get a bit more speed. We had a drama on the rolling road. I've had so much out with friends and family. Matt Simpson raced round and done an exhaust for me. Paul Exxon put the engine back together for me. Sonny Howard with the prop shafts and all the other bits involved. Bell housing, clutch, axle casing. And then we finished it at 10 o'clock Thursday night. So to come here and have a half-decent weekend like that, I can't complain.
Your hard work was rewarded, that's for sure. I mean, will we see a lot more of you this season? You're going to do the full season?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, barring anything like drama going wrong where I can't make one, I've got great support from everybody, so we're going to try and do them all.
Do we need to thank anyone? Do you want to take a moment and say thank you to people that make it possible to be here?
Oh, I've got to thank everybody. I've got to thank Jeff and Matt, and like I say, done exhaust.
Look at the world, they're right there. They're right there through that.
I've got to thank everybody else with the money side of it, the team that coming out, me and my family who support me all freaking through. So it's I wouldn't have been here this weekend. We've had dramas at home, so it's great.
Well, listen, congratulations. It's another top 3 finish for yourself. Go enjoy celebrating it. The trophy presentation will be happening very soon after the big trucks are done with that podium itself as well. And do you know what? I'm just going to have a look around, see who else I can grab and potentially have a conversation with, because Chris Brockhurst in the number 89 obviously started on pole, but dropped back, unfortunately, after incidents. I'm just wondering if Dale Gent made it all the way back as well. He did. I want to see if I can have a chat with him, because obviously, take a look at this, John. Take a look at this for cable ties and duct tapes. That's what you call engineering, and you can argue with me about that as much as you like. That's how they managed to get the bonnet to stay down. It does indeed work. It does the job. Dale, oh, look at them. They run away. Don't be... It's just the microphone. It's not a lion. Honestly, listen, Dale, let's talk about that race. I mean, it's dreadful luck for yourself, but the guys did a great job to finally secure that bonnet down.
Yeah, they've done a great job, and that's very frustrating. These tyres, that are, because we had them in that first race this morning, that did not work very well. It didn't. At one point, I thought I had a flat tyre on the left front because it just seemed to suck me up towards the grass. It all went heavy. Yeah, dreadful race for me, really. Then seeing the bonnet come up, and I was like, oh, I'm going to keep going until they kill me.
Well, the way that it was described on commentary was that Ewan said it looked like a live-action version of Cars, where your truck was literally talking to everyone else around it.
Talking to everyone else, and definitely scrubbed some speed off because the other two come flying past me. I was like, yeah, we could try and hang on, but I ain't going to keep going.
Well, look, you did hang on. You hung on to finish the race, so you get lots of points, and across the course of the season, you might come back to thank yourself for claiming those.
I nearly did, and I nearly thought I'm just going to go in now. But no, I'll carry on going. I don't know where we finished up, but we'll roll on to Donington.
But look, on to bigger and better things at Donington. This truck will be back there, won't it? This pickup. Should we expect big things from you?
We'll see when we come there. It was going all right there last time.
God, so mysterious, honestly. Look, best of luck, Dale. I look forward to seeing you there. And look, everyone else is getting ready to actually leave Parc Fermé, John. So I don't feel like we're going to be able to get a chance to chat with many other people. So let's just go back up to you. And it's been a brilliant weekend here at Thruxton. It's been an absolute blast. Action from turn 1 right to the end of this race here on Sunday from yesterday. And so now it's back up to you and to say our final goodbyes. But from me, thank you, and thank you for joining us.
A big thank you to James Roberts, who's been your man on the ground, alongside Pointy. Also joining me in commentary, Stuart Oliver, Charlotte Birch and Wayne Rocket, all hopefully providing you with the entertainment you expect from Bark TV. A massive thank you to everybody here at Trackside, the marshals, the pickups, the clerks, the time recorders, everybody. This cannot happen without the sterling work they put in. Many of them volunteers giving up their hours to make sure we can enjoy motorsport action. So from Thruxton and Hampshire, it is thank you so much for joining in. We will see you next time on Bark TV. You've enjoyed 2 days, 20 races here in the home of racing in Hampshire. We will see you again very soon.